previously on the World Series of Warzone.
Let's go, baby! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Let's go!
Today, the final 5 spots for the global final are up for grabs. 5 drops, and then a final winner-takes-all wildcard map that sent yesterday's EU squads into a chaotic final circle.
Plus, an all-CDL pro trio joins the fray, looking to prove that they can hang in Al Mazrah. And it all starts right now.
And welcome everybody to the World Series of Warzone in a last chance qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. Today is the day we see 5 NA teams punch their ticket to the global finals. There's only 5 spots available and it's all earned and nothing given. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy and Dandro. Today is a big day. I couldn't be more excited. EU was insane. Dandro, you were watching it all. How you feeling about today?
Dude, I am feeling so excited about everything we're going to see here today. I was chilling here at the setup watching EU. You guys killed it. All of our competitors were insane, and it just got me so amped for the competition we're going to see here today. Because if EU was as loud as it was yesterday, NA's about to be an absolute banger.
Gonna be insane, and I love that wildcard match, Dream. It was incredible to see the moving zone, 30+ squads still around. It was intense.
Yeah, absolutely crazy on the day. And I mean, when we know it comes to North America, sometimes speed is the name of the game when it comes to this region. But I cannot wait for today because we know it's only 5 teams that are going to make it. It's super serious.
That's right. Only 5 teams, 4 teams through points, 1 team going in game number 6 throughout that wild card match. Let's talk about how we got to this point. We've had 2 incredible stages of action, 3 qualifiers in each stage. You most likely caught us during the regional finals in stage 1 and stage 2 respectively. Stage 2 regional finals took place last week. We saw the top 15 teams from each region NAE respectively move forward to global finals. But the bottom 35 teams, well, their job got a lot harder. They now play in the last chance qualifier where they are joined by 15 invited trios. Today, we've got North America, 50 trios dropping in 6 private lobbies. But it doesn't follow the same format that it's followed throughout all of the qualifiers. We added in a bonus wildcard map. Dream, how does it look like today?
Well, just the same as yesterday, we do have the maps 1 through 5 with those trios dropping in, and only 4 teams advance to London. So consistency was the name of the game yesterday, but with the wild card map, that last team standing will advance to London. So no eliminations matter there. It doesn't matter. Anything goes. It's just you have to stay alive.
That's right, just stay alive. We saw Pentagon so close to victory, 3rd place, but couldn't get it in the end. That's okay. Scoring, though, it's the same as it's always been. The 2x multiplier is huge. Dandro, how does it work?
Yeah, you're getting 1 point per elimination, right? But the big sauce here, it is, of course, that multiplier, right? Teams need to be really kind of focusing on placement so that way they can make the most of all those kills that they get, right? We're really looking for a top 10. That's where teams really need to be shooting for to really take advantage of that 1.6 times multiplier. And then anything above that, well, it's all gravy, baby.
All gravy, baby. That's it, right? 1.2x, at least reach that point. But the 2x, that is the eye, right? That's what you want, the eye on the prize. But hey, let's talk about roster changes because LCQ, this is the final chance for the teams in North America to make it to global finals. So we've had several roster changes. Let's break down several of them. First, talking about Xenon's roster. Coming into the LCQ, they are going to be replacing Solidify with Blastides. And Blastides is a very talented player, Dandro, that I can't wait to see how he's going to compete on this trio.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, this team kind of leveled up, if I'm going to be honest with you, with Blast, and that's no shade to Solidify, right? I feel like we saw a little bit of a lackluster performance in that stage 2 finals, right? Rios, it's his first time kind of on the main stage, and I think bringing in a veteran like Blast is going to help the squad level up. You have Xenon and Blast, they've played together a lot. They can kind of coach the young gun Rios, and they're going to be able to, I think, to really put up some solid numbers as long as the chem stays there and they keep their heads cool.
That's right, Dream. Hey, is it an upgrade? Blastides, we know he can drop bombs in stage 2 NA finals, 21 eliminations. That's big.
Yeah, not to mention being that Z had just the same amount. They are tied, but maybe with this chemistry formed, maybe they can make that threshold. It was only a 5.2 difference from that 15th place spot. So going into this, maybe Blastides, he'll bring those comms to the squad that will help glue them together, Dandro.
Yeah, I think the glue is going to be kind of key, right? I think you're going to see maybe Blast take a little bit more of an actual IGL role. Xenon has kind of played IGL a little bit, but might in this be able to take a step back, right? Be that co-IGL role and be able to just kind of sit back, relax, rely on the comms of Blast to be able to make those right rotations. And then you let Rios just kind of fly throughout the map and be able to get the eliminations that this team needs.
Fly and fry, that's the objective today when it comes to the qualifiers, or at least here for the last chance qualifiers. We move on to another roster change. We've got Team Prospect Solidify replacing Foreign Jace. Dandro, this is a big move because Foreign Jace to me is such a power player. Solidify, though, you mentioned he was maybe not an upgrade necessarily for the last roster change. Is he an upgrade here?
Upgrade is, I think, a weird thing to say here because Jace is such a phenomenal player, right? Jace moves over to go play, of course, with Unrational and Scummin. So by being able to bring in Solidify, the one thing you lose by Jace moving off, you do lose a little bit of slaying power, right? You need those comms and you need the slaying power. And anybody who's watched Solidify knows that those are two things that this guy can bring to the squad, right? I think Prospect and Otter, they're just absolute, kind of gunny players, right? They are very good at being able to take those gunfights. So I think by bringing in Solidify, he can kind of maybe play their anchor a little bit, let them kind of go, just fly and fry like we've been saying all day, and then maybe can just play his life to the best of his abilities. I don't know. What are your opinions, Dream?
Yeah, I think they'll do good though. But you know what? With Foreign Jace out, and then now being into the squad with Unrational and Scummin, which is surprising considering the fact that Huskers, Scummin, and Unrational placed third in stage 1. It was devastating that they did not make it through to stage 2. But this being maybe that god tier S squad with both Jace and Scummin slaying out, and then you have Unrational moving into that IGL role where he can kind of sit back and let them do their thing. These guys are looking scary. Like, Dandro, I'm almost putting them up in that S tier squad with TBE.
I don't think that's a bad shout, if I'm being honest with you. I think this is a lot of people's, kind of favorite on the timeline to potentially, take that top spot, at least qualify, right? They've kind of been able to iron out a lot of the kinks the last couple days. We've been running some scrims, and this team has been there every single day. They've been top of the board, and I think they are really trying to come up with a vengeance today because, like you said, they had an awesome stage 1, of course, with Huskers. In stage 2, they fall flat. They're looking for a little bit of redemption arc here.
Redemption, indeed, right? I think that's kind of been the recurring storyline for the World Series Warzone this time around for Unrational and Scummin, and this is their final chance to make it to the global finals. It would mean a lot, not only to their fans, but also to themselves. If they were able to take what, they were kind of handed out at the beginning of World Series Warzone, bring in the new addition of Foreign Jace, and then qualify, that would be massive. But Huskers, right? Those are some big shoes to fill. Foreign Jace, I'm sure he's going to be up to the task. Now, let's talk about our bubble teams. Heartbreaking losses, right, for some of the rosters. We discussed some from EU. Let's talk about some from North America, and let's talk about Team Bonk, right? Team Bonk, 0.2 points, literally 0.2 points away from qualifying last week during the NA finals. A heartbreaking defeat. Dream, some teams, they look at that and they say, you know what, we lost out, but today we're going to make good on it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so crazy because this competition, how close it is, it was only 0.2 points that they missed out on. And it's not like, their engagements, right? Sometimes these teams get caught in those third parties, those fourth parties that happen. And I mean, one of their first engagements, they were taking out teams like Team Aiden, right? They were working really well together. It's just those unfortunate situations or just that one kill that could make the biggest of differences.
One kill, right? One kill, maybe a higher placing, a different multiplier, right? That's literally what it came down to. And we saw the same result even in our top 4 teams yesterday after the 5 games were finished for EU. Moving on to another bubble team who was just 2 points away, literally 2 points away from qualifying. Intex, Brolic, and Believe, Dandro. So close yet so far away. How are they looking today?
You know, I think they're looking pretty good. I think for a lot of people, this is a squad that if you've been around the Warzone scene for a while, you look at it and you have a lot of faith in it, right? Obviously, Brolic getting kind of tossed around from team to team to team, hasn't really found any success. He's a fantastic player in himself, but, you know, hasn't really been able to make any waves on those other squads. I think this is a great team for him because all three of these players, Intex, Believe, and Brolic, are just very selfless. They're all going to be willing to make the play to keep the team alive, to do whatever they can to either get those eliminations or get that placement points, right? They've all kind of been this team of three, not really finding success with any sort of like squad by themselves. So kind of coming together, they all have that sort of mentality. They all are here and ready to win. And I think this might be a solid team who might be able to qualify here. My only thing is we're going to talk about it all day. They have to be consistent and they have to keep their mental in check. Now, when you bring in someone like Brolic, I think that's a little bit easier. I call him the chillest guy in Warzone because it seems like every single time you tune in, no matter what the situation is, he's just keeping calm and keeping the team in line.
You know, we talked about bubble teams and roster changes, right? And I want to mention, you know, roster changes usually are very risky to do going into a fresh competition, right? Especially with only a limited number of spots available. But Tony White yesterday from the EU side of things, being the old head himself, he made it happen. Big roster change, and he qualified. So for these teams that made those big roster changes, hey, they can absolutely qualify today. Let us know in chat who you're going to be personally looking out for. But what it comes down to for me, right, is, or at least let's look at some things that I think is pretty fun. And that's going to be our rank leaderboard, specifically from ranked Warzone. And Dream, I love this stat line because we've looked at it from a qualifier to qualifier. And now being LCQ, we take another look. And Otter at the top in 17th.
Listen, all I gotta say is to the homies that had to stop grinding during CDL champs, a lot of them lost their top spots. I know Hisoka was one of them. But I tell you what, yeah, this is definitely a great way to get some practice in. And yes, rank play does play differently than custom lobbies, but it's still a good way to get to know the map, get to know some spots, get to practice your rotations, maybe build up some chemistry that also, well, like gets you out of those crazy situations, right? But
that's right.
Yeah, it's always a fun thing to talk about for sure.
I'm sure for those guys that fell out of the top 10, they're perfectly fine with that because they're like, hey, we gave that up so we could go to the global finals, okay? So it's a wonderful trade-off to have, but they could be up there if they wanted, but just a fun stat line to look at. But we've got a fun team entering the mix. We kind of had a CDL Pro play yesterday, didn't make too many waves, but this roster, Dream, excites me. Let's talk about our Dream team and the CDL boys looking to go big.
Yeah, of course, we always have to highlight the CDL boys, and, you know, I'm not exactly picking a team to win, of course, but we are going to highlight. It is Team Illy, and joined with him will be Hook, and of course, you have Temp in that mix. So with this guy, man, it is unfortunate that Illy last year did have to step down due to injury, but now being back, the 5-time CDL champion, and of course, 2020 world champion with Hook. These guys are looking to make some noise here, and I expect to see Illy with that Signal 50 in hand, working, you know, in this duality, Temp and Hook together. And I heard last night too, Goach was saying that these guys dropped a 25-point banger 5th place game or something like that. So,
okay.
Hey, you never know. Maybe they could be one of those players in the top spot in the wildcard map.
Could, and the wild card map and the points, if they're dropping 25-point games, Dandro, that speaks volumes to me. That says, hey, these CDO guys, they're transitioning well over to Warzone. Granted, not a lot of practice, but regardless, though, I think they're going to be just fine. Because one thing that CDL pros have is really good, concise, and clear comms. Warzone is a battlefield. It's chaotic, right? There's always a lot going on, especially in that wild card matchup. That was just nutty. So comms are going to be big. Dandro, why do you think these CDL guys can come into Warzone and kind of transfer their skills well?
Well, I think, you know, when we look at competitive Warzone, you know, there are kind of two halves of it. One is like you have to have the inherent gun skill, and then the other half is you have to have that intellectual ability, right? When you're a CDL pro, you obviously, the gun skill, it's there, right? I mean, I would be surprised if a lot of them lose a gulag today, right? That's just the reality. It's a raw 1v1. Good luck when you're going against, you know, Hook, Illy, or Temp, who are just absolutely gross. But for me, it's going to be their knowledge of the map. Now, we know that they're cerebral players, and especially these three, right? Like Hook and Illy, they're just S&D masterminds. Temp has always just studied the game and want to just become a student of the game. And every single, you know, kind of year a new Call of Duty comes out, he's always grinding, right? So for me, I feel like as long as they take that same attitude and they apply it to Warzone, they could actually, have some upsets today. And over the last couple days in those scrims, I've seen a lot of growth out of them. Comms, like you said, they're frantic. When we tune into them, they sound frantic. I feel like I'm listening to like a 30-minute game of Bocage Hardpoint, like from Vanguard, right? It's just nonstop all the time. But guess what? That's what they need to just stay on top, stay locked in, and make sure that they're making the right play. So I think they could definitely upset. They could be a tough squad for some of these teams to root out of their power positions and things like that. But it's all going to come down to their chemistry and do they make the right reads on the map.
I love that. The comms are frantic. I was listening in, and it's kind of like they don't really know the call-outs necessarily, right? So they're like, oh, yo, he's second floor by the bed, and the lamp's on the left-hand corner. He's going to be just in there to the right hand. Like, that's how it is. They're getting so descriptive. It's a lot of mumble-jumble, but it works. I mean, he gets the job done. I think they're going to be just fine. Anytime I get to watch CDL Pro, specifically Hook, play, right? I mean, representing out the game, and like that is a big deal for me. Hey, but Dream, who's a team that you're looking out for, right? So it could be invited. It could be a team that kind of came into the fray a little bit later on, or maybe a team that qualified or got close to qualifying earlier. For me, Symphony's always a big deal, right? But for you, Dream, who are you looking out for today other than our CDL boys?
Honestly, I just have this inkling just to see how well that Unrational, Scum, and Jace play together. Like, that is literally just probably the one thing that I have been anticipating the most, I could honestly say. Just because of how much that has been going into this for those guys. And I know the roster changes. Everyone in the Warzone community has been scrambling to get the best of the best teams, even top 4, top 5 teams changing because they believe in their squad. And for these guys, just how much they've been playing, how long they've been playing, and how much heart they have for Call of Duty, I really want to see them make it.
I think they can. I mean, they're a trio we broke down. I mean, and for good reason, and I think, again, a lot of people want these star-studded and staples of the Warzone competitive community to make it. But the reality is anybody can. I mean, you have to be flawless. I think that's the biggest thing I learned yesterday, Dandra, watching EU play. You had, for example, certain teams, they would win game 1. And then all of a sudden, it's just game 2, game 3, game 4. They were around, but they weren't around enough to be consistent enough to obviously place into the top 4. I think the points needed today would be 16-point game average, maybe 90 points to get into that top 4 position. What are we looking at in terms of points needed today per game, as well as at the end, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, if we're kind of using EU as the basis, I think you hit it right on the head. It's close to that kind of 70-ish point mark. We're looking at it's like 16.1 is what the math that we did before the show breaks down, which kind of equates to 10 eliminations and that top 10, right? You get to that 1.6 times multiplier. That's really what some of these teams need to do. Now, when we talk about consistency, right, there's really 2 forms that we kind of see. The first is what I like to call sort of the TBE consistency, right? Which is exactly that. You have these high eliminations and you're just focused on getting to that top 10. If you look at a lot of TBE success, for example, you'll see exactly that. They'll have maybe one game where they are able to get to that top 3, but a lot of times they're just focused on top 10 and they're getting there with 20 eliminations, really taking advantage of that multiplier. Now, the other kind of consistency that we see is really just these teams, like you mentioned, they have one absolutely banger game. They just are up there. They have a ton of eliminations. They take full advantage of that 2 times multiplier. And then the rest of their games, they're kind of just barely scraping by. They're hitting that sort of 16-point threshold. So just enough to get by that are there. Now, when we look at the strength of this lobby, though, I do think that it could be a little bit different here today, because I think we have a lot of teams who can throw up that banger. So if you're one of those other squads, you have to be playing consistently and be maybe shooting for even higher than that 16-point floor.
You keep saying banger, banger games. Dream, let's talk about that, because there are certain teams that might not be highly consistent all the way through or show consistencies in their own way, as Dandra was kind of breaking down. But for you, Dream, right, there are some banger games that we see from time to time, 50, 60-point games that quite literally qual your team just by that one game alone.
Yeah, and that's what really just shakes up the standings, right? And that's when you look at some of these teams and you're like, okay, can this team pull out a banger game? Can they recover that this late in the game if they're not consistent? But
that's right.
Yeah, you guys, I expect to see some craziness today, and I don't know, we might see it yet again.
We might see it yet again. Hey, chat, thank you so much for joining us today. Make sure you're earning your drops and just having fun and keeping the discussion alive. We're going to take a quick break as we get the lobby settled. But when we come back, game 1 will be coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone in a Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Today's a big day. We talked about it. Only 5 teams, right? Only 5 teams will get through. 4 of those from points, and well, that's 6 game, right? That final spot. I have no idea how that's going to go today because that wildcard map was insane. Dandro, again, to break it down for maybe some of the, viewers who are just now starting to trickling in. How is the LCQ working today?
Yeah, so, this is kind of similar to the other qualifiers. We got 5 maps, right? Except only top 4 of our teams that will go here. We broke down the scoring earlier, right? We're going to take those top 4 teams who are at the top of the leaderboards from the scores, and they are going to get that spot to London. But we aren't done yet. It is the wild card map where the remaining teams will drop in as their trio. They're all still together as a team, but it's all just about who's going to be that last team standing. Just true to the Battle Royale fashion, that squad that wins that last and final wildcard map will be getting the 5th and coveted spot to Global LAN in London.
That's right, and man, so much to learn from that wildcard map, Dream. I think the biggest thing for me is we saw 17 minutes of gameplay where only one team had dropped. So it was 17 minutes of gameplay before, or really got to 18 minutes of gameplay before we even saw 2 teams drop. How do you even go about winning the final map? Because it's just so ridiculous, but I love it, and ridiculous in a great way.
Yeah, the one thing that we did note from yesterday in that wildcard map is the fact that resources was super important. Having gas masks, having revive pistols, having immuni boxes, having everything that you need to stay alive as long as possible in those late games, utilizing your streaks too, which we've seen so many teams in those final circles just die to a streak. I believe it just happened so many times. And even with Tactical Brits team, they died to a streak, able to use that self-revive, and then they ended up winning. So a lot of crazy stuff went down. I cannot wait to see it today.
Tactical Brick creates a team literally 24 hours later. He's going to London. A wonderful story and a story that could be repeated today. Let's bring in our casters. We got Spider Tiff. We've got Ghost. Drop number 1. Let's get NA started and see who ends up on top.
Let's see. EU was crazy. North America is here. 5 more spots on the line. We are about to send our last few teams to the global final in London, and I could not be more excited, Ghost. Let's get it.
Yeah, 40 spots were solidified before LCQs yesterday, and then yesterday 5 spots granted. They talked about Tactical Brit in the final moments, but we got to get through the first 4 today to get to 49 and see who that 50th spot will be in the wildcard. Tiff, I'm so pumped about this one. We know all these players. We love all these players. There was a ridiculous amount of roster mania moves. We're going to be talking about that through all the gameplay today, but the big question mark is who plays hyper consistently, who plays hyper aggressively, and which strategy pays off at the highest fashion.
Hey, and that's what it's going to be. Will that strategy pay off? Our teams have come this far, leaving their hearts on the line. We had a lot of people talking on the timeline saying, hey, I guess that was it for me in competitive. Well, no, they're back with one more chance in the LCQ. It's going to be a true test of resilience and determination. The final stand, baby. Let's kick off map number 1.
Here's the thing, Tiff, a lot of predictions going down on the timeline, people all over the board, but yesterday I went for the on-paper teams and I lost big. So today my predictions are a little bit crazier. We'll see who can show out and show up. It is anyone's game going into the first map, and we all know my favorite saying, map 1, it's the litmus test. Will it be acidic? Will it be basic? Will it be slow? Will it be fast? Time will tell. It looks like it's going to be pretty quick here. Beam, Arc, and Casper already in an early gunfight.
Oh, that is not what you want, but immediately our teams are vying for those positions where they're trying to find the positions that have all of the cash. Now jumping in with JC Baby, Oakboy, Iceman Isaac, they're the team that just won that initial pistol engagement.
It's a fun team to talk about. I've known and love Iceman, been friends with him for a long time, a fantastic streamer, but ultimately, like, one of the things that you talked about with Iceman Isaac is that he's one of the best IGLs. Can he execute with a brand new team? Likely. Will he execute with a brand new team? Gotta have a good day. You know what I mean? Like, it's always a fun convo because the other 2 players are slayers. They're fantastic squad players. They got 4th overall if you think about it in terms of seed, which was 19th during the stage 2 finals. They're already a great squad, but it's Iceman Isaac leading them this time around rather than their former teammate, which of course was almighty TJ. So will it go better? Will it go worse?
Will it go better? Will it go worse? That is the same thing as we come on over to see what Huskers, Jesus, and Mutex are up to. This was one of those teams that had a little bit of roster mania going alongside it, but over here at Observatory, already finding a couple engagements, winning out on those. Not a bad start, and seemingly not bad ground loot. Anytime I find a Hurricane early on in the game and a Revive pistol, I'm feeling a little more confident.
Yeah, so this is a fun squad. I've actually watched them quite a bit. I've been hosting scrims the last several days to try to get some of these teams prepped for today. And this squad in particular has been doing fantastic in every single scrims. And it's one of those squads that a lot of people talk about saying they might get tilted, they might not. If they do well today, they're going to do fantastic. And it seems like they're looking really well. They did drop Observatory every single time.
16 kills. At least you're not in the bottom spot.
All right, Tef. As we look at Tankin squad, looks like they're in an early encounter against Skyroz, an invited squad to join the LCQs. Taking shots from distance, they would love a free pick here.
Yeah, Z-Tankin on the other side about Vio Bal replacing known convict. It's a little bit of roster mania here. You say monster mania, but every time we turn to a team, at least maybe 50+% of our teams were affected by that. Just really trying to throw it all down on the line, find their best team that they can put forward. Now, granted, we said it already. 4 teams will be moving on from the first 5 maps today, and already Xenon finding success in the Elim feed, taking down Symphony.
Fun squad to talk about as well. I'm going to say that every single time we swap perspectives, it should be very clear. Rostermania in EU went crazy. Rostermania in NA went bonkers. You said it right. At least 50% of our squads changed it up. So one squad that didn't, though, Doug Israel, exact time on your screen in an early fight. Would love to win this and grab some early encounter. Gunfight wins. No, not even close. Time goes down, gets hawked down by Studley, Tricky Rick, who got dead last in stage 2 finals. Of course, they got to get top 4 to make it. 15 of the best teams out of it. Will it change it up? Exact able to drop 1, but no, a team wipe there for Studley and co. A great start for their maybe turning of the tides of their luck.
That's exactly what you need to do, right? If you go into that first fight incredibly confident, we were talking to a lot of our players during the interviews yesterday in EU. A lot of people had mentioned, in previous stages, we were incredibly kind of hesitant, maybe almost scared to fight in the customs because you're going up against such talented individuals and you never really know what's going to happen. But the moment they layered on that confidence and just went in full send, things kind of turned the tide. And that's what I want to see here for our teams. It's like, we know you are incredibly talented. Let it fly.
Yeah, well, this is where Almighty went to, by the way. 19th overall in stage 2. Playing with JC. Iceman replaced him, and Almighty dropped all the way down here to play with Devera. Devera's squad got 44th during stage 2. So one of the biggest roster mania changes. Let's take a look at the map, though. Chemistry is king. Positioning is maybe queen, if you can think about it that way. Look at this, Tiff. I mean, Team 9 near dead center. Hydroelectric pretty empty for being near dead center of circle. I'm kind of surprised to see that. A lot of teams usually like to play around Hydro, but maybe not favoring it as an early drop spot, maybe as a spot that you rotate to.
Not mad about it. Team Reader finding themselves pretty further up north. That'll be pretty nice to see, but coming back on over to Observatory, streaks in the air, and now Huskers are going to have their work cut out for them as Bonk Future has game and Yeet are in the occasion. Now, granted, they were 0.2 points out of the 15th spot, so they want to throw down, but Mutex, Huskers, they're going to have something to say about it. They know this area like the back of their hand. It's one of those drops that people really like to just get aggressive, fly at teams early, and start racking up those kills. Everyone was talking about banger games early on in the pre-show. This is how you start, but when you're already getting third party, you have to worry about Casper, Grev, B-Mark. This is a team that I had been looking at in particular as kind of more of a dark horse, per se. That's kind of, I hate calling people dark horses, but they could have a effect on our team here.
It looks like we've lost Huskers, so it's just down to Jesus and Mutex. They've dropped here every single map that I saw them scrim, and it's a battle for Observatory often. Similarly, in EU, it was Ghoul Squad that was doing the same. You're going to see Mutex, Huskers, and Jesus. Unless something catastrophic happens, they'll be in Observatory every single map. So if you want to contest them, go find them. They're ready for you, trust me. See if they come out of that one alive. We're going to continue to swap perspectives and show several different teams here all around. Looks like a couple third parties happening. This is classic Warzone. If you haven't played 150 player lobbies, third party central, fourth party central. Chocolate and Co here on an interesting spot. Not a ton of cover to work with, and it's the TD squad. Juju, Locksteel, De Niro. A lot of people have their eyes set on that squad. That's squad 25 there in the dark green. as one of the teams that should win it all. They had such an impressive stage 1 performance. Juju was top slayer from stage 1, and then going into stage 2 is just a catastrophic breakdown. And they said, no, we're okay. We can come back from this. We're going to run it back for LCQ.
I love how everyone's coming in so positive, and we're all putting our predictions on the timeline, and I'm just like, I cannot fathom even trying to choose how this is going to go or even put my predictions out on the timeline. Plus, I mean, I would probably be totally incorrect. I know how wrong you were in EU yesterday, and I'd be curious to see how NA pans out for you thus far. But back over here, Iceman Isaac, JC Baby, squad number 4. 60.4 points after stage 2 finals, and we start looking at that average points per games that you need to get. I know they were talking about it earlier. It's at 16.36 was the cutoff yesterday, but I think NA could go a little bit higher. And to be on the safe side with people that dropped, north of a 30 and 50 point game yesterday, you really want to start off strong.
I couldn't agree more. Again, when you start talking about averages, if you score a 5-point game, that means you need to drop like a 25-point game to reach that average. Think about it in numbers. Think about it in averages. I think a lot of these players are going to think about it in eliminations. ST finding one, Signal 50. We saw how prolific it was yesterday. We've seen how prolific it can be in scrims leading up to today. An incredible weapon to utilize to get an entry and early knock. You can then push the equation with your team after you grab one. Player advantage fights are easy to win, 3v2s. You can grab it one from distance without taking any shots back.
Dude, this rotation is going to be atrocious. Out here all the way on the edge of circle is going to be Team Stellar Moves, now playing with ST as opposed to Russ. Previously we played with them, and then Russ kind of hit the timeline and was like, no longer going to be playing with Stellar and Willie. So be curious to see how this team dynamic works, but going to have to hit that rotation because as you move to Observatory, at least you coming on board with Devera, Ripper, and Almighty TJ. Utilizing those drones to kind of kickstart that rotation, because anytime you're rotating up this area of Observatory, typically you'll have all the teams that we recently saw on High Ground, Huskers, Mutex. They're going to be looking to pick up these easy eliminations.
Yeah, this building right here, I think we had a circle end here in the NA stage 1, I believe it was. But regardless, actually a pretty free and clear rotate into Observatory, which is surprising. It looked like 2 or 3 teams were Observatory earlier, and then after the gunfights and the team fights to reign supremacy of Observatory, they've kind of moved on to continue on their merry way and maybe push closer into center circle. Now, this squad is a fun one, Team 37. I actually shouted them out on Twitter as part of my predictions. Talk about an underdog, talk about a dark horse. This squad has been grinding ever since their losses in the earlier stages. They've been putting in every ounce of effort they can possibly summon to make every single scrim and put in a ton of work. And I saw them win multiple games in the last couple scrims. They've got an opportunity. All of a sudden, Huskers, having won the Gulag or being bought back, is in trouble yet again. Squad everyone's looking to say, hey, these are veterans. These are OGs in the Warzone community. They should be able to do it. In trouble because of Grev.
This is crazy because these two were just kind of in an engagement over at Observatory, have already made their way into Hydro, and are continuously taking this engagement with each other. And I love that you bring up Grev, Casper, B-Mark. I said earlier that they were kind of my dark horse, but we've been casting over Grev specifically for quite some time now. I've seen him just play on a multitude of rosters, always looking to lay it down on the line. And honestly, if there's one thing that I've written about this player in my notes, it was just max passion. And he tweeted I saw on the timeline, he's like, I'm gonna play LCQs today. I got max passion. I'll push anything. Max passion.
I love it. Well, authorized reader on your screen, one of the, I'll call it, few teams that didn't make a roster move, and for good reason. They ended up getting 17th overall in stage 2 finals. Again, top 15 went to London, so everything equal, they're making it through. But as we saw yesterday, not always is everything going to be equal on paper. This is Warzone. Comes down to less than a point often. It's Bonk squad that was 0.2 points away from making London during stage 2. Now they got to do it again. Top seed, Stellar Moves here. In a little bit of trouble, I think, by himself. Yeah, adios. It's actually Ripper grabbing that elimination.
Yeah, but peep that. That's the team that just rotated earlier. They're the ones that hit the drone earliest, Team Devera. And they look to be kind of just down to a duo at this point. May have lost out one in that 3-team engagement. But let's see how Oakboy, Iceman Isaac on the inside are going to fare, as you've got Team 47, which is going to be Team Sailor Kevy, looking to make a siege. Sailor Kevy, though, going to leave your shoulder out. And Iceman Isaac going to be able to throw down a good chunk of damage.
Hilariously enough, this is actually... and I guess it makes sense given the spots that they like to rotate. This is exactly where I saw Iceman Isaac scrimming last night. Exact same POIs, exact same gunfights, this time winning it though, yesterday losing it. So if that's a good omen, I wish it well upon them. A great win there against Sailor Kevy's squad. The regiment team goes down early, likely not out of it yet, going to be heading to the gulag, but early elimination there from Ice is going to be helpful. That team oftentimes will find themselves in the final couple circles, just not a ton of kills. Ice even called that out last night and even threw some shade, by the way. Said, I don't want to play like OP marked. I want kills when we get the final circle. So hopefully they can find a few more. And the former teammate of that squad, Almighty TJ, trying to throw a couple kills of his own on the timeline here as they continue to push fights here on the edge of the observatory. Oh, no, just kidding. You're gonna head to the gulag.
Bro just got ripped, but Ripper needs to answer back. Trying to find a good line of sight here, but I don't think it's necessarily the best push. Anytime you kind of peek over the cliff here, but it looks like that team 12 is just going to go ahead and just get out of dodge. We have to start thinking about our rotations with 35 seconds left before that circle starts to close, and there is a buy station here at observatory. They may be seeking to just go ahead and grab that buyback immediately should anything go wrong, but squad number 1 will be in observatory as well. Okay, so Team Bonk, Future has game, Yeet.
Yeah, it's a big rotation there to Hydro. So the early wrap by New Texas squad likely was the right one. They likely got caught in the rotation or caught on the way and lost a couple players. I'm not sure if they're still alive or not, but Hydro Electric looking very favorable here going into the next circle. Just a matter of does it pull to the south side or does it pull across the river? We'll see. Authorized has yet to find a kill, but it's in constant gunfights all the way through the last several minutes that we've popped over towards this squad. So I wonder if maybe the team has a couple. Looks like Lovey has one. Back to Observatory. This is the fight for Observatory, not as much of a favorable one. Of course, you want to wipe the rest of the squads here, and, well, you're not going to get the better of Unrational and Co. That username, that's Scummin, Unrational, Scummin, 4 and Jace. On paper, the best team here, and it's by a long shot, but with that pressure comes a lot of responsibility to execute. I know Unrational was talking about how he wasn't nervous for this tournament, just felt the pressure of we were expected to make, we need to make. And my advice to them was, if you play confidently, I don't think there's anyone can touch that squad, and so far, so good.
It's really tough because we saw Unrational in the early stages just absolutely have these incredibly clutch moments, being able to stand up for the team. And when you start talking about feeling that pressure, speaking of pressure, Furkle over here, squad 49, Team Drakota. You know, Furkle also, crazy enough, civil engineer, now Warzone comp grinder. Here trying to put the pressure onto Authorized. I love that you're shouting out Authorized as well, because you think about it back in stage 2, Authorized actually didn't have all the eliminations on the team, was not even hitting double digits, but Reader and Lovey almost breaking 20 each. So maybe an entry fragger while they clean up.
Another squad that had a fantastic run in World Series Warzone last year, trying to replicate some of that success today to make it to London. Watch Waldo. Where's Waldo? Well, he's finding a team fight and looks like his first elimination as well. That's Lane's in clumsy going down, but all of a sudden TD, the perfect third party. This is what made Juju so successful yesterday, rather last week, but no. Juju goes down. It does look like both players will be dropped, but they lost Juju in the process. A decent third-party team fight. You hate to lose Juju there. Just maybe a hair or two aggro. Wait maybe a second and a half more. You still get the team wipe, but TD on top, doing well today. And last week, let me rephrase, they didn't do great. 2 weeks ago, or whenever that was, stage 1, they did fantastic. So would love to repeat that success.
Unrational Scummin. Orange Jace absolutely flying at Team Omega. That's gonna be Baba Huff
no
and
way.
Licks, but Unrational gonna get dropped himself. Now, the mortar kind of causing a little bit of chaos. Jason Scummin can't actually get to them just yet, but Unrational was able to get the self-res off, and you can see Squad 12 wanting to just kind of close the distance away from them and stay, be like, no, I don't want to like leave anything to chance. You have all these teams running the Signal 50, which we saw a lot of yesterday in the EU Last Chance qualifiers, and it was good for just kind of putting the pressure on teams, wearing down their resources. But if you find an off angle, that's where things can get a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, great cover there from Scummin and 4 and Jason to keep them alive. As we swap over to this is a fun squad here. Can I just say, regardless of whether this team quals or not, it is great to see Booyah competing again. Didn't compete in stage 1 or stage 2, was focusing on content, had stuff going on in life. But except for the LCQs, might as well. Let's go for it. Well, Ryder said, let's go for the snipe. 1 down. A fun squad they're fighting as well. Mr. Daft was their lead slayer in stage 1. Really the reason they made it to stage 2. And ended up getting dropped after not a great performance in stage 2 for Twitty, but Booyah back means Booyah is going to do Booyah things, which is win. A lot of people think that this squad could even qualify for London should things go correctly. I think it was Repulse that had to shout out his boy Booyah saying, yeah, I think Booyah can make it. I think this squad can do it. And, you know, not because of all of Booyah. It doesn't have to carry the entire load there, Tiff. IQ and Ryder are both fantastic players in their own right. Just kind of been waiting for the right team, and maybe this is it.
Yeah, it's kind of wild when you talk about them, right? I mean, IQ and Arrays, well, IQ and Ryder originally used to play with Arrays. You think back, they won some Twitch Rivals back in the day and actually got 5th place in World Series of Warzone Stage 1, but they replaced Arrays with Booyah, and I think it might be really solid.
Well, that was a big wipe from Team Diverge. That's De Niro and Locksteel still playing as a duo without Juju, taking down Iceman Isaac squad. So albeit Iceman Isaac squad had a decent start going, not a lot of placement, actually 0 placement multipliers to lock down. That's just however many kills they got. That's how many points they have on the leaderboard. That's going to hurt looking back when there's only 5 games to play. 35 teams now, so the multiplier just now coming into play for 1.2. Again, it's that top 10 that Dandro shouted out where you're 1.6 and then top 5 for 1.8 multipliers that really make a massive difference to your score lines. Sad to see Iceman Isaac go out early, but we'll see if they can come back in the next 4 maps.
Brolic picking up a nice 2-piece in the kill feed. That's actually massive for them. Just getting a full wipe on Exact's squad. But Devera, Ripper, Almighty TJ, they're making the rotation here, just trying to get onto that circle. But you can see there's a multitude of squads there. 1, 2, 3, at least 6 that are going to be sitting in buildings just north of them. But they shouldn't have any issue really occupying some space there. You see Mireille in the distance, just missed out on the regional placement, now looking for his last chance to London here today.
Looks like Sitrep's just trying to creep around Intex's squad, maybe actually hit the redeploy drone and actually got out somehow. Maybe a dead silence until he hit to the drone, I don't know. Teammates rotated in without him and he said, whoa, wait up, I gotta get in there. Shout out to Sitrep, by the way. I shouted them out as my wildcard team today. I think they could make London without going to the wildcard, just like Shucks did yesterday, who I shouted out as my wildcard team. They balled out in the scrims last night. They went big, got 2nd place overall behind a team that already made London. But we'll come back to them in a moment because Dracota's team is on fire right now against Taj and Authorized, or sorry, and Maxides. Grab the full team wipe and don't lose one. Those are the team fights you love to see. When you don't even lose one player on your squad, you don't even go down, you don't have to use resources. Massive, massive win.
It's just so efficient. Has the precision airstrike in pocket, looking to kind of get further up on the placement. But, you know, Dracota got that invite last night, tweets out, I'm looking for 2 of the best. And it's always like you're trying to regain. Everyone starts dropping names, but I think this is a good team for them. And, you know, I think Chronicle's also going to be breaking out this night, but check in with Mireille. I was curious to see how Regu and Don Lucky would be doing, but Don Lucky, Regu, Signal 50 in hand. I'm vibing.
Yeah, they are vibing indeed. If you don't know, Mireille, fantastic competitor, plays in a bunch of, you know, what I call North American tournaments. This is a Mexico-based team. They played in the Mexico expansion region and were 1 place away from qualifying through that expansion region. They were given a last chance qualifier spot today. And it looks like, although they were harried by Sitrep got picked up by Mireille from distance with the Signal 50. That's 3 now for Mireille. Nice little game they've got going for them, but this is a very tough rotation.
Love that revive pistol coming in. It makes things so much more easy, so you can kind of hit that res, keep rotating on. Maybe throw a smoke for your team as we push through the jungle type area. But this is going to be an incredibly hard rotation once you get to this. You've got Team Stellar moves just on the left-hand side, as well as Team Classic Pain still up and in it. That's going to be Inno, Classic Pain, and Zepti.
Oof. Baba Huff came in. Fantastic player, but not fantastic enough for this map. That's 27th overall. And look who it is. Nico, Infinite, and Desmond have yet to really find their true third that is gelled to give them some massive success. They are one of those teams we talked about with the curse of the top seed. They won the stage 1 open quals for NA and then could not make it to London. Haven't yet. Huskers, Jesus, Mutex, although they've been fighting constantly, they have somehow stabilized with all 3 alive and in zone in the top 25 in one of the last pieces of cover. This is a massive position for them to be in. This could start off their tournament on such a good foot that they might be tilt proof going forward, which is the big concern.
The question is, where is that zone going to pull from them, right? We heard our teams yesterday. It's obviously you're going to take in placement, right? And your positioning. So now looking at where Intex, Brawlic, and Believe are going to be, they have to rotate into the open area. They're likely only going to be able to play these rocks so long as they're able to clear their back and deny any random streaks coming their way. Bomb Squad, great perk for that, by the way, because we saw some crazy things with helicopter explosions yesterday. But even look at Juju and Locksteel. I don't hate that positioning, sharing that neighboring building that Huskers and Mutex are in just across, but it's all about where that next circle pulls, and peep that Juju Locksteel. That is impressive.
A massive win here from Slacked off screen as well, but I was taking a look at these numbers. I think Believe's on 8 kills and so is Brawlic. 16 kills, top 19. I mean, you're well past that metric. This is a baller game for this squad. They've got an opportunity to go big here early and really prove a lot of people right. Many were predicting Intex will make it. We talked about it at the top of the show a couple times. This squad is doing fantastic. They got to execute, but TD, fantastic squad. You look at Locksteel, you look at Juju. Watch out for that team in the final circle. You can see all of these squads still alive, still 15 up. This multiplier is going to start ticking up dramatically. Ryda desperately trying to stay up, last standing.
Look, sometimes it's all about the ability to stay alive, but two are going to peek, and Ryda just climbs up. Dolphin dives for the life, able to get behind, hits the multiplier, but I'm not sure if he was able to. He did. He got Booyah back last minute. So if he could just float and try to avoid a little bit of the chaos moving in, you can see Intex, Brawlic, Believe, they're rotating and vying for a position in Juju's building, or maybe neighboring on the outskirts of it. But Brawlic, Believe, they're running into a little bit of chaos. This needs to be a big game for them. And you said a lot of people were hyping them up, Goj. That's not what I saw. I saw them getting slept on. And Intex was like, all right, we got something to prove. We'll show you.
Well, show it or live up to it. They're in trouble. And look who else is here. Jesus is here, and Jesus is taking over. 8 kills now. Finding Believe. Intex is finding Mutex. There's some trades back and forth, and there's still Locksteel and Juju in the equation. Intex gonna try to creep around, finds one out in the open. Oh no, the smoke covers the advances. Intex in trouble, able to get back in cover, and Jesus is out of here saying, nope, I'm going to circle. I gotta get top 5. We have a massive amount of kills. A fantastic play. Let those two teams fight to their own devices and maybe pick them up on the rotation. Intex is gone. They're out of here. Top 10, not top 5. Juju Locksteel inside of the zone. G just trying to play cover. Will he grab the 1v2? Locksteel's down. Jesus is going big here, Tiff.
This is what you need, but peep that early rotation. It was originally had by squad number 8. That's Team Unrational, both falling. Unrational went down earlier to a PA, so they're out of the lobby. We're down to the final 2. Squad number 49, Team Drakota, coming in with 2 of the best from the timeline, looking to make a play here for Jesus.
They have 11 kills just between 2, not even including Chronicle. A great game for Drakota, a team no one was expecting to do fantastic. I think it was eBase is the only one that shouted him out on Twitter that I saw, but it is a 2v1, no, 3v1 against Jesus. Jesus goes down. Map 1 victors. Drakota, Furkle, everyone's sleeping on him. They struggled through the qualifiers and the stages, but they're here and they're showing out big with nothing to lose. Congratulations to Drakota squad for not only a win, but seemingly a big one. Let's take a look at that victory moment.
Nice. Huge. I'm watching behind us.
Come on, come on. One is in front of the building, in front of us.
I have no mask. He's on the roof.
Down.
Floating right above. Right above floating. Cracked. Dead. Huge.
Oh, let's play together. Come on, come on, come on.
One's on me. One's on me. Look behind.
Come to me, come
On the
to
next
me.
roof. This roof. 2 solos. Dead. One more.
Let's fucking go.
One more. On the roof. Black guy. Yep, I see that. I have no more plates, okay?
I'm getting a regular gun, bro.
He's just snaking it. Inside. Just don't get knocked. I have no plates, okay?
Oh, yeah, play. Okay, wait, just do not go down. Do not go down.
He's on
No,
top.
no, no.
He's outside. Challenge under you guys. Crack, challenge. Let's go! Come on! Let's go! That's what's up! Come on, baby! Oh my god!
Good fucking shit.
Oh my god!
17 eliminations goes to kick off map number 1. You heard it. That's what's up. This team came together last night with that invite to team captain Drakota, and just look at the way they're showing out. I didn't put my predictions on the timeline, Gosh, because I was like, anything can happen, and all of our teams have something to prove here.
I love Drakota. Known him a long time. He and Furkle have a ton of chemistry. They've been playing Warzone since early Verdansk. I'm talking Superstore days. So a big game from them in map 1. But where will Jesus fall? They got second, and it was versus Juju, the top Slayer from stage 1 in 3rd. So some massive games early. Who's going to be on top? Because the points, only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 just around the corner.
Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. That's right, fans. The Call of Duty World Series of Warzone is heading to London on September 16th. Be sure to tune in to see who is crowned the best trio in the game. Plus, don't forget about a little surprise, Solo YOLO, where the last player standing brings home some extra winnings. It will all be going down right here September 16th, so mark your calendars. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. What a first game that was. A lot of intense action as to be expected from what we saw from EU to today. NA is bringing that fire. But let's talk about it, a big win. And first and foremost, let's talk about COD_esports, because I know they're going to be posting a ton of stuff about, or at least updates from that game one, because there's a lot of clips and some whiffs as well, right? So if you want to stay up to date with everything World Series of Warzone, COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram. They are providing coverage like nobody's business. But let's break it down, Dream. Game one, we saw a lot of fights, a lot of engagements, and some big starts. What teams stand out to you?
Well, realistically, I feel like that this was crazy because a lot of teams were hunting eliminations down, right? By like circle 4, we had 4 teams tied in second place with those elims. And one of the things that was really funny that was pointed out is the fact that Team Huskers and co, they were literally getting hunted by Casper's squad. Like, it was so crazy how quickly those engagements were happening, but it just felt like everyone was super hyper aggressive.
Hyper-aggressive is definitely the word, and I feel like a lot of top teams, Dandro, were very aggressive to the point that they were pushing teams that wanted to play a bit slower, right? Wanted to set up kind of like we saw with EU yesterday with the Signal 50 and provide an opening with the Signal 50 picks, but they didn't have that opportunity because the top aggressive teams were forcing them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I think that's really going to kind of be the story of sort of today, right? You have a couple of these teams who just barely missed out on London, who know that they're a top tier squad, and they look at this lobby and they say, nobody's gunning me. Why are we playing passive, right? And you have some of these teams who maybe got invites, who maybe were towards the bottom of that stage 2 sort of leaderboard, who maybe after getting pushed so aggressively, they're now kind of thinking, oh, I don't really know what to do. But Dakota, Chronicle, and Furkle, I am definitely excited that this squad was making some waves, because when I looked at the team list, and saw that Dakota picked up these two players, I kind of was like, they might be able to make something happen. And I'm glad to see they seemingly found their footing in game number 1.
So, I mean, they formed like less than 24 hours ago, maybe a little over 24 hours ago. They come in, they were non-existent during the stage 1 in a final, stage 2 NA finals. They just didn't make it that far. They played in the qualifiers, but didn't make it all the way. And now all of a sudden, they're coming in with a 17-point game, 17-kill game. Absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to hear from them if we had a chance to interview. Dream, let's look at our standings, because even though Dakota gets the game 1 win, Huskers & Co. was tearing it up. And at the top, it is going to be Dakota at 34 points, but Intech's a big talking point during pregame. They're there in second.
Yeah, 21 kills, and man, they were frying teams, but it's unfortunate. And the last circle there, the way the zone was pulling, they were on the outer edge of the zone that was forcing them to rotate in with those teams that were set up. So, I mean, regardless though, you do see Team Huskers still slaying out up there on the top. But the one thing that we don't see, I feel like, oh, actually, you know what? There it is. 5th place. I was going to say, hold on. There's Unrational Jason's coming. 22.4. Still, everyone's frying in this lobby.
Everybody's frying, man. Love it. Symphony also down there making an appearance in top 10. Dandrew, we mentioned 16 average point games, right? Is kind of what's needed across all 5 of them. And I'm seeing kind of 16, 17, 18 be the average at this point. It's only game 1. It's only like, you know, a short little sample draw that we have here. But regardless, though, Dandrew, today could be a pretty high scoring threshold for top 4.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a couple of those teams at the top had some insanely, you know, high eliminations, and then they were all able to get to that, obviously, multiplier that was there. When you look kind of down through the list, though, I'm looking at some of these other teams who maybe had some eliminations, but they were just missing the placement, and that's going to be Team Sitrep, who is kind of down there as well, right? They had just as many eliminations as some of those top squads, right? They had 14. Unfortunately, their placement was just a little bit low. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. You have a squad like that who they say, okay, we just got to play a little bit better. Our rotation was wrong. That was the wrong play. Let's fix that going into game number 2. Obviously, They were able to get the eliminations. They make that little bit of correction. That could be a squad we see top of the leaderboard come after game number 2.
It's that balance. And I asked you at the beginning, Dandrew, about the point threshold. How do teams, you know, remain consistent? What is consistency? Well, some teams are consistently slaying. Some teams are consistently placing at the top, right, and going for that multiplier, but they're not necessarily getting the eliminations. The teams that truly are at the top, or will be at the top by the end of our 5 games today, will be those who are consistent in both categories, or at least excel in one or the other, like above, I think, the rest of the competition. Eliminations are good. You need those, but you need the placements too. Dream. For me, though, I'm loving this like imaginary, it's not even imaginary at this point, but this battle between Huskers and Unrational, because both of them were playing really hard. You know, obviously one was on the roster than the other, and now they're dropped and now they're picked up. And so Unrational Huskers, they want that top 4 just to prove each other wrong.
Yeah, I think like Dandrew made that shout, right? Like Circle 4 Huskers was at like 8 elims. Like they all in their own right were frying, and as well as Intex and Believe's squad. It feels like every single one of these squads have a little chip on their shoulder, and like just with how well like they all are slaying, like you can see it in their gameplay. They definitely want to make it to London, and hey man, these guys are frying.
Frying indeed. So Huskers versus Unrational. It just continues that storyline. They're just such iconic teams, really, and iconic players in Warzone competitive. Can't wait to see how that storyline is going to end up unfolding as we have 4 more games to go for the points. But a great game 1, and already a huge surprise with Dakota & Co. Taking that victory and that honeymoon phase going big. When teams like that, Dandrew, right, like Dakota, who just formed 24 hours ago, and even Tactical Brit yesterday, right, who formed less than 24 hours ago, and then all of a sudden they qualify in game 6. Victories like that pump them up, and I think gives them newfound confidence. And it's like, dude, we're actually doing this. We can do this. Let's just go all the way with it.
Yeah, and I think the one thing to key for those teams, right? I mean, obviously, Goat shouted out, right? Dakota and Ferkel, they've played a lot together. Chronicle's been a long-standing member of the community. So it's like, yeah, sure, their team was formed just a little bit ago, but if they're teams who have played before together, you know, you're going to have some baseline level of chemistry. And that's kind of the cool part about this. They probably came into this just saying, hey, we're going to try our best, we're going to play our game, and we're going to see how it shakes out. Well, then you come in, you play your best, you kind of just fall back to your, you know, normal tendencies, and you win map 1. You're exactly right, Taylor. You're not going to the next match be like, wait, we got some stuff ready to go here. So it kind of will, I think, make them a little bit more confident in some of their plays.
That's right. Well, hey, Drakota, congratulations to them. That is a massive, massive win. If they could get another game like that, I mean, honestly, another 34-point game, put them up to 68, maybe even higher, that could almost qual them, literally, after just 2 games. And I know we saw some nerves out there. Waldo with the self-nade. If he doesn't nade himself, does his teammates get back into play? He made a beautiful res before, and the nade was to try and go for the finish. It just got a little bit carried away, and his squad ended up falling. But nerves will happen, and they will continue to increase as we get to the global finals. But Dandro, a lot has changed. We had that patch, right, going from last week to this week. Signal 50 is clearly very meta. I want to go into our Dandro deep dive and hear what you have to say about everything going on.
Hey, thank you. You hit it right on the head. We had a number of changes, of course, going just from last week's stage 2 here into the LCQ. The biggest one to talk about, it's that Signal 50 coming into the meta, right? We had a little bit of an adjustment patch to a lot of the ARs that didn't make them as dominant. So players kind of go back, they say, wait, the Signal was already pretty good. It's just the Cronin was like a little bit more consistent, was a little bit better. Well, guess what? You got 2 taps coming out from the Signal 50 now, and especially when you're kind of putting it in the hands of players like Huskers, who I've been watching all week, has just been doing some absolutely gross things with it. I think we're going to see maybe some teams become a little bit more consistent. You can catch people on rotations. You can kind of just get a small little glimpse of them, a sliver, and be able to get a knock that you weren't otherwise able to before. Now, players, they're not feeling the Signal 50. Guess what? They're still rocking that full auto Cronin Squall. It's something that they know and love. Now, a cool thing that's kind of entered in the meta a little bit, it's this Schlager night vision optic. We see a lot of people are throwing it on that Signal 50. They're throwing it on that Cronin Squall sometimes because, well, what's the one thing that we see a lot that's being used a ton? It's smokes. Well, that night vision optic, it lets you see through those smokes, and you're able to get some nice and cheeky kills, especially in the end game when people are just kind of using them to buy some time and maybe make a rotation. So I'm going to be looking at what teams are really fully utilizing that night vision optic. And well, the last and final third thing going into stage 2, we saw the addition of these new armor vests, right? Well, now players have had a chance to play around with them. They know the full strength and they know how to use this. We're seeing a lot of players are finding a medic vest and they're stowing it in their backpack for those moments where maybe your teammate gets knocked and that team is pushing up. You can quickly open up that backpack, equip the medic vest, and get a very quick revive off before opening it back up and bringing back in your comms or your stealth vest. So this is allowing teams to kind of get the best of both worlds, right? You say, hey, I'm rocking my comms or stealth vest all the time. I'm able to sit here, but in those moments, you got the medic vest in the back pocket to be able to get the very quick revives. I think it's a couple of these things that are kind of all coming together to really shape up LCQ. Now, obviously, I think between now and London, we're going to see even a bigger shakeup, right? We got season 5 coming out. We got new weapons. We potentially have additional things getting added to the game. But for right now, I'm going to be on the lookout for a couple of these changes when we get into these next couple maps.
Love that. Dandro's deep dive. You're always breaking it down like a shotgun, man, and I really appreciate that because it's just the reason why I love Warzone specifically is just the meta is ever growing, ever changing, and that makes it difficult for competitors at times to constantly evolve with the new meta, right? But it makes things interesting, and the teams that are consistently at the top, they take that change, they face adversity, and they end up on top even afterwards. And it takes a special type of competitor to be able to do that so consistently as we have seen, like, for example, Aiden or Jukies be able to do time in and time again. But how are our CDL boys doing, Dream? Because we didn't see much of them, right, during that first game. And maybe just getting used to it. Once again, they haven't had much time to practice, but star-studded roster nonetheless.
Yeah, I think they got 49th that last game, so things did not go well for these guys. But we talk about fighting adversity, and this guy right here, Hook on your screen. Listen, this guy was the rookie of the year back in 2015. He's a CDL All-Star. If anybody can adapt to adversity, it's this guy. Because not to mention, he rocked Halo 2 back in the day as well. But I mean, listen, with this squad in hand, they can adapt to adversity in those gunfights. Yes, they can. But as we always mention, it's the rotations that they don't necessarily know as well that kind of would catch them off guard.
Well, you know, it is what it is. I think a lot of people understand that it's a fun team to see playing. CDL doesn't necessarily translate to Warzone, but, you know, a 0-kill game, game 1, Probably not the start you want, okay? But hey, it is what it is, and I think they're going to be just fine moving forward. Game 2, though. Let's bring in our caster, Spider, Tiff, and Ghost, because Game 2 is going to be just as exciting. Those aggressive teams pushing the boundaries for these slower-paced teams. Those slower teams are going to have to speed it up. Without further ado, Game 2. Tiff, Ghost, take it away.
Game 2, let's do it, Goj. We saw a lot of contests early on looking for those buildings that have a lot of the cash. You can grab that early loadout and start frying. We talk about, you know, frying. Jesus with the 10 kills just in map number 1. Furkle on 8, Brolic on 8, Believe on 8. A lot of people putting up the digits and a lot of people putting the predictions on the timeline.
Yeah, shout out to COD_esports. You can at them, you can reply to them, you can drop your predictions and just use the hashtag WSOW for World Series of Warzone. We might showcase your tweet here on main stage. And Tiff, I was looking back on some stats, looking back on the deep dive notes. Dancer did a fantastic job talking about the meta, but talking about these players, Dracota and Furkle, yes, have been playing together for a long time. They actually played with Baba Huff, who got picked up by Lix and Omega Squad. Played with Baba Huff in the stage 2 qualifiers. They made it there through the open and then didn't make top 25. They had the last chance here to make London, and they started off fantastic. But look, if history is going to repeat itself, yesterday, guess who won map 1? Guess who had the most points in map 1? Pro Urson Squad. Did they make London, Tiff? I think we all know the answer.
No, they did not. They kind of fell off, and I don't really want to put that energy towards Team Dracota as we look to have a relatively decent plane line cutting from that south and northwestern side. And Dracota going early on. Why did you put this energy on them, Goj? Chronicle down, Dracota down, Furkle has to get out of dodge at this point because Grev, B-Mark, and Casper, they want to capitalize on this.
Oh, we got a Twitch poll that happened. Will there be a back-to-back winner? A lot of people saying no, and so far it looks like Twitch chat might be correct for the first time in their lives. We'll see what they can do, though. Dracota likely can stabilize. Look, I claim bad juju. I say it out loud, and I hold on to it, and I throw it out the window. The boys are going to resettle back in. They're going to stabilize. They're going to have a good game, too. I'm just calling it like it is.
Goj, I don't trust you anymore, dude. Like, I've been watching this anime called The Future Diaries recently, and it gives you just, like, the actual dialogue and some of these players, like, what is going to happen for that anime, and I want to believe that you don't have one of those.
Oh, I'm going to trust you on that call, Tiff. I got no idea, but I'm here for it. Keep referencing anime on main. I'm so in. Lovey, Reader, Authorized. They're going to have to try to pull some anime moves here in order to win this gunfight. Fall Net Squad kind of set up a small net. But it is now a 3v1 because Devo's just giving himself away, maybe to allow Royalize to leave. And I don't know what that was. Maybe just a miscommunication. But out of here, terrible team fight, unfortunately, means you're going to lose one of your players. And now Royalize is coming back with Fallnet's trying to take some sort of an upper angle from high ground.
Well, if your teammate's just going to sacrifice himself, maybe you got to hit him with a no, Ron, no. But Authorized Lovey still looking for Royalize because he wasn't able to get out of dodge. But bouncing Betty down, trying to play off that. I don't hate this, but a 1v2 is rather tough, especially when the swing comes in and you're just not going to win it. They didn't even need Reader there for the backup. Now, you are seeing one member still rotating out, but unfortunately it just got stuck.
Yeah, it's tough. It is what it is. We're going to continue to swing to a new team. I think likely some of these squads are going to be restabilizing after the beginning. You just love to have an early start where you win a team fight. You've got 3 kills in the first 60 seconds, and you can play a little bit slower to set up for in-game. The teams that rotated early to the last POI were the teams that came out on top. I was looking back. We've got some amazing people behind the scenes as we watch this Mirai squad kind of try to take down Team 47. We got some amazing statisticians from behind the scenes giving us some info. And some of the teams that rotated the most, meaning they traveled the most distance in the last map, that's the Team Diverse squad with Juju and De Niro, both inside the top 5 players that traveled the most distance, ran the most miles, or meters rather, maybe if you're watching from overseas, over the course of the entirety of map 1. So a fun stat, a couple of the people inside of that category that we'll talk about later, but a cool one to say the least.
I don't hate this zone pool. Like, it does have a good chunk of water should any of our teams in like Sawa run into immense difficulties, just kind of hit the road. We saw a lot of teams that they were looking for that regain hit the water because it's still in zone and waited out for placement. We talk about the regain. Mirai, we know you don't want to go down here. Regu going to fall. Sailor Kevy's squad able to mow right through them, but Don Lucky looking to clutch up, not going to be able to do it because that's going to be Taj making that happen for their squad.
Yeah, it's a fun team to watch out for. A team that battled through qualifiers. did really solid in some of the scrims that we were able to host. Just need a really perfect tournament to have a chance here at the top 4. Might be just getting some good reps in today. We'll see. Definitely a team that can go big. I've seen actually cast it over Taj tons of times in some combat cups we did back in the day. Won several of those. He played with colors on several of those and went back-to-back wins in tournaments. So the guy can ball, and the rest of his team can as well. We'll see what they're able to do.
Team Stellar moves recently sandwiched between 2 squads, coming on over to Cemetery. Solidify on your screen with Prospect and Otter Eyes looking to find squad 50, but one member last standing, going to be completely annihilated. Not too bad cleanup, while the other member is looking to hit the road running. Jerky, we see you out there. You have left.
We've got Stellar, Willie Teed. Drifts was going to think about taking some high ground. The Mortar Strike said, at the very least, be patient. So many streaks landing on this squad to make sure, assumedly, that it's Willie Teed's squad that's able to kind of get to the cover that they're trying to get to without getting picked off in the open. Now with the Signal 50 meta, right? Like, you can get picked off really quickly if you're not careful. Sometimes dodging around as POI, you've got a ton of pieces of cover to utilize if somebody's throwing down AR bullets, but two Signal 50 bullets and bye-bye. See you in the gulag. You gotta use those streaks for cover. You're legit looking for an opportunity to find a window on Willie Teed and not get picked off in the meantime. 3 teams here fighting around this area, Tiff. I'll be curious to see who comes out on top, but really no rush according to our circle.
Yeah, you have squad number 12 rotating in. That's gonna be Team Omega. But Queen Shadows, her squad, grabbing a last chance qualifier invite, going big here. It's gonna be not 24 hours, completely decimating Voltrace. And Queen Shadows, look, she has been in the competitive scene since the dawn of time for Warzone. And honestly, we talk about people that have something to prove. Honestly, that's what she has right now. She knows that she has not necessarily been warranted in the competitive scene as of late and wants to get back into top form. Had a couple things pop up in the IRL scene, but looking to make a comeback here in the LCQ.
Yeah, Queen Shadows, I mean, she's got like $27,000 earned in this title, so it's definitely a competitor to watch out for. Foreign Jace, Scum and Unrational pushing the equation as per the usual. What was their game plan going in, Tiff? I think it was fly at every single team we see because we know we win those gunfights. Now, Solidify and Otter will put up a great fight, but not when they isolate themselves out. Jace putting out a show right now, even taking Otter top shelf. No, will fall. Scum in there to play backup. Otter's going to try to clean it up, but Smoke should provide some semblance of cover.
Oh, good smoke and potential res. Otter Eyes makes the peek. Gonna have to burn another smoke. You can see jumping off into the distance. Should be no issue getting Jace back on their feet. This is where like the medic vest that Dandro was talking about early on that could come into play. Hopefully they had one. Meanwhile, checking in with Intex. Believe Brolic on your screen. 21 eliminations from map 1 alone for this squad. Prioritize the rotations really nicely, and I think that's been the majority of the key to success for our squads here in World Series of Warzone. You can see on the mini-map absolutely no one in the nearby vicinity for them and should have a relatively clean rotate.
Yeah, I mean, as we take a look at Symphony's team, to be honest, there's no excuse for a bad rotation anymore. You've got Bird's Eye, you've got UAVs, you've got comms vests, like, get as much information. You use your recon drones. Like, get as much information as humanly possible to make sure your rotation is the rotation you want. Whether that's maybe an aggressive rotation where you're taking down one team at a time without risk of third parties, or maybe it's a rotation where you're not being contested at all and you can get to high ground position and force high percentage gunfights. Like, there is no excuse for a bad rotation anymore, unless you just don't have the resources and can't find them because of the drop spot you picked, and even still, might be on you. Chocolate, Strixie pushing the fight here, and Tiff, they're winning it so far, losing one in the process. Chocolate down, just Strixie and Johnny. 2v2, and one is knocked on the other side.
Chrissy was the one able to send Chocolate to the gulag. Johnny getting caught from behind, but Chocolate's coming back in, and Strixie last standing for the meantime. Chrissy, you know, we see her compete a lot. And when she does, she throws down on the vibes, always having an absolute stellar time. But until then, we'll check in with that fight later. Omen has the rooftop on top of Classic Pain and Inno Zepti. A little bit isolated away from the squad, smoking and try to rotate to close the distance. A big 1v1. Inno's going to lose out on that. Classic is going to have to step up and try to trade it out. Good call to smoke out the team, push the issue, but the switch, how did that player just disengage away from Classic Pain?
Yeah, this is now a 2v2. It looked like a free and clear victory for Zepti and Classic. Now they're in a little bit of trouble, both low on plates, so they're having to back up. Should be a clean 2v2 now, giving chase. Omen taking shots through the window, actually putting Zepti low again. Classic Pain having to use all of their resources to stay up, and look who's lurking in the shadows here. It's the queen of shadows. Team trying to third party with all three available. This is a nice push here from Queen's team. They seem like they're in top form for game 2, and they need to be. They need a big map here to kind of back up and increase the average after their map 1 was a little bit underwhelming. But Zepti's going to swing back and start firing back and saying, we can challenge anyone. I don't care the numbers. I've got high ground now. I'm going to shoot down on you, and might swing the other way. Dalt might get involved here as a solo.
Green Shadows came into map number 2 in 37th place. And mind you, we're only playing a series of 5 maps. You cannot afford to have any lackluster performance. That's why Gojal mentioned, hey, you have to be perfect. And perfect is hard in a game of RNG and rotations. But Zepti, you know, in the gulag, waiting to see if that's going to make it happen. But, bro, airport is free.
Yeah.
Where the zone is pulling. If I'm squad 47 or 34, you have to hedge your bets. Do we cross over this main road here and maybe set up shop in airport? But the way rotations have been pulling, I think it's a safer call to play in Akhtar Village, or even maybe more towards that H5 POI. But even the rotation that, you know, squad number 2, 27, they're going to have to make. But that's the positioning to be had. Squad number 4, Team Oakley Boy, that's going to be a solid.
Yeah, it's Team 25, actually Juju squad that's already moved down to airport. So likely they have enough eliminations. They're feeling comfortable with themselves, saying, let's just hang out here for in-game. Let's lock in the multipliers. I was taking a look, and it was inside of Fortress there. Team 39, Team Symphony with Slack and Duffy. We're hanging out. They've been at Fortress since the very beginning, likely where they started. I don't think they're going to have a ton of eliminations if they're still hanging out there with not a lot of teams around. We'll check in with them later, though. They are 10th overall going into this map as Plug Twist and Russ trying to push the fight here. Russ and Jerky is a fun team to talk about, just given their roster mania craziness. Russ and Jerky both trying to grab captain spots for LCQs. They got dropped by their teams. They're swinging all over the place, end up coming together. They've known each other for an incredibly long time, by the way. Russ and Jerky have known each other since before even Warzone, playing S&D chows together. Seen them playing in tournaments since the early Verdansk days. So ton of Kim there. It's just a matter of can they play well with Plug Twist, which I believe is Hobu.
Yeah, Hobu, one of our French-Canadian grinders, recently is seen playing with Nobu, Bling, CJ throughout Caldera
the team that got here early. Tiff, it looks like they're being contested, though. Team 47, Sailor Kevi, Taj, Imagines, they've stabilized. They're back as a full team of 3, and now they're contesting one of the probably best spots on the map currently as you wait and kind of hedge your best for where this zone is going to go. I love this POI, and they know how good it is, so Lockstill's going to try to lock it down by taking care of this entire squad, and so far, so good.
Sailor Kevi, though, gonna go down on the inside. Now the siege is happening. Taj, who was the early player to able to clutch it up, gonna fall as well. So now, if you're a Maxides, you've got to get out of dodge, but you're gonna get completely decimated. Juju, Locksteal, and Denaro able to clean up this engagement, staying relatively healthy. No third parties nearby that they need to be weird about, but Team Legit, they're going to be the closest team to them.
Tiff, that is stage 1 Juju if I've ever seen it. That team is looking flawless currently. Going into this map, I believe they're situated in 4th overall, 27 points. Likely going to replicate that success. Swing back to Classic Pain. Observatory, as per the usual, always a hot spot, whether you're rotating in or starting here. It's a major POI to make sure you can lock down. So you have a free and clear rotation out, given the height, of course, on the map, central location. People are always running through there, no matter where the zone pulls.
It's not bad, but it's really far out on the circle, and Classic Pain falling outside the top 30 squads right now. Needs to be finding as many eliminations as possible. Speaking of eliminations, Lovey sitting on the utmost high ground, trying to use lethals to bait him out, but they're not going to be fooled. Slide. Xify wanting to go ahead and make this happen, and when you're a duo, taking on a duo, how are we going to make this work? Authorized just says, hey, maybe I'm just going to push the issue, rotate out. They've got the mobile buy coming back in, maybe get their third back in.
Certainly possible. Mobile buy is one of the keys to success, not only in the wild card, of course, being able to buy people back, but here in the main tournament. Resources are everything. Buying back your teammates, advantages, anything you can give yourself to mitigate RNG. Tiff, you were talking about that earlier. I think it's a great shout. Mitigate that RNG. Make it not an issue, whether it's a zone pull that goes away from you and you've set up kind of somewhere between, or making sure that you have a gas mask to make that rotation. If it doesn't go your way, like, do anything you can to mitigate that RNG. Squad 3 trying to figure out what fight do we want to take. And they're going to hang out there on the barracks on the outside rather than the parapets of that fortress. Zepti pushing the equation on Omen. Nice trade, though. Dalt does get one on Zepti. Signal 50, pop from Classic Pain. Answers back, but here from Eno and Classic, I don't know what you do here. It looks like Rob Easy and Omen are saying, this is not worth our time. Let's go ahead and rotate now, and probably a smart move to make sure we stay up. Again, multipliers have just started, Tiff.
Chrissy taking on Team Juju here, and we saw just how well this team took their last engagement, but Juju finding themselves early down. Looked like a nade caught him by the side. Locksteel is going to have to step it up. They're looking for the flank. Will they get there in time to help out De Niro? Chrissy already has fallen as well, so the trades are coming in. But De Niro still down. Locksteel down as well. That is such an unfortunate engagement for them. But Chrissy's squad, they are here to make some waves. Look at that reset coming in.
Tiff, that was a massive win. And I think the Team Diverge folks, Locksteel, De Niro, and Juju, really didn't think it was going to go that way. They pushed that fight with a lot of gusto because that's their mantra. I was talking to Juju even during stage 1. He was just like, our goal is chow everything. We are the best team out here. We know we're the best team out here. We can beat anyone. We've got to chow everything. They chowed it. They lost that one pretty dramatically and threw away what was going to be one of the biggest games we've seen in potentially both sides. They were already on 10 with 30 up. I mean, a game that they're going to look back on and say that could have been massive, but at the very least, they grabbed some eliminations, so it's not a total loss. They'll likely still be inside the top 10 looking forward into map 3, but going to need to kind of up that success, drag up that average going into map 3. So we'll see where they fall, but Relic Squad has been hanging out for a while. Usually a squad will decide to play a little bit slower when they need to, even if they don't have a lot of kills for positioning. Let's take a look at that positioning though, Tev. Couple squads now favoring airport, but it actually pulled out of airport and is between pass and airport. You're going to kind of be playing over that street, that bridge. It's going to be an interesting final circle here, Tev.
Yeah, a lot of teams are still on that western side of Akhtar Village, and if I'm thinking of the no-name POI, that those buildings that kind of live out to the east of Village, those are where I want to find myself, because that's kind of where it's pulling to, and usually that's one of my early game drop spots. You can find a lot of cash there. It's beautiful for a regain if you need to, but usually it's already kind of pilfered through. But having to rotate into that late game more towards from H5 is going to be atrocious. But Huskers on your screen right now, they were doing pretty well. Now currently a Blaze trying to get through that prominence burn, and Mutex and Huskers are going to lose out once again on Jesus. We cut to them, and a free cam shot had just gotten bought back in. Now on a slight bit of a regain there.
Yeah, huge win though against JC Baby. Again, that Iceman Isaac squad on paper has some potential. They just haven't quite been able to put it together in the first 2 maps here, or even in scrims. They just needed more time to get things clicking on all cylinders. They're gonna need some monster effort here in the last 3 maps to have a chance. Mutex squad though firing away. V8, V12, whatever you want to call it. You're gonna see them likely take first place if Dakota squad fell early. As we watch a couple of the other teams that are on the edge of Fortress, potentially trying to rotate out or catch some teams rotate again. You can see Intex and Believe, again, they've been kind of setting up this net for a while, just hanging out on the edge. Brolic, their sniper, kind of playing anchor as the other 2 roam forward, try to get some intel, roam back. They would stay within a certain amount of distance between each other, a pretty close distance, but that's how they like to split. Brolic playing a little bit back, the other 2 pushing up. But on the other side, this is one of the spots that you were talking about. A lot of cover here and not a lot of teams here. Only 3 to be exact that you can see. Jada Vi's squad, Lovey squad, B-Mark, Casper squads. Looks like a couple people might say, oh, is this free over here? Is this a free spot? And I think B-Mark says, no, Colony, it's not. We've been here for a long time. Get out of here.
You cannot claim this building at any point in time right now, so they're probably going to get evicted shortly. But Brolic and Believe, that's right, setting up that great positioning here, able to just kind of elongate and take as much space as they need. I think being able to control that environment on the outskirts of Village while those teams look to rotate is going to be really strong. But the last we had seen from this squad, 39, Symphony, Duffy, and Slacked, was in that Fortress engagement that they originally won out on. Now have rotated in kind of coexisting in this building alongside Classic Pain. You've got Future Has Game and Yeet just on the left side building for them. A lot of the real estate in this final circle are going to be given up and occupied, but I don't mind the use of the deployable cover to kind of block a couple angles. Surely it only covers maybe a fourth of this, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, see, again, I just don't think they have enough eliminations. Now, maybe Symphony has a sizable amount, but Slack was sitting on 4. Duffy still has yet to find his first. That team's an interesting one. Of course, Symphony, Slack, and Apathy played in the Stage 1 finals and then made it into the Stage 2 quals, of course, because they didn't get top 25 and didn't have a lot of success there. I think they were a couple spots out of making it to Stage 2 finals. So as we were kind of cycling through teams, there was some rumors that Slack was going to play with some other people. Then they got shifted over and Symphony was like, I'm going to play. And then they pulled Duffy at the last second, one of the most passionate players on the timeline. So anyways, we'll check in with that squad in a second as Intex Brolic believe textbook breach and clears, body stack, win the gunfight, and don't lose a player doing it. This team doing very well today. Whether they're living up to the standards, Tiff, or proving people wrong, either way, fantastic job clearing that building.
It's really hard when people put these expectations on you, or if you feel like you have something to prove. It's like you just have to shake off those preconceived notions and just play your game. Focus on the task at hand, map by map by map, and get there. Take that ultimate high ground and watch teams that are looking to rotate in. Have that Schlager optic, you know, that one optic to rule them all, as Dandro dubbed earlier. And Intex right now with a signal 50, only on 1 elimination, but last we checked in with them, didn't have any. So we're starting to move in that kind of, you know, upward trajectory.
Whoa.
The kills will come. Just play your placement.
Look at this circle, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams all here on edge having to push in. There's only, what, 3 buildings technically inside of that zone on this side of the street. So this is going to be a bloodbath coming out this village area. I mean, this is, Tiff, this is tough here. I mean, Munch and Clown are here too, trying to push over, and then this is the other side of the street, right? So you've got Future Squad that's been hanging out here the whole time. People talk about them as win grinders, lost out by 0.2. Need a win today. Future technically top slayer, made it here, but Symphony's gonna try to slay out. 2 kills matching Slack's 4. They're being contested. This is exactly what they wanted. Held down the building correctly. Here comes Yeet, the third party.
I mean, they have to push with that circle closing. Yeet was in the building to the left of him, but now trying to get a hold of Slack, able to pick up 6 eliminations, but Slack through the smoke, through the chaos, just dips out, but you have an entire highway and train track that you are going to have to push into, and keep the positioning of Grev and B-Mark just kind of prone over here, waiting to see who's going to make it out of it. But if you're just going to be laying down the chaos, everything's going to be happening. IQ, Booyah, Ryda, not bad positioning here as you take out Squad 20. Clumsy, the team captain, going to fall, but now you still have to keep moving. So for the teams that have already repositioned themselves, I'm looking at Squad 18, Team Colony. They flew in late game, but IQ, you gotta get there.
This circle is crazy. I was going to ask why the chickens were crossing the road. Well, nobody's crossing the road. Everybody's just going to the road and hanging out onto it. There's still 10 teams up in this game, and there's 0 cover inside of that circle, at least on this side. Look how many squads are going to have to battle through the gas on edge of zone. Just a matter of who plays these fights correctly. We've lost 1 here from Booyah and Ryder. They're in trouble. Ain't no way you're getting out of this one. See you later. Should be top 10. Still a really solid game for that squad. It's Munch and Clown that have moved to a small piece of cover on this side. On the other side, you've got Green Does, one of the squads I shouted out, grinding through scrims. Last alive for his squad. Will certainly fall top 10, but still a decent map. Munch is on 6, and hey, I'll take cover on loadouts. There's at least something that you can use for cover. And Chrissy's got a full team of 3.
The regain is impeccable. Now, but I'm serious. Squad 18, Team Colony 2K, you saw them flying in that kind of end game. Colony flying back in as well right now. Not a bad positioning, but it doesn't matter if she's got the Schlager. Chrissy on the signal, 50 going on 7. We already have Smixy going to London. Can we get another lady up in there? We're gonna have to wait and see. That circle pool is gonna go in favor of Chrissy's squad.
This is a perfect setup for Chrissy. It's a 3v2v1. She's on 7 with the signal, trying to find where her opponents are. Little does she know, there's 1 team to the far left, which she's been watching inside the vehicle. There's another player floating up above them, I believe, and she takes one out of the car. Bye-bye. Signal 50 is on top. That's 8 for Chrissy by herself. The teammates certainly have several. They have well beyond breached the metric of success. Maybe can they find one out of the air? Comms coming through. Chrissy finds it, hits it. Can't clean it up yet, but might be given to her. Yes, that's now 9 for Chrissy, looking for double digits by herself and looking for the victory. Waldo hanging out in the gas. Not much you can do here, bud.
Needs the biggest clutch of their life with the Signal 50 for themselves, but honestly, number advantage is not in your favor, and Chrissy just needs an off angle to put it to bed. And Chrissy's squad likely going to be the victors here in map number 2, barring any kind of craziness. Wow. And just like that, we are going to have that final shot. I'm so ready to see. Congratulations to Team Chrissy for taking map number 2.
35th in the stage 1 with H. May. This time around, new teammates, new Chrissy. She goes big in map 2 and grabs a victory with a massive amount of kills. Let's take a look at it.
Two fellows. Yeah, he's inside it. He was inside the car. I swear there were 2 in that car. I don't know.
Bridge, maybe?
Watch above. Look, get this kill. He's landing behind us. One shot behind us. Nade him up here. Last person up here. One shot behind us. Nade him up here.
Nice, you got it. Here, Gooey. I don't have any either. Hold them, yeah.
I gotta fucking snipe on him. Fuck off, dude.
We need to get this kill.
Yeah.
But don't give him any either.
Yeah. He's running out of shit.
Primary objective complete.
Come on! Oh my god, I'm literally the fucking best with the sniper, dude. I just started using the sniper today. Let's fucking go, dude. I was sniping everybody up that shit. Let's go. Come on. Oh my god.
The best with the sniper indeed. Chrissy goes massive with Gooey and Clay. They drop 22 kills. That's a 44-point game, Tiff. What are we talking about?
I mean, that's impressive. I think she even said, I just started using the sniper today. So regardless of when she started using it, she's obviously the best, hands down. That is a massive game for them. And I've seen Gooey been playing since Verdansk as well, so not a bad trio there. And hey, we're just getting started. Map number 2, what a wild game.
Kim on top. Signal 50 on top, Chrissy on top. 44 points in total, the biggest game of the day thus far. That's going to match one of the bigger games from yesterday that Pro Urson was able to do in the first map. This team is moving on all cylinders, and they've got an opportunity here to make London. Chrissy moves over to the NA to compete in Warzone more often. It's paying off. Massive win for Chrissy. The big question is, who's going to win map 3? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a second after this quick break.
free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow at COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. What a game number 2 that was for a lot of different reasons. Hey, we got a new female competitor looking to make it to global finals to join the likes of Smixy. What a storyline that would be. But let's start breaking it down, and I want to start from the beginning of game number 2. And Dream, I want to go to you because at the beginning, we saw a victor from game number 1 fall early on. Dracona's squad dying very, very early in drop 2, literally within the first minute.
Yeah, it's just kind of like replicating like what happened yesterday with Fluxer's team, right? Like win that big game 1 and then kind of have a drop off game 2. But looking later on as we move further, I just want to see if they can recover from that. That is what is going to be key. But one of the other teams too that I was looking out that was like a little hidden gem was Team Nate Dogg Beast. Like him and his crew, of course we know that they made 2 roster changes from stage 1 into stage 2, not having particularly the best placings, but being able to still keep that top 5 spot. They have been pretty consistent in terms of their eliminations.
I would say so. Very consistent indeed, and those hidden gems are great to see. One of the most consistent teams yesterday was Team Rocket throughout literally all 5 of our first games, and we could very well see that, I don't know, with Nate Dogg. And they, even though they're not winning necessarily, they could still be so consistent to the point where they creep up into top 4 position, which they might very well be there at this moment. We'll see when standings come into play, but this was that final kind of fight that we ended up watching. The Signal 50 has changed the meta so much and has made players incredibly good at the game. Chrissy was already good in her own right, Dandro, but the Signal 50, first time apparently using it today, she's knocking people out of Berthas.
I mean, we were calling it the Signal 50 cheese all week, and I think you're starting to see why, right? I mean, 2 taps with this thing is just absolutely deleting people. Chrissy's a very talented player, right? So I don't want this to be like, oh, it's only the Signal 50, right? She's been known in the past to run some co-eds along with Destroy. DBZ, who's another team that is obviously, you know, kind of playing here today. And so I'm not surprised to see her, you know, they grab some solid positioning. They have this sniper, and in a big open zone like this, guess what? You're gonna find some picks. They had some great awareness. People were flying in behind them. They were getting picks out of the air. I was really, really, really happy to see that kind of work out for them at the end.
22 kills, Dream, 44 points. Our biggest game of the day. We've only had 2, but I mean, we're talking about that literally jumped like 20 plus, I don't even know, 20 plus compared to what we got in the first game. Tremendous, tremendous performance. But I'm ready to talk to Chrissy because Chrissy was incredibly excited after that victory. Let's bring her in for an interview. We're going to have her audio here and get a chance to hear what's going on. Chrissy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi.
Hey, what's going on? Congratulations. My goodness. So
Thank you.
First and foremost, just to confirm, first time using the sniper and then you pick up at least 9 elims?
Yes, we were, well, obviously the Signal is just really OP right now, so we needed one on our team and none of the boys wanted to run it, so I took over and yeah, first time running it was really good.
Taking charge really good, I think, is an understatement. So talk to me, because you're an interesting player. Not only, you know, could you be the second female to represent the females playing at the global finals alongside that is Smixy, but you also are someone that moved to specifically compete in Warzone. You come from Australia to NA. Talk to me about that journey, but also about that journey potentially paying off to play in the biggest Warzone tournament ever.
Yeah, so we've just, a bunch of me and my friends, a lot of the girls moved over from Australia. There was just not a lot of like opportunities over there. We've been playing on 200 plus ping in every like NA tourney for about 2 years. So we decided to come over and yeah, we just decided to come over and compete.
Well, it's paying off, it seems.
That's crazy, Chrissy. Like, because I mean, you're playing on 200 plus ping and you're still winning tournaments in Caldera and just winning 2v2s and just absolutely crazy stuff from you. I'm always like big about adapting, and like you just did that so crazy well with the Signal. So with that, like, talk to me a little bit about your team dynamic. You know, since joining this roster with Clay and Gooey, and I mean, it seemed like you were making the shots there. Like, what's it like playing with them?
Yeah, no, we've been playing just like ranked in pubs for like the past month or two, and we had different World Series of Warzone teams starting off. We were all on different teams, and then I ended up getting a captain spot last minute yesterday, and we ended up forming a team, and yeah, now we're here.
I love that, man. You're making the shots, making the calls, and it's paying off. Good luck in the moving forward.
That's honestly so heartwarming to hear, because I love Gooey. Gooey's like an OG from back in the Verdansk days. Like Gooey. When I first started, Gooey was like one of the him and Crinks, like the OG duo, right? But I want to kind of talk a little bit about like this tournament, you know, in particular, right? Game 1, maybe a little shaking off the nerves. Obviously, Game 2, you guys absolutely fry as you get ready to move towards these next kind of like 3 games. Or is it really more just like, hey, let's just kind of keep doing what we're doing, or did you kind of gain some insight from that second game that you're going to take moving forward?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. We just got unlucky on the first game, but we were playing pretty well. We're just gonna do the same thing and try and get another dub.
Love it. Hopefully keeps up for you and you guys are able to keep your points on the board and get one of those spots in London.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
44 points. Hey, Chrissy, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you as a competitor. 3 more games to go to get your points to qualify in top 4. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was Chrissy taking game number 2 in a dominant fashion. Said nobody wanted to pick up that signal. Don't worry, I got it. She picks it up, starts absolutely bodying competitors, and can't wait to see what's going to happen in game number 3. But let's take a look at our standings, because Dream, where does Chrissy stack up? Right, are they going to be up the top with 44 points? And no, not exactly third place still, though. That is a massive increase because you could add, right? I mean, 6 points different, or 6 points game 1, 44 in game 2. But we got Nate Dogg, your hidden gem, Dream, in first.
Yeah, that's the hidden gem that I was talking about, which is so crazy because, of course, I mean, not making the roster changes, making 2 roster changes, really. And then Raul, who just came playing with Mutex, joins this squad, and look at that, 31 eliminations. But still, how key it was that Chrissy and Co, they got that snipe kill at the end there, because that 1 elimination still helped with that multiplier, putting them in second.
Putting them in second place. Top 10 elims, though. Let's take a look at it, Danjo, because Slack is slaying out at 13, but Chrissy, off of that game number 2, jumps up to 12.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of like a really interesting story, because when we looked at Team Slack, I don't really see them on the board, right? So it's like you can have a lot of elims, but you got to take advantage of those placements, and that's exactly what Chrissy is doing, right? Has that fantastic game number 2. They are able to kind of roll it into some of those placements and the multipliers. But I'm looking at some of the other heavy hitters on there. Brolic, Jesus Jr., right? These are some teams that are definitely, that we all kind of called out, that are trying to be able to grab one of those spots, but they're obviously finding the elims. You got to be able to match it up with those placements. Seems like obviously they're not able to find that through the first 2 games. We still got 3 games to go, though, right? But this is, to me, the turning point. This is where players, you got to look at those first 2 games and say, okay, if we're getting elims and we don't have the placement points, we got to change something to really secure those. Otherwise, you might be left out of the money.
Well, let's talk about that, Dream, and dive a bit deeper into that, because Dandra brings up a great point. What are competitors changing? Now, that's a broad question. I'm going to go ahead and, bring it a little bit closer to home. The lobbies are going quick. I mean, we're talking about at the same point in time from game 1, let's say 10 minutes in, we had at least 40 teams still left. You go into like the first 10 minutes of game number 2, we're already getting closer to the 20 mark, right? And teams are dropping off very, very quickly to a certain degree. When we see, like, let's say, for example, zone number 6, zone 6 rolls around, we've got 7 teams literally playing the edge of the gas, and then they have to rotate in, which gave a great advantage to a lot of multiple teams who are already solidified and set up within, some of the buildings. Could be situational based, Stream, but are teams being a bit too passive? And for those teams being too passive, is it biting them, right? Because teams who are aggressive are getting in, getting out, setting up early, and it's paying off.
Yeah, for sure. If you are one of those teams that do set up early, you will be in an advantageous position. But also, it depends on the circle. I think we saw one of those teams set up. It was Team Locksteel. They were getting those positions where they were setting up early, but then sometimes those hyper-aggressive teams that might be looking to take over a building, they'll get over-flooded. And as well as we look at teams that can have that ability to stay alive late game with their full squad. So If you make the decision to be aggressive early in the beginning, of course, you need to pick up those eliminations. You need to be winning those gulags because setting up late game, getting into that placement zone, but you want to have your team fully alive with you.
Got to have them fully alive, man. It's hard to play solo, and I think if you play solo, you kind of just really got to rock the edge of the gas. We've seen that from multiple times, where solos are just trying to stay alive, obviously, for the placement points. Not a lot you could do in that moment. A good example, actually, was Rated a little bit earlier, man. The way that he was maneuvering around the gas, disengaging, was actually brilliant. I was a big fan of that play, and gas plays never get old to me because it's so just nerve-wrenching to watch. But regardless, though, a lot of teams are doing well. Some teams need to be on the come up, especially if they're outside of the top 10. We'll have more of a discussion on that when we come back, but we're going to take a quick break. Coming back, Drop 3 will be coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone in a last chance qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Let's bring our casters in. Spider, Tip, and Goj, we're going hot into game number 3. These lobbies are going quick, and the lobbies are getting set up quick, which I'm a big fan of. So Spider, Tip, Goj, let's do it. Drop 3. Let's see what's about to happen.
Oh, let's see. I am ready, Goj. Anything can happen. That's what I said on my predictions. It flew through. We saw the tweets on the bottom as they go across, and I was like, man, they're really throwing me out there into the open like that because I can't make decisions as it is. But Chrissy putting on 12 in map number 2. Very impressive. Some heavy hitting teams outside the top 10 coming into map number 3 are going to be Unrational's team, currently sitting in 11th, Symphony's team in 13th, and honestly, with Slacked having so many frags, it's kind of wild. But want to see them prioritize their positioning here in map number 3, Ghosh.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, it's funny. We talked about the 2 different kind of play styles of the teams from yesterday. It made it, right? You had Morpheus' squad play the most consistent game you've ever seen of Warzone, a consistent tournament, rather. Every single game counted. Every single game worked well for them. And then it was Shuck squad that basically made it to London off of one map. That was a 58-point banger. So I'm looking at Slacked. I'm looking at Unrational's team in particular, like you shouted them out. Those are teams that could drop a massive game, and that game alone will get them there. They're within striking distance, of course, but they got to drop a big one. And speaking of a big one, Iceman Isaac has yet to not be contested off drop and has yet to drop a big map, and they certainly need it.
Contests can really throw your entire game off. That it's just not worth it. I know we're vying for kind of those strongholds. You can win it out, get that early game loadout because they're so expensive, but Reader able to find the angles, and Oak Boy last alive for the squad, maybe trying to hit a little do-si-do, diving in and out of the doors, but now the chase is going to pursue. Can Oak Boy get out of this? It's all open around this building, and that's rather unfortunate.
Man, Oak Boy squad just can't quite get the chemistry down. Everything feels like a half second off. It's just a hair too slow. The combos maybe a hair too unclear, and might be able to sneak out of this one, getting shot in the back as he tries to leave. Staying alive here, certainly huge, but doesn't do that much to kind of stave off the bleeding, as both your teammates are not only in the gulag, but one of them has lost their gulag. Good luck. Try to stabilize, get back into it. We've seen teams do more with less, so it's certainly possible.
Oh, and you can see right here, OP marked on your screen, taking on Unrational Scummin. Scummin had already fallen earlier, so it's going to be a little tough for them. This squad, Shaded Step, Devious. I've seen them drop nukes, and Shaded Step just laying down. It is an all-out brawl, but OP marked able to win it out. If I am Scummin, Unrational and Co., I am not feeling good right now.
Man, that's tough, man. Especially coming off of a really rough last map and a solid map 1, a really tough map 2 to get full wiped off the rip by OP Mark squad there, proned out in the smoke. I mean, it is what it is. You got to try to regain and move on, but that's one team that I get a bit worried about their mental. It was a total catastrophic breakdown there in stage 2, right? After an incredible performance in stage 1 with Scummin, Unrational, and Huskers. Stage 2, it was catastrophic. I mean, they were almost down to the 30s, really had a tough tournament, kind of battled back towards the end, and it wasn't enough. So this is all mental. You have to mentally check back in and say, we can do this. We know we can do this. We are the best. I certainly believe in them. Hopefully they believe in themselves. We're going to tune over to Chrissy's team. They were biding their time. It was a kind of a long, patient wait. I was able to talk over there, and then all of a sudden, Bubba Huff and Co., they pushed the equation. Now it's just Clay alive.
This is really tough, right? They were already split. Clay was on their own. Gooey in the gulag, but looks like Blast, Emrius, Xenon over here fighting out with Grev. Blast does have the availability to grab that helicopter and utilize that. Emrius able to hit the self-res and come back to join up with Blast, but we just got to get a hold of Xenon. Now, Blast is likely playing that anchor role for Emrius and Xenon for them to kind of go in, frag, close the distance. Xenon taken to the roof. This might be a 1v3 push here.
Yeah, this team was also predicted to do really well. They're currently situated in 27th, the team we highlighted at the top of the show. That veteran Blast coming in and hopefully helping out the young guns, but not so far. Map number 3. We're almost halfway through this tournament already, Tiff, and
it's kind of crazy.
Team Clown and Munch are kind of in trouble here. Might be able to win this gunfight. No, wiped. One goes down, and it is one more standing. 1v1 with a couple people down and out. Beak's gonna push it and clean up one of the ones that was down. So now a true 1v1 with 2 players down and crawling. A nice little team fight here win if they can take out Munch, but Bink doesn't want to risk it. Gonna take the high ground first.
I like the high ground there. Bink won a good 1v1 against that push. You know, our challengers teams are freaking wild. So being able to win that is massive. Jumped on over here. Ty, Delsky, and Voltre trying to put the works on Amire, and they're able to grab the knock on Amire, but does get traded out. Delsky trying to keep the dream alive, not going to be enough. It's Don Lucky with the clutch, living up to the name, but now has to go on the regain because you can see the third party is coming in, and you do not have numbers advantage. So if you can get an audio cue onto Sailor, Kevy, and Maxides and Taj, that's what you need, but you might run face first into them. Yeah, this is a great third party. Taj, I think, was probably hoping that there was 2 left alive just for some extra kills because they win that 9 times out of 10, but a free kill is a free kill. You take those when you can get them. That was about as even of a team fight as I've seen in a while, right? It was 3 go down from one side, 2 go down from the other, and then the final third has like just a tiny little sliver of health left. Taking a look at his circle, probably the most central first circle we've seen in World Series of Warzone. Every piece of this map is available. Every single piece of this map is usable, and the team spread across the entirety of the map is pretty even. This could go anywhere at any time. Yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye on where that second zone starts to kind of rotate and pull towards. Meanwhile, let's check in at Observatory. You can see Hook in the distance. Illy has already actually fallen early on, so Mutex, Huskers, and Jesus Jr. This has kind of been their playground, right? Observatory, plenty of high tier loot, has the multiple buy stations to be able to get any kind of resources that you need to utilize, those durable gas masks, UAVs, anything that can provide you information and safety on rotations, especially for that late game. A lot of our teams have been running out of ammo late game. You heard Chrissy's teams in those comms saying, hey, we need AR, but Otter Eyes throwing down with the Lockman. Just after map 1, it had north of 100 eliminations. Ooh, Defera putting Solidify out of here. Prospect down as well. Nice shots here from Otter to help clean it up, and Signal 50 into the SMG. It works a lot of times. Prospect able to get back up, finish it off. I thought Defera was going to be able to wipe one of the high-value target squads here. Highly aggressive squad with Otter Eyes, Prospect, and Solidify. On paper, could find a ton of eliminations, but maybe more of a
I don't know, risky team to wager on, just given the fact that they're inconsistent at times. All three so talented at the game, though. They do get the better of Devera's squad.
Building right here. Heartbreaks have occurred here. Little Mario and Known Convict on the screen. Little Mario was originally slated to play with Chrissy. She had tweeted, "I've been involved in my first roster mania." You kind of heard a little bit in the interview that we just had with her heading into this, but jumping back on board with Emrius and co. But we're swinging back to the engagement. It's actually happening. Little Mario, can you clutch it up? Beautiful. Fallen, Z-Tank, and trying to clutch up for the squad, but the numbers are not in the advantage. Unfortunately, just look a little lost there on the rooftop, not able to escape from Known Convict.
A nice little fight there, playing with Triumphant. Overall, taking pretty much every piece of this POI to use. Now, Xenon squad was doing well, but it's Chronicle beating down Xenon in the water with a little bit of revenge story here from Riaz answering back. You were about to talk about the squad, and I was going to say the same thing likely. Riaz is on 6 here, Tiff. I mean, this is a fantastic start for a squad that I thought was maybe not living up to expectations. This could be the game they needed to get right back into the mix and make it to London. This squad 14, though, been in a blender since second one of this map, as some of our challengers players, some of our top tier challenger players getting the better of their opponents right now, playing together as a team, looking to multiply the success or limited success they've seen thus far in the first 2 maps. Gunzy, Cruz, got an opportunity.
I mean, we're over by Hydro. You've got your top tier challengers players on the screen. They're familiar now, looking to take the engagements a little bit closer. No eliminations for Gunzy just yet. Gets a ton of information just by being poked and prodded at. Dark Zavid, Gunzy, Cruz. Really excited to see what this trio can do here. Not necessarily inside the top 10, but we're jumping into the second floor and gonna be a little quiet here.
That's exactly how I felt in that fight. It was so close, and you almost want to just maintain the chow, but a fantastic backup by Gunzy means his teammate was able to come up, play the trades. They know how to play trades well. They know how to work together as a team. This team plays together in the Challengers League. They're very talented. They're pushing the equation, pushing the fight. They want this team wipe. Very well done from Team 16.
The chase, yeah. Sometimes I don't have words because I wouldn't have survived that. The fact that you can get out with an inch of your life and turn that into an advantageous should have no issue cleaning up Team Clown right there. But as we see where that zone is starting to pull, a lot of our teams will likely have to go through marshlands for any set of regains. But for the teams that have already made it all the way north of Al Mazrah City, I think it'll pull down. But I like the water rotation coming in from Team Bonk, and that's where a lot of our teams were talking about water. If it's still in the zone, it's not a bad drop to kind of just hang out and get your loadout. And I don't remember who specifically we were talking to on the interview, but they were sitting in the water. It might have been Team Shucks, who said we just grabbed pistols and waited for teams to try and get their water loadouts and just kind of cleaned house there.
Yeah, Dangerous Deep Dive, always talking about weapons and metas. And I think one of the things, too, that we can add to it is just a lot of these teams, they have weapon, like water weapon loadouts. Like they say, okay, this is my loadout. If it lands in the water, I need to fight in the water. I need to have a pistol or a weapon like an FTAC Siege that I can use in the water. Like it's huge for being able to win those gunfights instead of having to pop up with the water, try to shoot down with your MP5 or otherwise. Lockman sub, like it's massive, especially late game. So if you got a portable buy, you got something to be able to utilize to get that loadout, or maybe it drops in the water for you. Grab it, utilize it in the water. You're gonna find a ton of eliminations.
Classic Pain, Zepti, Eno, trying to survive the gulag. Watch Waldo, Colony, Trey. They were trying to get that win in map number 2, but unfortunately did come second to Chrissy. Now looking to double down and find some more eliminations, break into the top 4, because mind you, if you just joined in, only 4 squads will advance from these 5 map series that we are witnessing on main before we move into that wild card map. But you don't want to leave things to the wild card because anything can happen. Hey, the regain is here. Goes on Rational J Scummin'.
Wow.
Over here at Pass, but a big team they're going up against.
Well, it's a team they have to take down. You know, it's tough to take down some of these top level teams, but if you're a squad that's kind of on the fringe right now, like your squad on Rational, you're in 11th, you want to take down a squad that's breathing down the necks of top 4, if not in it. Locksteel and Co was top 5. They were 5th overall going into this map. a little bit contested, and then Luxel said, this fight isn't worth it. This is Stomach on Rational and Jace. I wouldn't take that fight if I were you either, but a nice regain. It's good to check in on that squad. We'll come back to them later when they're a little bit more of a precarious situation. Shaded Step going big against Future and finds one. Will they find the final player of Yeet? Oh, no, we missed him. Shaded, no. Shaded, no. Yeet grabs the knock. Nice trade, though. Should be no problem. Shady Step squad grabs this nice little position here on the edge of zone. Gonna have to rotate in here shortly, though.
Ghost, hear me out. Imagine going for the most insane water rotation of your life just to get dropped on entry. But OP marked, they've got the third party coming in. Exify on the bridge ahead of them. Gonna jump down. Shaded not going to be able to survive that one. And now if I'm OP marked and co, we've got to move a little bit. Good use of the smokes, and Exify is on the hunt, just trying to find an angle, breaking out the Cronin. We are going to be getting some shield cracks in, but they may be able to get out. But Asm jumps in the vehicle, closes the distance, allowing the time for Exify to rotate through the buildings. Honestly, this is going to be really, really tough for OP marked.
Yeah, this team made a big shift after getting 46th in the stage 2 finals. Swapped out Traverse for Slide, who did not compete in stage 1 or stage 2. So see if that pays off for them. Seemingly doing okay in this map. See Twitty, Sebas, Jade of Eyes. Able to rotate in pretty free and clear here on the outside of City. A couple people floating behind them potentially, but we got a nice little rotation here. Shouldn't be any issues. Got some fun music behind our scenes here as we take a look at Watch Waldo. And I was taking a look at where they were at going into this map. Yes, they got second last map, but Tiff, they were in like 18th or so. Like, we're not really in the equation currently. Reminder for everybody at home, I saw a couple people asking in chat, it's top 4, only top 4 that make it to London today in last chance qualifiers. So you need to be either flawless or drop an absolute metric bomb of a map. Saw a 58-pointer yesterday. That's the type of map I'm talking about when I'm talking about a bomb in order to make it to London, especially if you're creeping outside the top 20.
We talk about consistency, right? And this team on your screen, Nate Dogg, Tappa, they just have been snaking by, right? Currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, going up against Gunzy, Dark, Savid. They already took down one member of the squad, now just have 2 more waiting. But Signal 50 through the window, they're just really maintaining that space just on the inside of circle. Likelihood is they're going to try to go ahead and gatekeep. Nate Dogg using the drone to go ahead and get to the high ground. I love when people utilize them just for small rotations or maybe to throw just a little bit of... Oh, Tappa going in. He wants to get a piece of them.
Yeah, it's a fun squad. I want to come back to that team in a moment and talk a little bit more about them. They did make a shift going into LCQs, and apparently it's paying off because they're the top of the leaderboard. Prospect, another team. Big shift, Solidify. Added into the mix here and swung around different teams. Solidify originally playing with Riaz and didn't find the success they thought they would after dominating in stage 2 open calls. Prospect is trying to find Hook. Can't quite get a read on him, and Otter actually just jumps off the mountain. Says, Prospect, you'll be fine. I'm playing zone.
Prospect on 4. Holding angles here. Just waiting for Hook to enter. This could be a big engagement. If I'm Hook, I don't even want to take that engagement. But Solidify, he's coming back in, gonna grab a weapon. Could put him down.
Hook is just biding his time. Just waiting. Waldo's trying to hold this team. If they fly off the mountain, should fry them out of the air. Hook's found Otter. Otter found Hook. 3v1 though. Hook likely can't win this. He's gonna leave as well. Actually, a really smart rotation out. Not going to try to take this gunfight. Going to try to rotate out. We'll see if he's able to do so later. Here's a 3v3. We've got Mirai Squad, our Mexican team, playing against the return of the Booyah. Seen Booyah lighten up that kill feed several times. Big question mark is how many do they have, though, Tiff? Looking okay on the scoreboard. Nothing to write home about, but an opportunity to go big here in map 3 and push their way up into the top 5.
I was really curious to see how IQ, Ryda, and Booyah are performing. We knew there'd be some little issues here at Marshlands, now on that kind of inner edge of the circle here. Does have a buy station, typically a good area for regains, but if you're going to be maintaining the high ground, it's really, really tough. And they could be looking to gatekeep, but they're going to have to get through that 3v3 first. But Payne, Eno, Zepti able to win their engagement and get the res off. Good reset for them. But Don, Lucky, Mirai, Regu, if I have that side of the building, I want the fight to come to me.
I agree. Booyah waiting for this team to make a mistake with that signal 50. I like it in his hands. Booyah has been grinding the content game, has a ton of great content on YouTube for Resurgence content and BR content, and a fantastic sniper, of course, but all around just a really solid player. He's been competing for who knows how long, all the way since the early days with Swag and Nuke Squad, and it's great, again, to see him returning and putting up a pretty decent tournament thus far. I think they were in 11th or so, just outside the top 10. Talk about high ground battles, though. Husker is going to be winning it with the Signal 50s. Mutex also with the Signal 50, might I add. So they have at least 2 being played on this squad. With this ultimate high, they're able to just pick off kills left and right. These will add up, Tiff. I mean, you grab one here, one there, one there. 3, 4, 5 kills going into that in-game, this mid-game position. Fantastic stats to add to your spreadsheet, especially when it looks like they only have about 4 or 5 right now.
Ooh, Symphony swimming. Mutex has him in his sight. Good trigger discipline here. Now just trying to pick up some eliminations. They're in good positioning, just holding down that 4th spot by just 1 point, though. Can't leave anything to chance with 29 squads up at 18. This is on par for what we've been seeing, typically around 30 squads at that 18-minute mark. But we've that circle closing. Still not bad positioning.
Yeah, and I like that spot a lot. I wonder if they have a munitions box, though. They're running 2 snipers, which means they have less sniper ammo to go around. If they're just raining Hellfire constantly from above, they might run out of ammo pretty quickly if they don't have a portable buy or a munitions box. So something to keep an eye out for. It looked like they were being a little bit sparse on their bullets. Like, otherwise, they're taking shots at Symphony just to see if they can hit, 2 back-to-back on the rotation, maybe clean it up. You would love to see the squad up here have munitions box, have a PA to clean people up as well. I'm not sure they have the resources to hold this down for the entirety of this map, but maybe as we move into the 5th circle, they're still in zone, and Juju's taking the low ground position on the same spot.
Juju, we need a big performance here from the Team Diverge squad, or just pilfer up into some really interesting positions and catch people off guard. That's kind of fun to do too.
Couple teams here just biding their time, waiting. They feel comfortable with the amount of kills they have. They think more kills will come their way. Some of our other teams rotating in late, having to go farm edge, maybe making the wrong decisions early, or maybe they like to run. Yeah, it's been Nico Infinite going big in the kill feed against Blast team. Squad 7's out of here. Blast is out of here. They had a great map start. You saw Rios at 6 like 5 minutes ago, Tiff, and now they're out at 27. They're going to hate to look back on that one.
Queen Shadow's team also down and out. Mire's team still up in it. Blast and Pain, this is going to be a big fight against Colony and Co. Trades are going out. Zepti full dead. Pain down. Eno, you gotta stand up for the team, or at least play placement. But we knew just how well Colony was performing. They were making it to the late games, but not with a lot of eliminations. And just like that, able to just completely piece him, swarming in. Sometimes you just gotta stack the fights, bro.
Yeah, very well done from Watch Waldo's team. Again, they were about 18th going into this map, so they needed a big one, seemingly doing that right now. At this point, I think they've got enough eliminations. They need to make sure they get to top 10. So they're going to focus on and prioritize their rotation, getting into the circle. Now, with a ton of height, this is a weird zone, actually, Tiff, because we have a ton of height in this area, but not a lot of, like, overall cover to support 20-plus teams. So you're going to see a ton of teams fall rotating in. Now, a team that could be the Reapers on the edge, Unrational Squad, in trouble, but potentially winning this gunfight. It's little Mario, known convict, swimming away, running away. Looks like they've lost Jace, just Unrational and Scummin swimming around, trying to either find Convict or stay alive. The stabilization after getting full wiped at the very beginning of this map, the composure, the mental fortitude to still be here is huge, but they need that multiplier, and they need it bad.
You hear the buyback coming in. Unrational was going to go for the res on Jace, but they're going to prioritize just hitting the buyback. Now, all 3 of them are up. Jace can kind of hover in the air and try to give them call-outs, but you can't give a call-out to someone that's completely taking you from off guard. Now, Scummin, you have to go big here. Able to clean up known convict. You get a little bit of payback for the teammate, but little Mario, the ultimate flanker. Check behind you, Scummin. You need to make it happen.
Here's the footsteps, waiting on it. The third party from IQ, Booyah, was what took down Unrational. Scummin in a little bit of trouble here on the rotation. It's just a little too late. They had an okay map going. They might be wiped out of it. I don't know. They might be able to sneak in somewhere, but it's just going to be a solo ratting out for position. So frustrating, this rotation. This zone is so difficult, and it's a battle for ultimate high, and it looks like Jesus is winning it.
Ultimate height only has to move a little bit, but the issue with having to jump off of high ground is knowing that you run the risk of someone sniping you off from a separate rooftop. You can check the positioning. Jay's able to make it in almost dead center. Not bad, but you don't have your teammates.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about. Like, they don't have the resources for this. And look at that. Mutex has 1 extra plate. Jesus has, I think, 0 extra plates. He's getting knocked. Doesn't have a gas mask. If you had both had durable gas masks, you could sit up here and just farm as everyone rotates to this next circle. But instead, you got to jump off. You're probably going to get killed on the way. And look who's going big here on the edge. It's Desmond and Nico yet again. Last 2 alive for their team, hanging out on edge of gas, farming kills. I want to see what their kill tally is at some point because they're banging it out. And that's exactly right. Desmond's on 7, banging out the edge of this circle, trying to fight for position here.
I mean, absolutely massive. They were south of top 25 that second half of the lobby, but finally stepping into their form here in map number 3, doing everything that they need to do. We are down to your final 13 squads and that final ring closing in 15 minutes. The rotations are coming in. Clown making a full send, but Desmond, we're going to stay with them as they snake their way in. Little Mario, look, you're not going to survive here.
Not when you have a pinch from Desmond and Nico. Big take here. Another team down. They're into the top 10 situation. They have 12 eliminations. They've hit the metric, and they need more. They need a high average pull to help out their overall score. Booyah hanging out to try to make top 5, and UF's trying to get the better of them. And they say, no, not today. Another one down. Booyah still alive, going big on his return to Warzone competitive. Mutex hanging out in the gas for a moment, last alive. The super late rotation, yeah, not gonna pay off, but that's what you had to do. Still top 10. Likely we'll still see Mutex's squad top 5 overall, but they might just barely fall out of that top 4. All too elusive position to make London. Still got 2 more maps to go though here, Tiff. Willie Teed on top, not a lot of kills to boot. I'm still looking at Desmond and Nico to win it all here.
I love the rotation in from Cloud, but they're not going to get the pull, and now they have to rotate straight into Willie Teed as he completely unleashes into them. We do have Team Sebas underneath them as well, but just a couple eliminations. But this is just Willie Teed's first elim, right? So we're made it to the end game. You're expecting kills to come to you. You still have Booyah, who needs to rotate out of there. Not sure if he's down trying to hit a self-res. Maybe has a gas mask to keep that life up. But squad number 30, Team Desmond, they are putting themselves in prime positioning. Nico, we know just how incredibly talented they are. They're missing out on Crowder, which I'm sure a lot of you know who they are. But the duo's gonna have to stand up for the team.
This duo's been playing in every single stage. They won stage 1 quals. They've been battling over and over and over again. Stellar moves, tallying up a nice score tally here, but can they win it all? Booyah still last alive inside the building, and I think finally will fall as Fallnet falls as well. All of a sudden, Tiff, guess what? It's a 2v2, and we got a player way out in the gas here. Nico Infinite and Desmond have this in their hands if they play together. They're shooting bodies? Are we shooting bodies when there's one more still alive? That might have been a miscue. It's a 1v1. Stellar moves going big on 7, and now it's a 1v1 versus Desmond. Nico actually has the last remaining position in the circle. Stellar has been in this gas for so long and will fall. No, barely making it in. Nico takes the win, albeit it got real sketchy at the end.
I have no words. He needed 1 more second to get in there, but honestly, Nico was just biding their time, waiting to make that happen. I really do appreciate the smoke encompassing with the Cronin and the night vision scope on it. Really impressive try, but it's not going to be enough. But Goj, I was talking to Nico Infinite back when they were navigating the stages, and some of the issues that they were working on was comms, so let's run back that moment.
Come on. They're in trailer, crack.
Yep. I hear that.
They're in trailer.
You guys got this.
Under me.
Under you.
Yeah, 2v1.
Top.
Give him medic vest. Oh.
Yeah, I would medic. Yeah.
Okay.
He's on my body right now. He's on the other side of that fence.
Popping.
He doesn't have a gas mask then. You're good.
You the fucking
go!
Baby, good shit!
Well done.
Woo! Good fucking shit.
Go, baby!
Good fucking shit. Let's go, bro.
Yes, sir, baby.
18 in a win. That's fucking huge.
Ah!
36-point banger, a solid one. Will it jump them all the way to the top 4? Likely no, but it will put them in position to try for it. Tiff, that was a huge map from Nico and Desmond, and I will say, I'll back up a little bit. I don't think those shooting bodies were malintent. I think it was Desmond just making sure they got that kill. So a fantastic finish there from Nico Infinite.
I mean, let's just break down a little bit when they were playing that, utilizing the nades to kind of zone off that rotation that they were anticipating was going to be made. And the comms, we were talking about how they were looking to improve on those, and you can hear that's exactly what was happening. Concise microing. It was impeccable. Congratulations, Nico, Desmond, Echo. You guys did it.
They've been here before. They'll do it again. Could they reverse the curse? Finally, the only team to win a qualifiers and then potentially make London. They're going to have to do it again, maybe back to back. With Crowder on their side, it's certainly possible. What will happen in map 4? Only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from this short break in the desk. Gonna break it all down.
Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. Get free games and in-game content such as the Rap Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone in a last chance qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Dream and Dandro. Game 3 is done. Only 2 more games to go. And we had yet another winner. No repeat winners today. Maybe we'll get one, but it's still yet to be seen. So let's get into it, right? Game number 3. Started off a bit rough for Unrational & Co., a team that we have hit on and talked about quite often. Their start, Dream, though, was a bit spicy, but they did regain, to their credit.
Yeah, and that was, of course, credit to OP Mark and his squad, who were there. It was an early contention over by the Marshlands area, and well, sure enough, being able to win those gulags, which we talk about, which is super, super important for that regain. I mean, what could have been obviously a top 40th placing, they were able to stay alive and regain over at pass and pull it towards a 12th place placement. And that's one of the things that we talk about with these teams. Can they be able to regain in these moments? And they certainly did.
Observatory seeing a ton of action, and I feel like that's a recurring theme within our 3 games, specifically for NA, Dandro. Observatory sees a lot of action.
Yeah, it's always this weird kind of hot drop right off the rip because it lets you kind of maneuver throughout the map. If you get a zone that's like, you know, one of these that pulls entirely all to one side of the map. But then we also see a lot of teams late rotate into Observatory for a very similar reason, right? You want to kind of get up there. You have height advantage. You can sometimes see down below into some of the villages around you that really just lets you fully on move down there. We saw a couple teams do that, right? We know that Husker squad, they love landing Observatory. We see a couple other squads. They know that they have this path where they loot below it and move on up. So I'm not surprised to see that, but we saw that for those teams that were able to make the early rotation, it really paid off. And I know, Dream, you had a ton to say about how Desmond and Nico kind of played this end game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were one of the first teams to set up early, so they played for that early rotation. And, you know, south of Al Mazrah in that open area where the buildings are, essentially the circle was forced for teams to set up on the outer part of the zone, and then forcing them to rotate in. But once it pulled away, you see Desmond, Nico making that early rotation, and then, of course, being able to be alive, get each other's trades. They were able to close it out.
Able to close it out, and that is a big win for them. Like Go said, maybe not enough to put them into the top 4, but enough to at least get them on the board in top 10 and inch their way closer to potentially qualifying for the global finals. Hey, let's bring in Nico, right? Our Game 3 winner. Nico, congratulations. Look at that. Hey, that smile's worth $1 million, man. How you feeling? You got to be on top of the world.
I feel fantastic. I'm super proud of the team, honestly. Like we were just frying there, Des and I, and Chris as well. So I'm super excited.
Absolutely. Hey, dude, I'm excited for you because that was a chaotic end game, but you guys managed to make it happen. 18 kills, 36 points. You weren't within top 10 before. You might be there now. Walk me through that game number 3, and also maybe even the start of game 1 and game 2, right? Because it wasn't, you know, the game 3 was definitely the heavy hitter so far.
Yeah, of course. So like game 1 and game 2, we were just kind of like lacking a little bit of confidence and more of just playing like a little too safe. But game 3, we were just got like, if we're going to get back into this tournament, we needed to just like full send. We need to like start playing more aggressive and just getting a ton of kills on the board. So that was the plan of game 3. We pretty much sent every team that we saw on UAV, and you know, the rest is history, really.
Love that. You know, you guys, you obviously won stage 1 quals with Fro. It had a little bit of a drop off, and then this last second team forms with Crowder. And I would like talk to us about the team dynamic. Like, what's it like playing with them?
Well, we were looking for more of like an IGL, which is why we picked up Crowder, and we just needed more like a communication, like help between Des and I. So, you know, we decided to pick up Crowder, and he's helped us with a lot of small talk, and that's exactly what Des and I did towards the end game there. We small talked our way to, you know, building to building, and, you know, just kept communicating. And shouts to Crowder for being in our ears there towards the end.
Heck yeah.
That's awesome. When I saw you guys pick up Crowder, it's been awesome to kind of watch you guys play scrims the last couple days, because that was the #1 thing I picked up right away, right? Like Crowder just brings that level of comms that I think like elevated you.
It's great.
Yeah. Talk to me about it. Talk to me about the comms.
The comms have been great. Like, I mean, obviously, like you said, that's why we picked up Crowder. Just, I want him to just give us the full honest opinion of like, you know, don't sugarcoat it. Like, tell us what we need to do. And he just like, yo, your comms suck. You guys need a small talk. And we were just like, okay. And we just kept going through scrim and just watched VOD and, you know, just perfected our comms. And it's actually obviously helping a lot. So it's great to have him on the team.
Heck yeah. It's hard to argue with the GOAT, right? When he's telling you that your comms suck.
Argue with him.
Hey, you got Crowder telling you that? You're like, all right. I guess I'm on board with
exactly.
you. But hey, congrats. Like to see you guys finally kind of stepping up a little bit in game 3. I love the gameplay. Hopefully the last 2 games work out for you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all.
Hey, Nico, appreciate you, brother. And hey, I've, like you said, hope the next 2 games work out. You got a lot of things going for you, and your smile's infectious. You got me happy to be on the desk again, man. So hey, keep that smile up. I'm loving it. And I hope that I see you smiling in person right at the global finals.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys.
All right, brother. A lot of good things coming out there. So comms have improved. That's why we know they picked up Crowder. And Tiff's been hitting on that, right? Hitting that narrative home right from the very start. And then I also like that he kind of brought in that aspect of playing a bit too passive. Dandro, we've talked about that, right? And broke that down several times. Teams are very aggressive, and those top teams are forcing teams who are a bit too passive to get out of their comfort zone and play more aggressive. And Nico was a great testament to that first passive. Now they get more aggressive, and it pays off. Dream, let's take a look at our standings and see where Nico and them might end up, because will they be within top 10? I look through, and I'm a bit old. Are they 6? They're
Hey,
6.
I
They're
think
there.
I'm older than you here, by the way. But anyways, 6th place for Team Desmond. Obviously, we had mentioned playing passive, picking up those eliminations. They still have, obviously another game to do that. But look at in first place, who's still consistent with those elims. It is Nate Dogg. I mean, all 3 of them, I think last game, they were all in the top 3, or at least in that top spot for those elims too. So, I mean, 57.2, that's pretty good.
That's it. That's pretty good indeed. Seeing a lot of, well, actually, big thing for me, Lockstill dropping down all the way to 9th place. Lockstill's been so consistent, Dandro, but after game 3, not looking the healthiest.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team that I'm really kind of looking for maybe to pick it up, right? You had Juju, #1 eliminations leader in stage 1. Stage 2, that squad was nowhere to be found. And so far in the LCQ, it seems like it's been a little bit of both, right? They had some great kind of early games, but game 3 maybe slips through their fingers. Thankfully, we have 2 more games left, right? I loved what Nico said, where they said that, like, this was the game that they needed to kind of turn up the heat if they really wanted a shot at this tournament. And I think a lot of teams need to kind of realize that, especially as we get into game 4 and game 5. Your time to kind of hang out is over. You got to turn up the heat right now.
Turn up the heat. Well, let's go ahead and turn it all the way up to 10. Let's bring in Tiff. Let's bring in Ghosh, because game 4 is getting loaded up and ready. This is a big game for a lot of different reasons. You're going to break it down all the way. So without further ado, send it to drop 4.
Oh, that's it. We got to ask our teams to turn it up. If you find yourself outside the top 10, now is the time to lay it on. We are over that halfway point of our 5-map series, and with only 2 matches to go, anything is still up for grabs. The point margin, the kill differential, they're all so incredibly close. And Ghosh, we've seen things be decided by just 1 elimination.
Yeah, 1 elimination or 1 game. Either way you look at it, everything is on the line. Skill is on display. And these are the last 2 maps. And if we saw yesterday, likely going to repeat it today, these last 2 maps get a little crazy. Because if you're down in the 40s, you're down in the high 30s, you're going to push for the biggest map of the day. Looking at that leaderboard, Tiff, top dogs, Nate Dogg to be exact, 57.2. We had a 58-point game yesterday. 1 game yesterday. We're through 3 maps already. Anybody on this leaderboard can make it to London. We want to see your predictions there on Twitter. Go type it out. Hashtag WSOW might feature you here on main stage. You can go respond to that COD_esports account that's been hanging out with us, posting clips of the wins, and keeping you up to date on everything Challengers and World Series of Warzone. Tiff, this is going to be a fun one. This is make or break for a lot of teams, but again, 1 game, you could put you on top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, 1 game. If you throw up a north of 50-point game, that would be the way to do it and could really secure yourself a ticket into the global finals, especially in the final 2 maps. We look at the plane line, we see where we're going. Everyone's jumping out. We have caves, you've got oil. Oil could get a little bit mixy here in that early game. You see that's where a stronghold is going to be, but moving on over observatory, likely where Huskers, Mutex, and Co are gonna get, but we've got the action and we are ready to see the pistol whipping engagements. Jerky though, gonna fall immediately as Russ and squad, they have taken an early exit.
Several early gunfights. This is to be expected, not only with 150 player lobbies or close to it, people contesting drop spots, changing up drop spots depending on the plane lines. Everybody usually has about 2 to 3 different drop spots that they prefer to land. 1 in particular that's their favorite, but should the plane line change it up, you might be contesting somebody you haven't been running into early game before. And given this is map 4, you might just be risking it for the Biscuit because, well, the Biscuit's top 4 to go to London. A lot of work to be done and still a lot of tournament to be played. My big question here as they wipe out Green Does, one of the squads that I was expecting to do well today. They've had kind of a tough shake. They're in 27th overall. The rest of my predictions doing pretty well, though. On Irrational's team, the only team that's maybe slightly underperforming. They're still well within reach, though, Tiff. In 11th place again going into this map. Just barely outside that top 10.
And it's such a tough place to be in, right? Coming in with 40 points, knowing that you need to hit the 51-point mark, but that's only 11 points. Think about it that way. You get a win, that's only 5 or 6 kills, but our circle it's kind of atrocious. And that makes sense of why some of our teams might have been looking to go into Quarry, go into Rohan, because that rotation is going to get really mixy here towards Observatory. And for our team, squad number 10 down in Sawa, that's going to be Solidify, Prospect, and Otterize. They're going to have a really nice rotation as they cut up through Port.
I was taking a look at Team 9, Classic Pain Squad. Watch out for that team. They, in theory, don't have to move for the next 15 minutes and could pick up 15, 20 kills. I mean, everyone's going to be rotating through that pass that they're sitting on. Watch out for that squad. Now, likely they're going to leave because they're going to get antsy, but they legitimately could just sit on that edge of circle as everyone comes to them with how many teams did not land inside that circle. So if they get some information with some UAVs, comms vests, or otherwise, they might get a read on that and say, wait a minute, we can hang out for a while.
We definitely could, and just checked in with Nate Dogg and co on your screen. 34 eliminations for that squad, but Team Diverge Locksteel on your screen. We were saying, hey, you know, this might be where you need to start stepping things up just inside that top 10, but it's top 4 where you need to be. And if I'm Juju, I'm looking for the opening mark, and there it is. Skyra's gonna fall. Good drill charge to follow up with Mexichem. We just need to make sure that we can get that follow-up as Locksteel tries to lay siege.
Tiff, let's be very clear. You know, Juju's whole mantra going into stage 1 where he was top fragger was that I know I'm the best, I can chow anyone, I can win any gunfight. The thing is, when you get a knock on a team that you just on paper know that you're better than, whether it's because of the leaderboard today or the leaderboard that you've seen in the past, you fly at that team at this stage of the competition. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're leaving nothing up to question, nothing up to RNG. We are pushing that fight, especially when we have the advantages. Maybe even when we don't, we're taking 50-50 fights against teams that maybe we think are rather 70-30 fights in terms of percentages. But we swap back over to one of our challengers, Team Squad 16. A little bit of a mix here with 3 different squads, and I'm telling you, Hydro is one of my favorite places to fight, Tiff, just because there's so many different angles you can shoot from. You can also get shot from so many different angles.
Yeah, we know they've got the gunny, and they really like to stay into Hydroelectric, looking for some early game action, but they really haven't made it through that mid game, finding themselves in those higher multipliers, because they're sitting with about, I believe, 15 eliminations as a squad, kind of about 50% of what our top tiered squads in the top 4 have already. But it's tough, right? When you start kind of turtling down in buildings, waiting for a team to lay siege to you, that's where you have to really start to worry, because our teams will push, they'll throw down bouncing betties, they kind of get a knock, follow up with a Semtex or a drill charge, and make things a little more complicated.
I was getting some word from our statistician behind the scenes. Shout out to Shani. Most people favoring the Lockman, which is to be expected. We have a ton of signals, by the way, and I think that's to be expected too when you were paying attention to the LCQs. But if you're coming from stage 2, it's a dramatic difference. We're talking about, like, instead of like 9, we have like 42. It's that much of a difference. And well, Lockman still the favored SMG though, as Grev finds an elimination there on Blast and Riaz. Some teams, some people predicting thought Riaz's squad would come out on top. They're having a tough shake of it today. Adding in Blast apparently wasn't that little piece of salt or pepper to add the seasoning to make it the perfect soup. They really struggled in the last couple maps.
IQ, a bubble team on your screen right now, just outside the top 4, sitting in about 7th place. So they really need to lay it on here, as well as we check in with Johnny Bro and co. OP Mark and Shaded Step are kind of laying havoc to this team, with Chocolate last standing just behind them. But they do have the numbers advantage, and it looks to be as if they're just going to try to snuff him out. Chocolate going prone, saying, hey, nobody to see here, don't mind me.
Yeah, Chocolate's team, they had a decent run in stage 2, but they're currently situated about 35th. Now, again, I said anybody could win, and Chocolate's going to get better of one, but then the trade comes through. Shade is going to win that one. It's just really tough if you're into the 30s at this point. You know, you're having a tough map here in map 4. At this point, it's kind of like, let's chalk it up. Let's play really smart. Let's prepare for the wild card, because there's almost nothing you could do. You would have to fly at every single team you see and drop a 60-pointer plus, and you maybe still don't make if you're down in the 40s after this map. So this is a crucial linchpin map to really direct teams' focus going into the final map, because some of these squads might even troll the final map or just go buck wild. It's going to change the entirety of the landscape of that map. This is a crucial one for any of the teams inside the top 20.
Ryda, booyah, closing the distance on our challengers team. Crew's already down. Gunsy falling as well. Ryda now stacking the staircase. Looking for the last. Dark Savid already made his way out of the building, and now you start kind of snaking throughout Hydro, trying to get away, maybe go on that reset. Hopefully you got the cash to get your teammates back. Pops in the whip and says, I'm out. I don't want to run into squad number 22 either. I'm just getting out of Dodge.
Only 2 teams have been fully eliminated out of this map thus far. Several eliminations coming through, of course, on the feed, but looking at Hydro, this is really Ryda, IQ, and Booya's POI to command for the next several minutes, maybe potentially several circles, depending. Now, we saw the circle, we saw the map, and again, it's favoring kind of that western side of the map. So as all the teams are rotating in, I was taking a look back, and it does look like Classic Pain's team did just kind of hang out in their spot. That Team 9 I was shouting out. But several teams actually elected to rotate through the southern portion of the map, through Saeed City. So let's take a look at it. Look how many teams actually elected to go around through Saeed. You can see 13, 31, 35, 42, bottom left-hand corner of the map, while Team 9's just been hanging outside of caves this entire time. Yes, they're getting some action, just not as much as I thought they would be.
Speaking of action, Team Illy out there in the water by port, just living their best life, man. I mean, I just got back from Florida. They have a place called Crab Island out there. It's a little sandbar. It looks like that's what Hook and Co are out there doing.
Sure. Dropped the 0-point map in the first one. Maybe just trying to go for the win here, prepare for the wild card. I saw some people on the timeline saying that's their wild card team. CDL's going to come out on top. I think it's possible. We'll get into the minutia of that later. I know Danjo's got a lot of thoughts on it, but as we take a look at some of these different POIs and where people are fighting and as they're rotating in, again, all eyes on Team 19, 7th place overall, looking for top 4. Be incredible to see Booya come back to competitive and make London and LCQs. Arguably one of the hardest times to make the London tournament, just how close it can be at the top. It's come down to less than a point every single time. Even in stage 2 in a finals, it was 0.2 points. EU LCQ was 0.6 points. Every single kill matters. Every place matters. Continuing to find some here from IQ.
Not a bad positioning here for Clown Squad. They were 3rd in that map that Chrissy won. We saw Clown, I believe himself, kind of just flying in late game, getting picked off on the roof behind them before they set their sights onto Team Colony. But they have just kind of inched their way into the top 4. Now, granted, with the points being so close, it's only a rather handful of eliminations that'll move the margin here. But Nate Dogg has just been consistently at the top of the leaderboard. Now, granted, that differential is only 3.2 now, and at a 1.5x multiplier, which, hey, at some point when we get to that 1.6x in the top 10, it's only just a handful, maybe 1 or 2. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, this is kind of that cluster we were talking about. It's the edge of that cluster, just on the outside of City, or rotating through City into the POI at hand. Nate Dogg's team, hyper consistent. I mean, this is reminiscent of Rocket and Morpheus from yesterday, right? You're not necessarily riding home just a massive amount of kills. Nate Dogg has yet to find his first, but they've been playing consistently. Now, in a bit of trouble, they actually swapped in Raul onto this squad, who originally played with Mutex. Of course, Mutex now playing with Huskers, so a fun little addition to the team, seemingly paying off. Having some nice success today. They got to keep up the pressure, though. They are not in the clear. Again, the cutoff yesterday was 86 points. The cutoff during NA finals was in the 90s, so you need to at least get up to about there to really secure, quote-unquote, your spot to the finals. No one in the clear. Everyone fighting for position.
Hey, look who made it back to land. Hook. Now they're just in front of Nate Dogg. Don't really want to leave this building just yet, especially when you don't have the resources. Okay, there we go. Team sharing. Tappa, though, doesn't seem to have any plates. They do have 2 self-reses, but squad number 13 is going to make a play for Illy and Hook, and honestly, I don't want to be the one to chow them on a 1v1.
I don't either. Notably, by the way, Nate Dogg, their entire team doesn't have a single gas mask on hand, so just keep an eye out for that team late game. Might have to kill somebody with one and take it to have a chance there in the late game. Here goes Illy. Been here 1,000 times. Won championships in these positions 1,000 times, but this is Warzone. It's a little bit different. Finds one. Takes some shots. Smartly trades off back. Trying to bait these players in, and they know it. Hook playing long. Looks like maybe a flank trying to wrap around. Illy knows it. Here's the footsteps. Prepared, waiting, and yeah, you're not winning a gunfight 1v1 against Illy, but especially with the trades coming from behind. Illy trying to run out. Doesn't quite get to cover in time. It's now up to Hook.
Hook has no plates. Just a dream. Hits the rotation. See ya out of there, but you might run right into Nate Dogg and Co. Able to grab some ammo, but at this point, you know, it just makes me think of like a mouse in a maze, just trying to find their way out.
That's right. That's exactly right. You win 1v1 gunfights, but that's unfortunately, especially for Warzone comp, 1v1 gunfights almost never happen, especially 50-50 gunfights that you can just win off pure gun skill. It's so rare in comp Warzone. Comp Warzone is all about team chemistry, rotations, knowing the map, getting information to be able to make smart plays, taking gunfights before maybe even that player knows that you're shooting at them. Speaking of that very instance, Brolic finding one on Watch Waldo, and all of a sudden they're swarming to finish off this team.
Dude, Team Intex here at Rohan trying to take down Colony would be a big win for them because they are just ahead of them in the placements. This squad was at one point in the top 4, but has slowly staggered themselves out. Little jump and push the shove. Able to get a big win there. Go believe, I believe. But now you still got to get to the circle and you got to have your squad intact.
Brolic looking pretty solid. They don't have a ton of kills, but they're clearing up their rotation to make it a little bit more free. Let's take a look at the map one more time. Squad at hand, by the way, is Team 3, so you can see them coming out of oil, top right of the circle, top left of course, the map. Several teams trying to do a lot of the same, so they actually might be able to hang out here for a little while and pick up a few more teams rotating in. But the big question mark about all of those teams already dead center of circle, Tiff. I mean, talk to me about this edge. This is the team I was going to talk about, 31, 47, 15, trying to hold down some of this edge use cases of this circle. Depending on where it goes from here, though, I don't really love this positioning.
It's tough because the buildings aren't super close together, right? And if you do run restock, you're only going to have 2 smokes. Yeah, a lot of these teams are going to get kind of just eviscerated as that rotation is coming through. Your Bonk, Yeet, Future has game. I was keeping my eye on them because they were going to be rotating from that like kind of more northeastern side, not necessarily all the way at the top, but kind of more towards the middle on the outskirts of Cave. And they'll have to go throughout a lot of mountains, but they're going to be rotating down from them. Should be kind of easy, but we look towards a typical rotation from the outskirts of Port. This drone, great use. You can usually get to high ground. You can see Squad 22 out to the right. They likely will have some free shots onto Prospect. You're gonna have to dive down immediately. The fact that this building is free is pretty nice.
It is nice. You can catch a couple teams rotating in if there are some. Now, this is kind of one of the remaining fights in this area. I was looking at the map earlier, and it was Team 3, Team 7, and then Team 18, which seemingly has kind of backed out to the south side of oil. So this team fight here is crucial against 2 teams battling for position. One much higher than the other, but both well acclaimed, and many people predicted both could potentially make London. And right now, I think Squad 3 is going to make sure Team 7 does not make it.
Emrius able to get out for Squad Xenon, but
jeez,
Intex has you in the line of sight. Precision. Signal 50, just trying to make some happen. He's actually going to reposition right before Emrius peaked, kind of saving his life without even knowing it. Does have the PA to look to follow up on it should they need it, but they still have to rotate. And Emrius is going a little bit further north to kind of cut over, but let's jump on back. Huskers, Mutex, Jesus Jr. in second place on the leaderboard. Looking solid.
Look, my predictions are looking okay, and it's because of that Huskers team. I've seen them in scrims. They are firing on all cylinders. They're moving at the same beat of the drum. Chemistry was the big question for that squad, and they're doing well. Several other teams trying to harry them, but as we take a look at here, Squad 14, Clown, Munch, they've been having a pretty decent tournament thus far, but they need to really pick up the pace and make it into top 4. Check out a couple other squads. Tap on your screen. Nate Dogg's team, they've been playing nice and slow, and I guess maybe that's their strategy, is just make sure we're in the top 5 every single time. There's Jesus in a little bit of trouble from distance from Team Juju, but plenty of cover to work with. Potentially kind of sandwiched between a couple squads, but I don't mind that spot, given the kind of high ground position and the fact that they're still in zone.
Team Green Nose fully eliminated. Squad 9, Team Classic Pain fully eliminated. That's going to be at the hands of Juju's squad. And you were asking, would it be enough for Team Cloud? Yeah. They're actually in 3rd Gauge, so they're doing pretty well here. Chrissy is now officially fallen out of the top 4, and Team IQ is in by just 0.2, which, look, we've seen that before in the positioning here from Squad. Huskers and co. I think it's good, but you know what we saw the map number 3 when Mutex had that ultimate high ground and ultimately had to pass up on the location because that rotation was not going to happen. Could potentially happen here if it starts to ultimately pull away from this. OP Mark just in the distance, but Intex Brolic believe they have to step it up here.
It's a great shout on Team Clown. They went from 6th to 3rd, kind of sneaking under my radar a little bit. 6 going into map 3, then had a pretty solid map push all the way up to 3rd. They are tied for 3rd with Team Chrissy right now going into this map. So a fun team to continue to watch out for. A little bit of a surprise. Not on a lot of people's radar. Always good to see. Had that EU yesterday. Speaking of under the radar, Believe gets taken out from nowhere, it seems, as Locksteel and Co. Juju set up a small pinch here. 2 on one side, 1 on the other. Not a bad play, especially when you got height.
You've got Colony in the distance, just trying to keep the dream alive and maybe get into a higher placement for that squad. Almost to that 1.4x that'll happen when you get to the 20th place. But Intex Brawlic moving as a unit, kind of together. They still need to get past both of the squads, but if they can manage to hit a nice third party off this and clean up, would be the ideal way to go about it.
Yeah, this is crucial. This is Locksteel team in 9th versus the team in 10th with Team Colony. And then we're going to swing to the other side of this circle. Several teams got here early. That's Reader, Lovey. But this fight is a crucial linchpin moment. The team in 10th and the team in 9th fighting for position, jockeying around each other. While Brawlic and Intex and Believe in 5th going into this map. All of these high-value squads all trying to make London and all fighting each other. And to be honest, I'm not sure they can get out of it with at least one of these teams not falling.
Dolphin diving, hitting the rotation. 18 seconds before that circle will be finished closing. And you've already lost out on the early rotate. Those squads didn't actually take each other out like you would have hoped out. So now, and you can even see, like, Husker's going to be that next team that has even set up shop there, looking to clean up the rotation. Believes can turn their sights onto Watch Waldo, Trey, and Colony. Might as well pick up as many eliminations as you can. Good knock. That fence ain't going to cover you, though, and you're going to lose your life with just a knock. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. There was 3 teams here. 1 team abdicated. The other 2 were left to fight each other. I don't think both of these teams will survive unless you see some massive wrap that for some reason isn't glanced at. You can see Watch Waldo's squad. Again, Watch Waldo was in 10th going into this map. Locksteel squad was in 9th, and this squad on your screen's in 5th. So, again, all high-value squads. And the Chrissy squad still alive as well. Pretty free and clear here on edge of zone. A little bit further south from the squad in question now on your screen. But they were tied for 4th. So, a lot of big-ticket teams still up inside the top 23 as the circle continues to close. We're now moving into what will be the 6th circle. And I don't mind a potential wrap here in from Chrissy. If they can get a pick as some of these teams in are on the edge holding them, like, they've got a pretty clear pathway where otherwise it looked to be pretty detrimental, especially if Colony and Watch Waldo are in trouble here with Brawlic's squad.
Brawlic back up to a squad of 3. Their ability to get the buybacks are pretty impressive. Intex, though, needs to join up with the squad. Oh, good. He's got Brawlic here. Gonna get rezzed. Okay, it's believed that they bought back and is in the air now. Intex with a signal 50. This is going to be really detrimental to Colony's team's rotation in, but they have to be very aware as they keep rotating throughout that things are going to get mixy. Chrissy now into the mix of things. Huskers, Mutex, and Jesus, they're going to be looking to kind of gatekeep this, and playing around those kind of rock pillars are not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, not the easiest. It's going to take some skill, but a decent bit of cover to play with. The only reason Chrissy's team made it into the circle, by the way, was because Brawlic's team was harrying Watch Waldo. Otherwise, Watch Waldo's squad easily takes out Chrissy's team on a massive wide open wrap. They were able to just kind of sneak through the open. Probably didn't even have to use smokes, albeit they likely did just to be safe. So both those teams have made it to circle or about to be. Team 18 is Watch Waldo's squad. Chrissy's squad here hanging out inside the rocks. And yeah, I mean, Mutex has got a nice hold here inside of cover. Probably my favorite position of the rest, but it's a small building. All it takes is one more team to pinch and swarm, and you're going to see Mutex's team go down. They're going to try to just ride it out to top 10 from here.
I think Chrissy just picked up another down with the signal 50, and we know she's good with it. She's just starting off today, but we're all about the placement multiplier. Dandra talked about it in the opening show. We're gunning for that top 10. That 1.6x is going to make the biggest differential when it comes to climbing up the leaderboard. And if I'm Team Chrissy, who's already won map number 2, but has actually fallen out of the top 4. And if you look at that, none of the teams in the top 4 right now have actually won a map. They're just banking off the 1.6x, the 1.8x, and just flying at people. And Nate Dogg, he's in your first place right now with 60 points, and he's a floater.
Gotta float, gotta play for positioning. Here's the push, though. Here comes Team Chrissy. Are they gonna try to take the building? I think so. A 3v3 for crucial positioning and a crucial multiplier. Who makes the first mistake? Nades to zone off, and Team Chrissy trying to set up for the potential push. I know the comms right now from Huskers and Mutex and Jesus are immaculate. Usually you expect Mutex to be screaming, but they've really honed in on their comms as one of their major improvement points throughout all of the scrims they've done the last week or so. And it's been paying off in scrims, and it's paying off today. Second place going into this map and staying patient on the edge. They are going to be one of the last to rotate, but they are farming this multiplier 3 spots away. Here comes the zone. Here comes the push. Who makes the mistake?
Jesus puts the sights on him, but you do have squad number 1. Yeet looking down the barrel at them. He gets taken out by a precision from Chrissy. They use that to kind of zone off their rotation, completely decimating Mutex and Jesus. Huskers last alive, wants to call in a streak of their own, gets punished for it. Still outside the ring, no more gas mask to boot. This is going to be detrimental.
But made top 10, might make top 5. Look, all of a sudden we're down to 6 teams. This is what happens when you get a circle like this. Huskers has to push through the mortar strike because he's out of his gas mask. Might get there, might get a knock on the way and make it inside his zone. Top 5. Huskers goes big. No, did not net that kill, but did net a 1.8. Huskers goes massive for the team. You're going to see them likely maintain that second place position, if not higher. Huge mainstay to get the multiplier and get a sizable amount of kills along the way. Massive game for Huskers squad, but who's gonna win map 4? There are 3 players left for team 2 and then 2 for squad 14. Team 2, of course, Tiff, one of the teams that we talked about earlier. Reader, Lovey, Authorized had a great stage 2, just barely missing the qualification. They've got a big game on their hands. This could be enough to put them into the equation.
Plenty of ammo. This was the squad that took the gnarliest rotation. Is Authorized, finds at least 2 or 3, completely decimates squad 14. Now with only 3 squads left in the lobby, Reader is just trying to reposition themselves. They have the zone pool. They've taken down another, and just like that, they end Little Mario for a map 4 win.
That's a massive victory for that squad. Again, they got 17th overall in the stage 2 finals, just barely missing out on a trip to London. But they're here, they're back, and they're making big waves in the final moments of this tournament. Map 4 victors, Authorized, Lovey. Big win. We'll see where they end up on the leaderboard. Want to take a look back on that winning moment.
I can't hit him. He's taking the fucking ruin thing. I'm down here with us. Watch your left, Lovey.
Gas is moving.
I see him. He's right there.
Where?
Move to the safe zone.
I see him. Yep.
I'm on left too. I broke one in the left. I broke one left.
Cracked him on the right.
No. He's rolling right. Dead. Here we go. There's a solo on my left. Okay. I'm reloading. I'm playing this hoodie. Hey, hold on. Cross him left. Wide left.
Yeah, let's fucking go, man. Come on. 48 points, baby.
Baby, good shit. That's what I'm talking about, babe. Let's go, boys.
Let's go, babe. Yeah, good shit, babe.
Good shit, babe. Good shit, dude.
Yeah, good shit, babe.
Whoa, Tiff. 48? Like, I thought it was pretty solid. I didn't think it was 48 solid. That's the double signal 50 cheese. Talk about last cheese qualifier. That was a nutty finish. Well within their right. Of course, they have the ability to do that, but not something I was expecting to see in map 4. They go massive in the final moments. They're in position, Tiff, to potentially make their way into top 4 just with that map.
That's the issue, is they were just inside the top 10 coming into map number 4 and putting almost a 50-point game down. That's going to shake up the leaderboard because everything was so incredibly close. Just a couple points separating between 1st through 4th. Team Chrissy likely fell out of that. But Huskers, can we talk about that? I was like, this is about to be detrimental. The PA from Chrissy coming in at the end game, completely annihilating Jesus and Mutex. But Huskers able to withstand just a little bit longer to break in that 1.8x. Nice.
Huge. I mean, you talk about the teams that were alive. There's a lot to break down. I know our analysts are going to do all of that, but 3 of our top 10 teams were the final 3 teams alive, and Huskers was right there as well. This is a masterful moment from the top teams. We'll only get to see one more map. Let's see what the analysts have to say after a quick break.
Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. For all your Call of Duty esports, you need to follow along on social to get all your info in real time. Follow at COD_esports on Twitter and Instagram now. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, they got everything you need, and, well, they're helping us out with World Series of Warzone. Without them, this would not be possible. If you want to get free games and in-game content, such as the Rat Pack, right, with Prime Gaming, use command !Prime Gaming in chat. Now, once again, !Prime Gaming in chat to get set up with everything Prime Gaming has to offer. So let's talk about it. Game 4 is done. Only one more game to go to accumulate those points to break in the top 4. These games have not gone the way that I've expected. There are consistent teams such as Nate Dogg, such as Husker. We even see Illy and Hoot finally getting some kills on the board, right? We've been discussing them and saying, where are they at? You know, why aren't they getting as many kills? But hey, they finally step it up. Big thing for me, though, Dream, right, is we're starting to see these end games, which are quite chaotic to be expected, but the open ones, the Signal 50, right? The teams that get set up early on, like Chrissy, or like we just seen a little bit earlier with Authorized, they set up early with open end zone. The Signal 50 shreds their opponents.
Yeah, it's just so beneficial. And I mean, it was just called out that even from the first drop into the third, like how much of a shift there was in terms of classes, in terms of loadouts. But what's beneficial, of course, obviously the Signal is banger, but it's like it's able to open up these gunfights, able to initiate quickly to take down these teams.
That's right. Initiate, taking down teams, or if anything, opening up opportunities like we learned yesterday during a player interview. Dandra, I go to you because Huskers, man, was the biggest play for me. He made such a heroic effort as a solo. It was amazing. 11 teams were left, and then there were 5 in a blink of an eye. Huskers diving through the gas to get up 2 eliminations and then finally getting a top 5 finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of a veteran play that we expect out of somebody like Huskers at that point, right? He's kind of playing the gas. He's like, I need to get into zone, but you're kind of just like, you're hesitant. And the second he sees it drop like that, he's like, okay, I have to get in here to just play points and play my life, because that's obviously a squad who they're able to grab eliminations early on. And by just that one little play, like, listen, worst case scenario, I die to gas or I die to this mortar. Best case scenario, I make it into zone and I just added, maybe 5 or 6 extra points to our top. We've seen how close the points can be at the end of these rounds. And so, being able to make a play like that could be the difference between going to London and sitting at home.
Very well said. Going to London, sitting at home, making heroic efforts like that. Huskers is a guy that we absolutely expect to be within that top 4 today, but it's so close at the top. I can't even lie. And, well, let's go ahead and talk about how close it is at the top, because I want to hone in on this graphic, Dream. We bring up the standings. This is the last chance we get an opportunity to look at it right before we know who our top 4 teams are. So let's talk about top 4 and how close the standings are in general.
Wow, what a jump, though, from Team Reader, like 80.4. And I mean, just trickling down the list into that top 4 spot, like 68 points for Team Prospect. And then there's only 1 point that separates 4th from 5th. So, I mean, for those bottom teams, essentially 5th through 10th, like they have to have a banger game. And I mean, of course, we've seen teams be able to do that.
We have. We definitely, we just saw it. A 48-point game coming out from Authorized and Co., which puts them up at least in a top 10 position. A chance to break in the top 4 is there. 80 points, though, for Reader, right? That was the team I just mentioned. That's huge for them and very well could make them qual. I think you linked the tweet. It was rated saying, one big game can change everything in this last map because scores are so low today. We expected them, or at least I expected them, I can't rope you all into it, to be a lot higher.
I'm right there with you. I mean, I think I expected overall, but the one thing is that it's obvious that the talent in this LCQ is just at another level, right? And so I think what we're seeing is just more, these large scores are just spread out across so many teams, right? So it kind of comes down to those teams who aren't relying on the one banger game, but are able to kind of get into that top 10, top 5 scenario multiple times. This is what we're seeing with Team Huskers. This is what we're seeing with Nate Dogg. It's not about the one game for them. It's about all the games overall. But when we get get ready to move into this map number 5, ready to hit it right on the head. We just saw Reader just drop this absolutely insane game. They're now top of the leaderboard. What team is going to take map number 5, and can they have the eliminations to back it up to make a shakeup like this happen? Nobody is safe right now. Let's be very clear. Yeah. Nobody is safe in this top 4.
Yeah. Nobody is safe indeed. You can absolutely break down and bubble teams, right? You go down to 5th place. You don't make it. You've got to play in game 6 where we know how that goes. It's just absolutely chaotic. Dream, for you, though, let's talk about Nate Dogg, a team that you said was a hidden gem. And they have been. Since we've been watching their scoreboard right from game 1, 2, 3, 4, they've been at the top, but now they start to take a bit of a tumble. They're now outside top 4, down to 7th place. Nate Dogg is a guy, though, that has been highly consistent, I would say. Even though they're not getting wins, what has Nate Dogg and his crew been doing well enough in order to stay competitive?
They've been placing consistently, obviously, and had a very strong start. But it's picking up those eliminations early game as well. And then you have Tappa, who is using the signal and able to clean up these fights so successfully. So, I mean, the fact that, like Clown's team, these guys are able to coast, they make it a lot easier for this final drop as to where those teams that did not do well in the first half, now they have to drop a banger game, and that just puts so much more added on pressure for these players. But for Team Nate Dogg, they definitely made it much easier for themselves.
Well, I mean, even Nate Dogg himself, 11 eliminations across 3 games. His game 4 stats, not sure, but at least he's been tearing it up and getting around where we need him to get. Now, let's talk, Dandro, about our elimination leaders, because the Authorized, from what I'm hearing, took over 21 eliminations, and it makes sense why that roster is currently in 1st place. When you have a guy like Authorized doing that well, anything is possible.
I mean, just look at how much this is already shaken up from when we looked at this just a couple maps ago, right? I mean, Authorized in these last 2 maps looks like he's definitely kind of found his footing, especially with that Signal 50. I think they're starting to realize where they need to position themselves in some of those zones. But shout out Chrissy, right? Chrissy had that awesome map still up here at the top. Obviously, she was saying, this is my first time running the Signal 50. And maybe just after that map is like, hey, I'm going to keep it going. We've seen a couple other players kind of shake it up. But the biggest thing here, only a 5-kill difference between obviously Booyah in 10th and obviously up there with Authorized in 1st. So it just goes to show me that there are multiple teams that are having people slay out, and it's not about just one team just absolutely dominating the kill feed. It is yet again people playing their life and playing for those placement points.
Well, you look at it, right? You got Authorized, who's in 1st stream at 21. Then you have Clown at 19. Those are literally our number 1 and number 2 teams heading in to the 5th and final map when it comes to the LCQ point section before heading into that game 6. I keep iterating that because I just want to make sure that the chat is tracking how today is going to work. But yeah, you got the top 2 Slayers, literally both in a number 1 and 2 position. Slaying in the LCQ has been one of the most important aspects, even more so than placing well.
Absolutely. I mean, we always preach about that. Like, you have to be able to win your ones. And Call of Duty in general, you have to win those ones in any type of situation. But of course, what's beneficial is, are you able to trade efficiently? And with some of these teams that win these engagements, you'll see teams and players back away. They don't get too overly aggressive, and they're successful in these situations because they're baiting each other out. They're trading. They're backing away. They're re-engaging. So to consistently be able to do that in a lobby like this, it's definitely hard to do. But I mean, some of these squads, they might vouch to try to pick up those early eliminations to like fight and force these engagements before everybody gets settled and gets their loadout.
I was laughing at the beginning of your statement because it's like, you just got to win your gunfights, especially whenever you're in those 1v1s. And I remember playing with the both of you and just me dropping the ball every single time. I hate it, but it's like, you really do have to win those ones because you got one, chink in the armor, man. That armor's going to fail, right? And it's just the way it is. I was that chink. It's PTSD. It's bringing it all back. Regardless, let's talk about, again, just to reiterate how today is going to work, because we continue to talk about that game number 5, right? This is game 5, the chance to get all of the points to qualify into the top 4. So we have our top 4 teams fighting and battling for position. All 50 trios want to get there, but only 4 will make it. After this next game, we have game number 6, the Wildcard map. It's going to be chaotic. If you didn't join us yesterday, I promise you it starts slow, it ends wild. 46 trios, because we take the top 4 teams who are already got their ticket to London, we take them out, The remaining 46 trios will be competing. And the object of that is not about getting kills. It's not about anything like that. It's about getting the victory. So that changes everything up and turns it on its head. Let's bring in our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Ghosh, because we've got our final 5th game for the points. Who will break into top 4? Well, we'll have our answer after the game is concluded. Tiff, Ghosh, take it away.
Oh, I'm ready. Thank you so much. Dandro put it best, right? Anything can happen. We're about to witness a symphony of destruction as our teams completely annihilate each other. But we're going to hold on for just a moment and get some things into gear, Goj, and it's going to be wild.
Yeah, excited to see who's going to be the top Slayer going into the next map, who's going to break out, who's going to drop the banger. You're going to have to stay a little bit more patient. I know there's a lot of tweets on the timeline. I want to see more. Who are your predictions to win this map? Maybe we can roll those before we get into it. Hashtag WSOW. We're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, I'm going to see those tweets, and we're going to see who that map 5 winner will be.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. We had to pull that Game 5 back, but trust me, it's going to be up and ready before you know it. And hey, I can't wait to get into it because Dream, this is it. A lot of pressure. It comes down to this. Mind you, Game 6 is there, but you don't want to risk it to that because you never know what you're going to get whenever it comes to that Game 6. So competitors, Game 5, right, going into it, your top 10, what's the game plan?
Listen, you just have to come out with the ice at this point because just like the last game, Levy's team was not even in that top 10 spot, and they were able to pull out a massive game. So for this last drop, you have to take it serious. You got to come out with the ice, and you have to win every single engagement.
So looking at the standings, Dandra, I'm just kind of going through it. You've got Team Reader in first at 80 points. Then you've got Team 4, Team Prospect at 68. I think Reader's looking pretty solid. Cloud Huskers, 74, 72 points. Honestly, pretty good. If I'm Team Prospect, I'm a bit worried because 68 points, honestly, it doesn't make me feel too good, especially whenever you got 67, 62, 61, 61 all right there. So I think Team Prospect's spot is the one at risk the most.
I mean, it definitely is the one at risk the most, but like Dream just said, I mean, we just saw a 48-point game. I mean, if even one of these teams that is basically from 10th up have a 48-point game, it's going to completely just shake up everything here on the scoreboard. So that's the kind of the thing that I'm looking at, that most of these teams need to look at this and realize, like, you just have to have, if you haven't yet today, like, need to have just a very, very, very solid map number 5. Now, what worries me a little bit, it's traditional battle royale last map, right? There are teams who are going to get a little crazy. They're going to push extra fast, and that they are going to play maybe more aggressive than you're used to. This map might play extremely quickly, right? And it might just throw a wrench into some of these teams' plans. You go out early, you needed that huge last map. Well, maybe you're not going to London.
I got a question though for you guys. What teams are you looking at that you guys think that can pull out those banger games? Obviously, we know Scum and Irrational, Four and Jace, but like, are there any other squads that you guys think down there that can?
I think so. Nate Dogg, for example, Chrissy, those would be my two big. Dandra, real quick, who do you think?
I think Q, Ryda, and Booyah. Booyah played his life crazy. I think they can do it in this last game.
A lot of options out there. Let us know who you think is going to break into top 4 if they haven't already. Spider Tiff Ghost, get back in here. Game 5, it's loaded once again. So without further ado, let's see who's going to be our top 4.
Let's see. This is it. It all comes down to this final map of the series. Granted, Goj, we do have that wild card game, but we're going to chuck that aside because we don't want to leave things to chance. Because honestly, Dandra said it earlier, none of our 4 squads in the top 4 right now are safe. Anything can happen. The points are so incredibly close. And with people winning 48 points, 36-point games, 44-point maps, and for Chrissy in map 2, it is here. You have to play your life, make it the most valuable thing that you can, because it will come down to likely a single elimination.
Well, we've got some crazy things happening for Season 5 as we load into Map 5. You've seen some Twitch polls here. Who would you rather have on your team? Who's joining your squad? Snoop Dogg, Nicki Minaj. Looks like it's going to be Snoop 84% of the time. A big swing in the favor of Snoop there as our new skins are introduced into the game. And a lot of fun things coming with Season 5. I'm excited to see how it shakes things up, whether it's in ranked, in the competitions, or just in pubs. Hope you're enjoying the game. We certainly are, and I am enjoying this tournament. Map 5 is here, the last map of the day. Everything on the line, skill on display, and only 4 spots to London. Are you joking me, Tiff? This is exactly where I want to be here on a Thursday night.
And here's the deal. You have to earn your spots, right? That global finals already sold out. So if you want to go to the Copper Box Arena, witness the World Series of Warzone, you're going to have to be playing in it. And it all starts here. The plane line, it's atrocious. We're cutting on over airport, but it doesn't matter for our teams that are looking to start their roster and load out into maybe Akhtar Village. Pass, not a bad area, but it will likely be congested.
Here we go. Plane line is out. Like you said, Tiff, everyone dropping, seeing some heavy hitting names and some names that, well, maybe they're just chalking it up and seeing what they could do in the last map in preparation for the wild card. Got several teams within striking distance, but like Raiden said on the timeline, really everyone's within striking distance. Anything could happen in the last game of World Series of Warzone, especially when there's, whoa, What is that? 7 teams at Observatory? Haven't seen this before. Yeah, it's because it's game 5 of LCQs. Get ready to rock and roll. This could be to detriment of some of the teams that prefer to land here, like Huskers.
Things are going to get shaken up. You got Illy, Temp, Hook on your screen, falling in between Unrational and Scum. And Temp was one of the first players to actually get knocked here in the lobby. Not fooled, though. May be able to get that reset, but watch Waldo Colony. Trey on your screen, some top fraggers here. Looking to get an early, maybe 2 or 3 attachment. Lockman feel confident with that, but peep this. Temp making the rotation in straight towards Jesus.
Yeah, I saw Unrational, 4 and Jace fall. Scummin last alive for that team in Observatory. They cannot get a single thing going. The team that was respectfully probably a shoe-in to take it. The pressure seemingly too much or just unlucky games. See, hopefully they can battle back. They've been regaining all day today. They're still within striking distance. They certainly have it within themselves to battle back here in the final moments, the final map of the day. But the Nate Dogg team is one of the teams that Dream's been talking about because, well, they've been in the top 10 the entirety of the day, most of the time in the top 4. Now they're just outside of it. Got to battle back in as well. Iceman Isaac looking for his first good game of the day. Gonna use the helicopter to try to do that.
Believe. Intex Brawlic need to stand out here, able to grab the knock onto Oak Boy. Isaac coming in, getting the trade in full. Looks like they only need one more member. JC Baby not going to be able to clutch it up for the squad. And just like that, they are eliminated. Intex and Believe, yes, they've lost out on 1, but the regain should be okay. Still has the gulags. We're just getting started.
Yeah, that's a tough start yet again for Iceman Isaac squad. They just can't quite click in the chemistry, only having about a week or so to work together and try to play as a team. Sometimes it just doesn't click. And today's one of those days, but hey, job's not done. Finish out the map well and maybe win the wild card. We'll see. Lanes, Clumsy, Val Nukes have been surprising most with their competitiveness today. Been playing fantastic. Got an opportunity here to go big.
Dark Savid, Cruz, Gunzy. This is their favored drop spot, and they like to hang throughout the mid-game. Don't really leave that. Clumsy win in the gulag against Iceman Isaac. Another team fully sent to the gulag. Juju, De Niro, Locksteel. They need to step up and have some success here as we get a nice zone for our map 5. What a final game here. Most of the POIs in play. No one in Fortress. No one in Airport. And you got squad number 10. That's going to be Prospect, Solidify, and Otter Eyes, but we just checked in with them, and as we swing back over, chaos is ensuing. Nate Dogg, just an absolute beast here. Eviscerating. Locksteel full dead as well. That PA coming in, and just like that, man. De Niro trying to get out with the heli, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It's the right play. You got to dip out of that. The only 2 teams in the southeast portion of the map, by the way, was Nate Dogg and Juju squad. The only 2 of these teams that are vying for top contention spots, trying to make it to London inside the top 10. Been inside the top 10 all day today. Top teams today battling each other early. De Niro says, I'm getting out of here. All right, checking in, though, with Mutex, Jesus, Huskers. They started in Observatory, and it was real hot to start, so they've moved their way out. Continuing to find teams on their way, though, and on their pathway on the rotation. They might take this fight. If 34 backs out, this could be just a nice team fight to win. And they might just actually try to chase down Team 34. That's Dr. Drummer, who had some early success in map 1, but hasn't had much going since. Now shots from behind. We're having to kind of fight 2 teams at once. Luckily, one team's just running away.
Yeah, Mutex was able to turn around and kind of grab an initial knock onto Z Tankin, which will allow them to continue on their rotation. They're deciding to not vie for that 3v3 against Team Z Tankin, and I respect it. But as we come back on over, Solidified, they were rotating out from that lower, kind of most western area of the map, and now have finally run into some contention here. This team likely going for a regain, jumping straight onto them. Johnny Bro needs to hold it down for Team Johnny. Not gonna do it, though.
Not a chance. High ground position, 2v1. Tough wrap out of here. Where do we go from here? All right, Prospect, Solidify. High value team, certainly. I think we've mentioned this a couple times. Several people thought this team could maybe clamber together, and clobber something up. They just kind of scrappy trio, all very talented at the game. Just the big question mark was chemistry, and done a decent job today. Nothing to write home about necessarily, but hey, everyone's in contention. Still possible.
Dak, Bink, and Infinite just called in a loadout. So this is the perfect time for Nate Dogg, Tappa, and Raul to kind of push this. They're going to hear that, get that information, and know it looks like they were able to grab their loadouts prior to Nate Dogg being able to rotate in. They're going to overlook this, have the mortar to work with, and maybe kind of force Infinite and Co. into a really solid... but nah, they're not even going to worry about that. They want the buy. They're going to grab a UAV. They want all the information.
Now, to be very clear, too, by the way, talking about Solidify, they pushed all the way up to 4th after the 4th map. And I know the desk talked about it. Made a massive push to make it in, not even to the top 10, but into the top 4. Having a pretty mediocre day until that last map. Now really fighting for contention for the top spot, proving people right that, yes, individuals still oftentimes can lead to good chemistry. There's a couple other teams vying for that position, though, and that clown team that's on your screen right now, Team 14, they're in 2nd going into this map, so... Again, proving a lot of people wrong and staying hyper consistent all the way through the first 4. At this point, you just really need to maintain. You need your 74.4. You're really looking for like a 15, 20-point game to make sure it happens. But it's Warzone. Mitigate the RNG. Throw up a big one. Make sure you go to London.
Throw up a big one. Throw up a mobile buy station. Sit on it on a roof and wait for a team that's looking to make a regain land on it. And then you just eat them alive. Dak, Infinite, Bink, though. They had Squad Z tanking, rotating in, but they were able to pick off the captain. Illy, that squad's just not having a lot of luck here, just on the outer skirts. You can see Hook last alive, Clumsy Lanes, and Valnukes just on the other side of them. Queen Shadows, though, had some really big moments here today. Need to find their final form here, though, in map number 5.
It's funny, I was taking a look at Team Bonk. They were 0.2 points away from qualifying to London during stage 2. They're sitting at 27th right now. Future has game was top slayer going in to this LCQ of the players that made it into the LCQ coming out of stage 2. Has currently 4 kills. I don't know what's happened to that squad, but it's been a catastrophic breakdown. I'll be curious to see if maybe they can swing it back during the wild card, but they might be out of it at this point. Let's take a look at the map yet again. Juju squad living up to their kind of the test that they started early of being the team that likes to rotate the most, having to rotate the most yet again in this map, coming all the way down from wherever they were outside of airport, moving their way through observatory now, and it's free and clear.
I like Reader's positioning, right? They had some really solid positioning over there on Quarry when that ring is ended, and they ended up winning that map. Now they're all the way up in Tarak, but Don Lucky, Mire, Regu running into kind of a gauntlet, essentially trying to survive here. They were so close from qualifying in their region expansion, but just kind of not able to string anything here together. Voltrace Delsky looking to kind of get out of dodge in the helicopter. Mire able to hold a really nice angle from inside, but not going to be able to pick up those eliminations. Can we see? Nah, I think they're gone.
This is tough. I mean, edge of zone, rotate again, ton of open space. We'll see. Bonk, this is the team I was talking about. Team 1, again, seeded first because they were 0.2 points away. Just haven't quite been able to put it together today. And this is not a squad you want to run into, especially down a person. Yeet and Bonk all alone without their third. And Intex here connects on one, misses the window shot that looked free and clear, but Brawlix pushing the equation. Should be able to catch one off guard. Yeah, Yeet 1-2. No, doesn't get the knock. Yeet's got to be on 1 HP. Going to zone off the advance, but Brawlix going to swing around the corner and take this fight and lose it. Bonk goes big. All of a sudden, now it's Intex's turn to try to fight this fight.
This is tough, right? When you're individually pushing engagements, it doesn't matter if you're zoning it off with a frag. You have to stack it. Take that 2v1. Don't leave anything to chance. But Future, he's pushing. Intex able to grab the knock in the full, but gets traded from behind. Now Brawlix last alive and has to try and fight in a 1v2. Bonk starting to close the distance, though. Has angles on Yeet. Smoke coming in. You hear the audio. Let's see if he can zone it off. He does turn to the left, but he's gonna get shot from behind. Goes prone. This will be massive. Able to grab the knock, but not gonna be able to do it in a 1v2. Unfortunately, they will fall here. And mind you, they were at one point in that top 4. And chances seem to be slipping. And Ghosh, hear me out, man. Intex is on the timeline talking about barely missing out through the stage 2 finals. And now needs to put something together, have a big stroke of luck, and Sebas, they kind of have a nice third party there to clean things up for Bonk.
That's a free third party and a great play there from Sebas's team. They were inside the top 10 actually going into map 4 and then fell out of it. So still within kind of reaching distance. They need to keep that pace up. And I wonder maybe if Intech squad just thought, we got to throw points on the board. We got to throw points on the board. We're 8th going into this lobby. So they just took that fight. I mean, Bronx went down and then immediately Believe bought it back and he was able to fight back into it. They just didn't quite play together. I don't know if there's a lack of comms or just they couldn't get to a position to work together. That's a huge loss. Not over yet, though. Likely in the gulag, likely still games to be played. I don't know if they were fully wiped out of this lobby or not, but still one you're going to want to get back.
Going to be the biggest 1v1s of their life, and people were asking who is the teams that could potentially stand up and take a banger map here in the final game. And IQ Rida Booyah, this is the name that keep coming up, and as I say that, Clumsy Lanes completely annihilates them. Rida last alive from the top of the staircase. Gonna obviously have to play and value your life in this engagement, but if I'm Lanes and Val Nukes, I am just swarming like sharks around Chum. But look who's in the vicinity as well, Scummin'.
Uh-oh, Janero's in trouble. They've had to rotate the furthest. Doesn't always mean that they're going to have the best rotation. Oftentimes, it means you're going to be running into a ton of squads you're going to have to fight through that have better positioning than you. And that's exactly what just happened. Steel and Juju elect to wrap completely out underground and around the corner. As Team 29, Almighty, Ripper, DV, looking for their piece of the action here on height. Let's swing over to a couple more teams on the fringe, on the bubble. Nico Infinite, Desmond Crowder, they won a map. They're battling here, finding one from distance, and they were 10th, I believe, going into this lobby, or close to it. Yes, 10th going into the final map. Certainly within reach, but they need to drop a big one. We know they can do it. They got to do it again, though.
Coach, if I had $1 for every time I've seen someone try to drop off the top of a rooftop and get completely annihilated while parachuting, I would probably be rich by now. Unfortunate for them, but Desmond going big. That was your map 3 winners. Now we cut on over to Almighty, TJ, DV, and Ripper. Just on the lower side of kind of this mountain, we've seen a lot of the engagements. I had the dolphin diving mountain goats playing in the EU yesterday, but Huskers, Jesus Mutex. We saw Brolic and Co trying to hit the regain. Intex and Believe still up. They just lost out on Brolic. Over here at Oil, not a bad area to regain, especially where the zone is starting to pull, but still tough when you keep running into the heavy hitting teams.
Yeah, Believe's team just is bleeding and they can't stop it. Every time they feel like they've patched themselves up, all of a sudden a new team is there to open up that wound again. I mean, Husker's team holding down his POI, they're just waiting for people to come near them, and it's working. Believe is trying to stabilize, and they still have yet to do so. Now, the team in first out of nowhere, Lovey, Authorized, Reader. At this point, you can't play defensive, but you are at the top, right? So you can find some eliminations. Oh, out of the window, Authorized is hitting that. Hanging out of the window of a Bertha, hitting, I think, a snipe to grab an elimination. Our top fragger thus far. That team is doing some wild and wacky strats, apparently, that work.
I love it. Honestly, you look back to the stage 2 finals, Authorized only had 9 eliminations. And honestly, if we're going to pull out all the stops, here is where you need to do it. Speaking of, Nate Dogg consistently in that top 4, but has fallen out of it. And now we are asking for their best performance of the day here in the final map. Unrational, last standing, it appears, for that squad. And I feel like, I don't want to say the pressure is kind of crushing them, because at this point, if you're going to be Atlas, you've got to hold up that rock. But Unrational, we've seen you clutch before. We're going to ask you to do it right now.
Yeah, your whole team's asking for it. Been in a blender this whole tourney, and yet somehow has held on to top 15, just outside of top 10, pretty much the entirety of the tournament. Their ability to regain and restabilize over and over and over again when the mental is chalked is formidable, but it's just not enough, not yet. So he's going to have to clutch yet again with 3 teams around. Team 20, 38-6, all hunting. Didn't spot Unrational from distance, so might have a free and clear rotate out of here. More worried about these teams of 3.
He's going for the buy station right now. There's a buy station down where Unrational is, and if these squads are engaging with each other, he should be able to get at least one of his teammates back, barring however much cash he has. But Lanes, Valnukes, Clumsy, they have just kind of been the Grim Reapers of the squads that have been performing really well, but when they run up into an engagement with them, their fight so incredible. And yes, Scummin flew back in the distance. We just need to find the final one.
Here we go. Who's going to win this fight on edge of zone? Lots of nades. Nothing yet. Actually, it looks like Lanes is going to push this fight. A massive one for Clumsy, Lanes, and Valnix. I don't know if it'll be enough, but really give them any impetus into the top 4, but they have a chance to wipe a team that's vying for top position, jockeying around inside the top 10 all day today, even holding first place for a little while. Clumsy trying to go big. Clumsy's on 8, looking for his 9th, grabs it, playing with Lanes, could find his 10th from above. Clumsy is going massive for his squad right now. And this is a near flawless execution. No has lost. 1, it's a 2v2. They've got to win this. They've got to push the fight. They've got to get into double digit. Clumsy could go massive here and jump this leaderboard dramatically. Can't forget to take a look at where they're at. I think they were in the 20th going into this one.
Yeah, about
right
20
now,
41.4. This is massive, right? They're able to grab Raul, but here's the deal. I called them the Grim Reapers for a reason, Goj. Oh, wait, Nate Dogg clutched up for the squad. Consistency. My man, Nate Dogg, you're a beast.
Everything was flawlessly executed in that team fight until that last moment. You knew they were bottom floor and you jump up the top, that you knew they likely had a sight line for that jump. You're going to get shot before you hit the ground and then get finished off. Oh, so close. Had a chance for a banger of a map. It's not over yet. Potentially in Gulag. We'll check in with him a little bit later. Watch out for Clumsy's team. That could make a dramatic leap. Will it be enough to go top 4? Likely not, but who knows? Check in with a couple of our other squads inside of top 5, top 10. Autorize, Prospect, last 2 alive for their team, in a little bit of trouble. These is must-win scenarios. They're knocking on the door to London. They're asking the pilot to open up the door, drop down the bridge, drop down the ladder. So far, the pilot is acquiescing to their request. They just haven't boarded the plane to London. Not yet. An opportunity to do so as they rotate in free and clear after wiping the teams around them.
I don't know about you, Goj, but I'm not taking a ladder to London to get in the plane. But Brolic taking out Mire, who was doing a little door dance in the vehicle. Now they've got themselves a vehicle. They're holding a good position just on the inside of circle. Brolic on 6. They're knocking on the door. Just a solid, like, 3.2 points outside the top 4. There are going to be hearts breaking in some very massive teams that will not be showing up to the largest Warzone tournament in history.
Tiff, mark my words right now. I guarantee it'll be less than a point between at least 2, if not 3 squads trying to make top 4. It is going to be that close. We have a ton of teams inside the top 10 still alive as we make our way into the top 25. We're about halfway through this lobby. And you can see in text believe Brolic, they were in 8th, I believe, going into this one. And it was Sitrep. No, not Sitrep. It was Nate Dogg in 7th. Sitrep in 9th. So many teams battling for top position, and many of them still alive.
Ooh, almighty. TJ's squad just got dropped. Unrational finding another string of bad luck in the kill feed. Gets dropped. Was able to get Scumming back. I believe they were also able to get their 3rd in the game as well. So probably still a duo roaming Al Mazrah. But Prospect and Autorize reigning in the trigger discipline, looking for that kind of holding the gas wrap. And I don't hate this, but how open this is going to be is going to be a little messy. So the rotation in with the vehicle is the way to go. You can see some teams are flying in. It's going to be squad number 18 just overhead, Team Colony 2K, but they're going to continuously keep rotating and probably have a heli.
Lovey's still in it. Lovey's actually found De Niro off screen. Another team at the top, still jockeying for position. This is crazy. I mean, I spot 5-6 teams still in this lobby that are inside the top 10. They're the top teams for the reason today. Consistency has been king, and it's paying off. Look at there they are. Authorized, Lovey, Reader off in the distance, still up inside the top 20. Teams are about to start dramatically dropping out as this circle is pushing wide out into the open. Some pieces of cover already occupied. That's 45 there on the mini-map and a piece of cover inside the zone. Team 33. 45 is Husker's squad, doing fantastic to set themselves up for London. Prospect and Otter, just a brutal spot to be in between several different teams. If those teams aren't being harried, they're going to get knocked, and that's exactly what happens. Colony goes down. A smoke and a loadout is all you have to cover these advances. Teams from behind, teams in front. Tiff, this is looking grim for the team on screen.
I am literally about to grind my teeth just watching this. This is the scariest position I have seen. You know Brolic has that signal 50 just behind you, but you called it out. Husker's team early on elected to rotate out of this POI early on. So now all the teams that are still out here on that gas line are going to have to rotate straight into them.
This is
That's exactly right. They're in a perfect position. This is Warzone, I know, but this is warfare for Prospect and Otter, and I think Prospect's just going to leave Otter and try to make it in. You need the multiplier. Try to secure your place. You got to make top 10. You got to make top 5. You need every ounce of every point you can get. One kill might matter. One place might matter. Intex looking for both right now. Munch out in the gas. One in front. Takes down. No, Cloud wins the gunfight. Cloud goes down. A trade comes through, but you're going to hate to not have Intex in the final circle here. Brawler trying to wrap in, and look who's harrying them from distance. Huskers team around the corner inside of the zone, ready to rock and roll like Tiff said, and Prospect out in the zone finally falls, doesn't make it to top 10. That likely means Prospect won't make London, but I can't call it yet. The math ought to come for the back end. Brawler also just trying to skate to this next zone and hold on, get to top 10, get to the 1.6 times multiplier. And look who is here waiting on everyone to come crawling to them on the edge of zone. Not a lot of kills to boot, at least not for Huskers, but an opportunity. Drifts, tries to go big, doesn't find it. A knock into a down and a full. Jesus has been lost. Here's the footsteps, turns. A big win, they're still in it, but not its favorable position with the zone pull.
Goj, they're not in the top 4. This is vital for them to pick up as many eliminations as possible. Now we're down to just one member, but I believe that Team Intex just got wiped. Brolic is down and out. 8 squads remaining, still in that 1.6x multiplier. But if you've already fallen, you are just sitting on pins and needles waiting to see, was it enough? Am I going to London? Because our teams are still fighting it out. Colony, 2K, Watch Waldo, Trey. This is going to be a big fight here between Huskers and Mutex.
This is a must win. If you want to go to London, you must win this gunfight. And they're backing up. They grabbed one knock. No, they're getting shot from behind. They're in trouble. A little bit of cover. The Dolphin dives. Somehow they're not going down. Huskers still up. Mutex goes down. It's all up to Huskers. Has he clutched before? Yes. Do they have enough eliminations? Even if they make it to top 10, maybe top 5 rather, they do make it there. I don't know they have enough eliminations for it to matter. Huskers has to win, and he has to find several limbs. Look at Nate Dogg though. Tiff, 9 eliminations, top 5. Nate Dogg likely has just booked a ticket to London with a massive effort here, especially if they win, down to 3 teams.
Team Reader just fell, but they may have done enough. Nate Dogg was not in the top 4. They just denied Team Prospect from that. Team Huskers, though, trying to do the most they can. Just a measly less than 2 points. Big fight here because Team Colony, they're not in it as well.
All just on the outside. But Nate Dogg's team was in 6. Going big here, finding one. Tapa gonna try to take down Watch Waldo, but falls. The trade from Nate Dogg, it comes through. 10 eliminations. Look who's last alive. It's Huskers in a final 1v1. They eliminated each other. Who wins the gunfight? Huskers pushing the fight. Zoning off with the grenades, finding it. Swings around the corner, no place, but chows it anyway. Nate Dogg gets the better of Huskers for the win. Nate Dogg with 11 eliminations, a massive map, likely just punching their tickets to London with a flawless execution in the final moments. Tiff, the big question in my mind, was it enough from Huskers? I don't know. It's going to be so close at the top.
That might have been the kill that was needed to seal their ticket to London. Huskers was trying to clutch it up. Was it enough? I don't think so.
Here we go. Let's take a look at that winning moment.
Nice, get the phone. I'm getting all the points. He's getting closer. Lighting. Almost cracked. Almost. Almost cracked. One more, Nate. I got sight from the left. Oh, good one. 1v1. Left side. He's pushing up to the silo. On the silo. I'm dead. Big position. He's close, Nate. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, baby! Let's fucking go! That's how we fucking go. Last game, baby. Let's fucking go! With me. Let's go! Let's fucking go, baby! Let's fucking go, baby.
61.4 points going into that last map and a 36-point victory. Does it send them to London? I think so. A massive map victory to finish this thing outright. They were in the top. They were in the top 4 pretty much all day today. They crept out going into the final map. But Tiff, consistency is always on top. Consistency is king. We saw it yesterday. We saw it again today. Nate Dogg, incredible performance.
Can I be a little cringe right now, Goj? Do you give me permission to be a little cringe?
Cringe away.
He's got the dog in him, bro. Cue the the GIF. Like, we need to see it. We need the picture. Nate Dogg, an absolute beast. We've been talking about it all day, and they locked it in for the final game. He's got the dog in him.
Sure, we'll go with that. He's got that dog in him. But the big question on my mind is, did Huskers do enough? Only time will tell. Matt's got to be done from the back, and I don't envy the admins. Tempered may have just won Nate Dogg that victory. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some analysts, some leaderboards, and maybe that wild card as well.
Get free games and in-game content such as the Rat Pack with Prime Gaming. Visit gaming.amazon.com. Hit the gas and don't let up with this World Series of Warzone pack featuring a speedy operator skin and a powerful blueprint. Available in store using Call of Duty points. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming! Hey, World Series of Warzone wouldn't be possible without them. If you want to get free games and in-game content with Prime Gaming, make sure to type in chat !Prime Gaming. Even got the Rat Pack bundle that could be available. Like I said, !Prime Gaming, check them out. But let's get into the meat and potatoes, right? That was the fifth and final game for points. Our top four teams, the scores are being tallied. Who will they be? Well, we've got some good ideas. First, let's start off, though, and Dream, I want to go back to Observatory, and the reason why 7 teams landed Observatory for final game. We knew teams were wanting to get scrappy. Huskers, as well as the CDL boys, were 2 of those teams. Huskers makes it out, and that was the start of his run to trying to make it in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, landing there, of course, like we've seen them consistently kind of not really switch to that strategy, but they're able to win those engagements and reposition to be able to stay alive so late game. And, you know, I noticed that even it seemed like it was happening kind of the same thing over at Hydro, where you had some of these lower teams kind of forcing these engagements. Obviously, we know they needed to pick up eliminations to pull themselves up on that leaderboard, but it just seemed like a lot of these teams really were set up for success in that late game because of their early rotations.
But let's go to you, Dan, right? Because for me, man, it was Nate Dogg versus Lockstill at a certain point very early on. Lockstill, Nate Dogg, 6th and 7th place respectively. Nate Dogg wins the fight.
Yeah, and I actually think it was like that moment we saw a little bit ago on screen where they have that fight against Clumsy and Valnukes where they kind of just win the 50-50 and they're able to they lose one player in the engagement, but they're able to keep 2 of their other remaining teammates up. And I feel like that's a huge swing moment for them, right? Because if they're not able to win that fight, the rest of the lobby does not play out how it might, right? They're not in those positions to get a lot of those end game kills. Maybe Huskers is able to grab a couple more kills. It's kind of like this butterfly effect through the rest of the lobby. So I'm not surprised to see that they're here. They've been grinding this out all day long. They've been grinding all week. I really feel like this last map was the culmination of all of their hard work.
Saw Authorized there in the final top 5. I know Scumman was trying his best to stay alive as long as possible just to try and get into top 4. He was there in the top 12 position. Last time I checked when I was watching his stream, they were going through a difficult time in that 5th and final game. But that 1v1, let's talk about that 1v1 at the end, Dream, right? It's Huskers versus Nate Dogg for top 4 position. Huskers needs to win that fight for the 2x multiplier. That fight could very well be the fight that put him outside of top 4.
Yeah, we'll definitely see there, but I mean, how well these guys were slaying. And with this, I mean, Nate Dogg just moving back and forth to try to just get into a position to where he could take the engagement. But the fact that, well, I mean, it was speculated that Tempered, of course, saved his life here at the end, but I mean, it's also take into consideration the fact that those close quarter engagements for mouse and keyboard players, I just wanted to add, it's kind of hard to take. It's kind of hard to win those, especially versus a controller player.
Well, let's dive a little bit deeper because maybe not chat doesn't understand as to why that is. Why would it be a little bit more difficult? Is it just a tracking of it? Tracking of the player?
Well, I mean, auto aim, right? People say that it's just easier with the controller, but some people just are more comfortable with it. But for mouse and keyboard players, yes, it is, in fact, harder because of the tracking.
Hey, tough to break down, man, if that's the reason why I ended up losing it. Dandro, though, let's take a step back in time and go back to map number 1. And this is where we saw a team kind of, Dracoda, right? We weren't expecting them to really win this, but they do so in good fashion, 24 points. And the thing, though, is map number 2, when we get to that point, they kind of fell off. But this is where I was like, Dracoda them, right? This could be, in my opinion, a dark horse team for 24 hours ago. All of a sudden, now could be winning and going to the global finals.
Yeah, they kickstarted the day in a beautiful fashion, right? I think they just had no expectations onto themselves going into this map, and I think you really saw it, kind of come through. They're a team that's played a little bit, like we said, it was formed very last minute, but they were able to kind of come together, use that natural team chemistry, and find a great game. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to find more success throughout the day, but I think this is just kind of a great kind of showcase of what World Series of Warzone is all about. You have this last team that comes in last second to a last chance qualifier and is still being competitive among some of the best of the best.
That's right, being competitive against the best of the best, and what a performance that was for Dracoda and crew. But game number 2, like I said, just didn't go their way. We look at some weapon elim stats. The Lockman throughout the qualifiers has been the superior SMG to use. The Cronin follows, but the Signal makes a resurgence. Well, I shouldn't even say resurgence, but at least gets onto the radar for tons of players, and it really has transformed the way that World Series of Warzone has been played. This was that 1v1 at the end, or excuse me, I believe a 2v1 if I'm not mistaken. But again, good on Dracoda Dream to take map 1 regardless.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see definitely where that puts them. But that you mentioned the signal usage. I mean, just from that map 1, the fact that there was 29 and that I think we doubled that throughout the tournament, like hitting like 42. It's absolutely insane. But we see how the signal has played into effect the last couple of days. But Team Chrissy, though, amazing signal plays from her. Right. This drop, like, first time too. Not really necessarily like in her comfort zone, but being able to take this was huge.
Yeah, moving from Australia, I believe to Canada, if I'm not mistaken. Chat was kind of correcting me on that. I said NA before, but moves to Canada, plays with the OG of GUI. Clay, not so much is known, but this roster, this trio, Dandro, made it happen, and they did so in great fashion. It was our highest scoring game that we had for the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a wild map to kind of witness. I love what they were able to do, right? This was obviously a lot faster of a map. Kind of going into the start of Zone 5, we had almost half of the lobby just gone. And this team, I think, realizes that, and they make this early rotation. Seeing that this is going to be wide out in the open, they grab the spot, they have signal 50s in hand, and they're just ready to kind of pick apart any of these other teams who are just scrambling, right? It's one thing when you try and make it into this scenario where you're just throwing down smokes, you're trying to stay alive as long as you possibly possibly can. But like we see here, when you have a Signal 50 with that Schlager optic, I talked about it earlier, it doesn't matter if you have smokes. They pick up an insane amount of kills. They end that map number 2, 22 total kills, 44 points on the board.
There's Waldo again. Now, did Waldo ever break into top 10? He's been a big talking point throughout the day, and I swear to you, Dream, every clip that I see, Waldo is just all of a sudden there, and he's either throwing nades at his feet or he's getting gunned down, but sometimes he's making some incredible plays. But Waldo was a big storyline, at least for me, even if it wasn't into top 10. Dream, we move into game number 3, Nico, Desmond, Crowder, right? We had a chance to interview Nico. Wonderful smile, by the way. He was so happy to take that victory, but Crowder's IGL leadership seems to pay off.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was such a huge game too, because you had Desmond, you had Nico picking up those eliminations, and the rotation for this pulled over towards City. So, I mean, just being able to be set up, but the fact that Nico and Desmond made the crazy plays to re-wrap through the gas and be one of those first teams to set up early, they were able to take out all of their opponents and win the game. So, yeah, being able to set up early was the name of the game for some of these rounds, but the fact that they were able to pick up the eliminations along the way, and you see too more Signal usage as well this map, it really changed drastically from 29 to 42.
Yeah, gains in popularity, right? Lockman goes down, I believe, 130 in the last game to this game, 99. The Signal becoming more and more popular, especially for those end zones like this that were relatively open, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of the beauty of the Signal, right? It's especially if you have even 2 players running it. Like, if you're able to both team shot a single player, it's such an easy pick, and it just allows for, you know, when you're running something like a Cronin or a full auto weapon, it's hard to kind of get these picks where you can kind of weave in, right? Somebody throws a shoulder, they peek out. The Signal just allows you to get those picks a whole lot better, and I got to imagine that's how, you know, Nico and Dez and Crowder, that's really what they were feeling when it came, obviously, to that map. But a team that we know that did some fantastic things with the Single, it was obviously Team Reader in that map number 4. We saw Authorize popping off at the end with that gun.
Oh, popping off indeed. This was a big game. This was the highest scoring game we had seen today at 48 points, beating that of Chrissy Dream, who had 44 after game 2. And this is what put Reader, Authorize, and Lovey potentially into the global finals.
Yeah, I mean, and even into that last game, like, you kind of saw them roaming around Ram Tarak, like, just driving around in the vehicles, because at that point they like, no, hey, we set ourselves up for this last drop, like, we're just gonna set up, maybe pick up a couple of kills along the way. It just, either which way, this was huge for them. And I think as a squad too, they had like 53 or something in total for eliminations. So yeah, it comes into play with the Signals, and when you have those first opening picks as well as in those open zones, look how it benefits you.
That's right, benefits you greatly, doesn't it, Dream? Wonderful work from all of our top squads, and now it is time to pull up our stats. And again, what are we looking at going into it? Obviously, top 4 is the important part, but we have questions. Huskers, without the 2x multiplier, did he make it in the top 4? Is Reader still there? Clown had a heroic effort at the end. Nate Dogg, does he go from 7th into top 4 after that massive game? Well, let's get all our questions answered. Dandro, let's break it down. Who's our top 4?
Woo, look at these scores, baby. Team Intex with a heroic game number 5, shoot their way up top of the leaderboard, just barely edging out Nate Dogg, who are able to win that map number 5 and be right up there with them, not too far behind. It's Team Reader, who off the back of that 48-point game, they're able just to kind of continue moving it up a little bit. And in 4th, it is Team Clown with 87. But here's the heartbreak of this story. Huskers, 85.2. It literally came down to that last final kill, and getting the 2x multiplier was the difference between them making it to London or not. It's so heartbreaking. And, you know, we talk all the time about, like, you know, oh, if you only got that 1 kill, but guess what? That 1 kill could have come across all of their entire games. It just was such a nail biter, but what an insane way to have our top 4 teams move on.
It is, and you could argue too, if Nate Dogg doesn't win that one, if he want to get the 2x multiplier himself instead of 1.8x, does he break into top 4? Because from first to fourth, 97 points was first within text, and then you dropped all the way down to 87. It was as close as it could possibly get. And for Huskers, less than 2 points away. He will be the bubble team. But hey, if you're a Huskers fan, if you're a fan of anyone down the list, Prospect, Lockstill, Chrissy, Colony, Desmond, they still have one more game. Our wild card, game number 6 to decide it all. Who will be our 5th and final team to punch their ticket to the global finals? All your answers will be coming up after this break. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone in a Last Chance Qualifiers presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Game 5 has concluded. We know our top 4 teams go into the global finals, and we have one more game to go. Our game number 6, our wild card game. Now, for those who are in chat, maybe you're just joining us, or maybe you weren't here for the EU action yesterday. I'm going to have Dream Crazy, who was here alongside me, talk about how today is going to work, specifically going into that game number 6, because LCQ, a lot different this time around.
Yes, indeed. And of course, this wild card map, we will see the last remaining trios drop into this last map. And the winner takes all. The winner goes to London. Not taking
That's
anything, essentially. But yes, yesterday we saw Tactical Brit take it, which was absolutely insane. But some of these circle zones, I mean, when you saw the first moving zone, there was like, what? There's so many teams left, like 41 squads. It was chaotic.
It was insane. I could not believe how crazy it was to see that final end zone, and how happy I was almost because, you know, Pentagon was there, and I really thought he was going to be able to just walk his way in and take it over, but unfortunately just wasn't to come to fruition, although a phenomenal effort. And for you, Dandro, right, that game number 6, I mean, what was the key takeaway? Because you've watched a lot of Warzone, brother, but never anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually like really interesting how sometimes some of the strategies that we see people like do in the solo YOLO kind of come over to this, right? The biggest thing I think I saw is that the people who are able to really just stack their resources were the ones that are able to kind of stay alive the longest. The biggest thing, right? You really don't need like a loadout. Like maybe you hit a buy station to like get perks or something, but you don't necessarily need your weapons. Like if you have weapons that you feel confident taking a gunfight with, you're feeling good. The one thing that was really cool though is I think it's the teams that were able to find mobile buy stations. I think that was a critical piece for some squads, because if you're able to be up at top with your mobile buy stations, right, you can buy anything you need to kind of survive as long as you can. Maybe additional gas mask, maybe a munitions box, get your stims back, maybe teammates. It's just like allows you to have just so much more mobility and ability to stay alive throughout the rest of the map.
You know, high ground is important too. There was a moment where we saw, I believe it was Team Maze who was holding down that tower up top. I think I brought that up at the beginning of the show. Either way, it was a talking point yesterday, Dream. And I really thought that was going to be the game-winning strategy. But those moving zones, they're tricky. You know, it forces everybody just to relocate, and you do got to keep, you know, your head on a swivel.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where you want to be set up to where you can get out of any situation possible. And like for Team Maze, I believe we had saw one up top, 2 down low, and essentially they were just working these buildings, these positionings to where, yeah, you have to stay alive, but you have to be able to recover too as well. And it's so hard to do with all these squads. But resources are key, and self revives, right? Like we were kind of wondering, will we see a res off? Like I don't know, it's crazy.
I thought we were going to have a res off, or at least someone attempt that, when Pentagon was hanging on the outside. He was by himself. His other 2 teammates had died off already. I thought he was, because he was in the gas for quite some time. I was like, you know, he's going to try and res gun himself, because we didn't have his perspective, so I don't know what he had in his inventory, but he had to make that last-ditch effort, that sprint into the middle, and there was just like a little cart to hide behind once the zone was actually closing, and it was just such a tense moment. Dandro, we went... I want to say 12 minutes, 17 minutes, something like that. We had only had one squad drop in a span of 17 minutes, albeit we did have a pretty crazy start on this rooftop. At least 4 teams land there, and they're all fighting with X-12s. It was wild.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the fun part. I feel like everybody landed. They were all battling each other. Like, wait, why are we doing this? Like, everybody just run away. Like, we don't need to be here, right? But yeah, I think everybody was just playing their life super well. Everybody, I think, is like has this like mutual agreement. Like, we don't have to necessarily like fight each other right now. I think a lot of times we saw teams that were taking battles against each other is because they wanted positioning. They're like, hey, you have a rooftop. I want this rooftop. Like, get out of here, right? and so then we would see a fight engage. Otherwise, people were so okay. Just like if they were in, you know, have multiple teams in a building, they were also okay. Just everybody hanging out. Be like, yeah, you can sit down there. I'm up here. don't come up here. If you do, I'm taking you out, but just stay down there. Like, it's okay. So I think that's kind of the mutual respect across a lot of teams, what we saw in EU today. But it's a new lobby, right? NA, maybe a little more aggressive. Maybe they just really want to get their anger out. Some of these teams who didn't make it to London, they're saying, we're just going to take over the lobby and we're going to eliminate everyone and get our position. I don't know, maybe.
It's all about positioning, streaks, whatever. But I want to talk about something fun because let's go back in time to the first solo YOLO, right? Scump, he's still playing in the CDL. He's still a competitor. He hasn't retired yet, right? He wins the solo YOLO from the CDL, and he kind of shows these Warzone boys and girls up, right? And I was like, wow, he's, of course, the king making some magic happen. Now, Dandro, yeah, maybe. But I want to say this. We do still have 3 CDL players looking to do almost the same thing. It's not solo YOLO, granted, but it is a one-map qualifying match. These CDL guys, right? Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They were almost non-existent, right, throughout the day. But regardless, though, if anybody can do it, these 3 can dream. They've been your team to watch.
Yeah, I haven't even. Maybe they still though. It's just going to be. I feel like just RNG and luck at this point. You never know. It could happen. And for Temp, I mean, man, he was part of that Vegas Legion squad. I was definitely cheering this guy on. And I mean, with how consistent this guy has been playing throughout the CDL Pro League, and I mean, just throughout the years, man, I've watched this guy grow up, like all of them since they were like 14, just shredding it. So is it possible? Yeah, they definitely have the experience when it comes to the map, but we'll see.
Hey, Tactical Brit did it with the team he formed less than 24 hours prior. Okay?
Exactly.
So anybody could do this. I don't even care. CDL teams, if they make it happen, though, the COD universe is just going to blow up at that point. I'm just calling it now. Let's recap, though, today, because we had a lot of great matches and some heartbreaking ones, right? From that game number 5, we go back to map 1, and again, Dakota, that's where he ended up getting his start, and a wonderful start it was. And I really thought this trio, I'm like, man, we are going to see a dark horse team, a team that, formed not too long ago, a team that was not existent in Stage 1 NA Finals, Stage 2 NA Finals, truly make something happen. And unfortunately, they didn't, but it was still great to see them. And it showed during the LCQ, the recurring theme for me, Dandro, was anybody has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, anybody has a chance to be here. That's kind of the beauty of the World Series of Warzone. I feel like this team maybe just suffered a little bit from kind of everybody has these nerves of lobby number 1, right? We heard Nico kind of talk about it, where they specifically even said like, hey, we were playing way too passive and we had to get more aggressive. And I think just that was a wide felt sort of feeling across a number of teams. And they just happened to be the squad that maybe had nothing to lose. They were just flying at everything and were finding a lot of kills, right? But they weren't able to translate it to the rest of the day. So congratulations on taking game number 1 and very convincing, right? 17 kills, 34 points. Definitely a very solid game from them, but unfortunately could not convert to the rest of the maps.
Couldn't convert it, but they definitely tried. Also, take note of all the weapon elim stat down below. The signal currently sitting at 29. It will continue to grow as the maps continue. As we go through the recap, that's just because the signal became more and more popular, given the new update that happened just last week. And it just really was one of the weapons that kind of dominated the meta from, I would say, yesterday to today. We go to game number 2. And again, this is where Chrissy representing. We only have one female who's currently competing in the global finals. That is Smixy. After this win, Dream, I had faith we would have yet another.
Yeah, it really seemed like it. I mean, this was like at this point the biggest game, 44 points to be able to put up. And I mean, with that signal in hand too, just the calls and the comms that she was making, like just something that you always expect to see from her, as she's just been dominating over the years. But with this game, it was just one of those things where, yeah, we saw more signal usage, but we did have a drop off even in that map 5 where teams were forced to play aggressive. So from that map 1 into map 2, it seems like teams just got a little bit more information. They kept up, like the teams that needed to get eliminations, obviously changed the standings a little bit, but we did see a shift in this game too.
I would say we did. Definitely saw a shift, and I believe Chrissy was our kill leader, right, Danjo, after this game, I think with a total of 12. Or
yeah,
no, it was 20-something, wasn't it?
It was up there. It was definitely... It was not 12 because they kind of the first two maps they hadn't really found their footing, and she even said in that interview that we did after the map, right, that they're like, yeah, maps 1 and 2 were just kind of chalked, you know, or map 1 rather, and then by the time we get to map 2, you know, we kind of figure it out, right? And I think obviously as a squad they did pretty well to obviously get there. But map number 3 was a whole different story. We had Nico, Dez, and Crowder who were able to take it on home, and this was a squad that a lot of people were kind of thinking in the back of their heads like, hey, they have a real shot at qualifying. They pick up Crowder right off of after a lackluster stage 2, and Crowder just brings this communication level up that we heard in the interview, and obviously it kind of worked out for them. 18 kills, 36 points.
Hey, Crowder came in with realism. He said, look, your guys' comms, they're just not good, okay? I'm coming from the CDL where the comms are pristine. Let's clean that up a bit. But it paid off. It really did. With the game victory, clearly Nico is very happy. Desmond and co eventually finish off in 10th place. But they are going into game number 6, which we've talked about is very chaotic. But communication is going to be key for a victory. So I think even with Crowder going into game 6, this game 3, right, during the first 5 games was representative of what we can expect in our final game today.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Coach said it. Are we shooting bodies here? Like, that was actually a situation too where it looks like they almost lost it to you guys.
You can't shoot bodies like that. Come on, like, especially in a chaotic in-game like that, it's just not worth it, because you go from looking like a G to looking like a clown really quickly if it doesn't pay off. But luckily, the guy that was shooting bodies, I don't think it was on purpose, to be fair, but it was something anyways, you know, in the heat of the moment was something like, is he really doing that? I think he was just going for the finish. But we go to game number 4, and this was our highest scoring game of the day, in the 40s. I believe 48 points total. 24 kills, and this was a big moment for me because it really showcased, like, okay, this is a team we weren't necessarily highlighting too much, Dandro, but a team we had to pay attention to because they put themselves in first after this game number 4.
Yeah, they went from being nowhere on the leaderboard to being top of the boards off of this game alone. 24 kills, 48 points, and it was all off the back. I think if we saw Authorized was kind of going huge with the signal in this sort of very awkward end zone, right? It's like kind of multi-level. We're over here outside Quarry. We got some blocks that we can hide around, but this team, they're able just to kind of laser it on up, and that's exactly what they needed, because obviously without that game, they're nowhere near close to top, but because they're able to have such an insane map number 4, they are now one of your top 4 teams going to London.
Top 4 teams going to London, like you said, finishing in 3rd place, 93 points, and that was such a big game from them, but an even bigger game from Nate Dogg and co, a team that we were highlighting Dream throughout the event. Today, we called them a hidden gem of a roster. Nate Dogg tears it up, in my opinion. This roster's so consistent. That consistency pays off.
Absolutely. I mean, stage 1, 31st place, stage 2, 21st. You had Zen Purity, you had FaZe, who last stage, I mean, both Nate Dogg and Tappa pulled up big numbers. Nate Dogg had 18, Tappa had 16, and FaZe had 4. So just the fact that they barely missed that spot, that qualification spot, and then come in here and then put up big numbers like that with Raul stepping in, man, this guy, especially Nate Dogg, 23 eliminations, I believe he had through these first these 5 drops. So that is impressive. And I mean, shout outs to these guys just to being able to win this here to like solidify that spot. Yeah. It was a huge engagement to win.
And that is such a heartbreaking win. It's got to be total elation from Nate Dogg to win that, secure that top 4 spot. And then it's heartbreaking for Huskers fan because that win could have very well solidified a top 4 position, and it doesn't because he loses that 1v1. It's not all on him, right? Because one kill throughout the day, one additional kill throughout any of the 5 games could have very well secured them a top 4. So the 1v1 is just something to highlight at the end there, but an incredible performance from Nate Dogg. And one team, though, that we didn't highlight necessarily because they didn't win a game today, but was Clown's crew in that top 4 position. Congratulations to them for making it through. And Clown, insanely consistent, winning fights, and just ultimately doing incredibly well. But hey, there it is. 5 games down, 1 more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 6 will be coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone in a last chance qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Hey, we're still waiting to get into Game 6. We do appreciate your patience, but until we get there, let's go ahead and recap what ended up taking place yesterday, because EU, we saw 50 of the best trios competing to try and make it into the top 5 positions so they can move forward to the global finals. And we did end up getting 5 great teams to enter, but let's recap the games that we ended up watching. And starting with Drop 1, Dream, we saw Fluxury, Quicker, and Petey taking map number 1, 28 points. This was a big win because it was a team that we had highlighted a bit, specifically with Quicker, but we weren't expecting them to start off as heavy as they did.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, well, a little bit, because I mean, obviously they did for the quals, they did dominate there, but it just kind of ties into that conversation with the curse of the quals, like these guys still not making it through. They did place 7th yesterday, but this was a great game that they were able to set the tone. They just were not able to carry it out through the tournament, as even the next game they placed 39th, and then the game after that 28th, and then the last 2 were decent. But those middle games for some of these teams, and especially when it comes to the teams that dominate in the qualifiers, they just did not have the best of luck.
Didn't have the best of luck, but one good thing about this team, though, is they were a team that were the winner of Stage 2 Open Quals, Dandro. So they came in with some proven success, but there's that curse, right, that Goj is always talking about. Teams that win qualifier tournaments do not go through to the global finals. At least we haven't seen that in this season, right? But one big thing about this matchup was the fact that we saw Nova, Deki, and Proesserin. They get second place, but they had a tremendous amount of eliminations. Deki ends up picking up 12 kills that game, but went silent shortly after that. But let's hone in, Dandro, on Punkill's roster. Punkill, V.Ronzo, they take map number 2. They did so in great fashion. One of the things that made Punkill's roster so fun to watch and talk about after winning Game 2 was the fact they were in an invited roster for this tournament, which means their back was already against the wall starting off.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing you love to be able to see, especially in an event like this, right? I mean, this is a team that they would have loved to make it through either the Stage 1 or Stage 2 qualifiers, right? Of course, you want to try and make it through some of those, but to be able to kind of, you have this heartbreak of maybe not making it there, and then you're an invited team to be able to come in and you win the second map of the day, feels amazing as a squad. Now, obviously, at the end of the day, it didn't really work out for them to be able to go to London, but I think as a competitor, these are the type of maps that you love to have, right? You say, okay, we still got it. Obviously the cars didn't shake out for us like we had wanted, but we can still hang, and it still bodes well for their future in competitive Warzone.
This was also a heartbreaking game, though, for Nova, Proesserin, and Deki. They were in first place going into this based off the eliminations they got in Game 1, Dream. They finished Game number 2 in 49th place and fell all the way down past top 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was even like map 3. We're like, man, Deki literally had 12 kills that game, and then he had like 14. Right. It was like, wow, what is happening? Yeah. But as we lead into this map number 3, Team Rocket, they were one of the squads. I mean, I think there was like a poll, right? 79% said that no one would take back-to-back wins, but these guys did it. And consistency was the name of the game for these guys. Maybe not putting up the biggest of numbers in terms of kills, but they were able to be alive and stay alive, play for their rotations, and they're essentially just carrying that placement throughout the whole entire day.
Dandro, you've been talking about consistency for NA. Yesterday, Enigma was bringing up the same point. Consistency, and Rocket's team was the definition of consistency. Zakar, we had a chance to interview him after this very game. He was absolutely locked in and talking about, look, job's not finished. We've got to continue to push forward. They do so. They ultimately end up qualing in second place. But this was the game that kind of showed me, Team Rocket, they weren't playing around.
Yeah, and I feel like every time I was watching map to map to map, this was the squad that, you'd see them early on and maybe they'd get an engagement, and then, we kind of lose track of them, and all of a sudden we're getting into the final 4 teams. We have this awesome Codcast review that's showing us this up in the air. I'm like, oh, look, there's Morpheus' squad, right? They're here again. They're right back in it, and I think that was kind of the consistency that we were talking with. Yeah, in that game they won. They didn't have the real, kills there to take advantage of that 2x multiplier, but at the end of the day, it became kind of became that consistency that they were able to get to that top 5 so consistently that just kind of brings them down to the end. And like you said, gets them that second place spot.
Team Shucks with Pace and Melvin Dream, a 58-point game, 29 eliminations. We had a chance to interview, I believe it was Shucks, after this game, and he said, look, we just kind of like posted up, popped UAVs, teams were pushing into us, we were taking advantage of it. That was one key component, plus their beautiful water play at the end game.
Yeah, and you were looking at squads, right? Like they were one of the squads that like had everybody alive towards like that late game. So these engagements were much easier for them as essentially they had everybody alive. But how consistent they played was amazing. I mean, that game was crazy. But the fact that map 2 also, they were second place, right? Map 4 first. They always found themselves in that top 15 spot. So, yeah, just the fact that they were winning their ones, and I mean, my
That's
God,
right.
fighting against so much adversity. It was just awesome to see for these guys. They are literal lords, and I cannot wait to see them at that global final.
I can't either, because it makes me excited to see a team be so dominant like that, because, you know, Juki's got to be put in check. That man is absolutely on a tear. $60,000 from both of the finals. Hey, man, someone's got to take him down, but I don't know if anybody can, to tell you the truth. We go to drop number 5, and again, Team Rocket makes an appearance. They win 2 games out of the 5 total games that were played for the points, and again, showing that consistency, Dandro, that was just absolutely good. But drop 5 specifically, though, I think for me, this is where we saw Pentagon. He had a massive game in game 4. Coming into game 5, he wasn't there, and that's when they started to really drop down the standings.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, that's something that they got to look back on and maybe kind of clutch it on up, right? I mean, that's the beauty of sort of this LCQ is that, you know, okay, you made it through, you're feeling good about it, but now you have all of this VOD, right? You kind of said you went through this lobby. Now land is going to be an entirely different beast of its own, but at least you have the things that you need in your back pocket to kind of make those adjustments. We have plenty of time until we're going to London, right? So there's no excuse why you shouldn't be looking back at maybe some of your mistakes, some of the things that you had, and then being able to kind of tighten them up before we get, of course, to that global land.
That's right, and I think after this we ended up seeing Zach Carr's reaction towards the end. We don't get it here, but he went from like just like very serious, right, during that interview to just absolutely elated as he realized he punched his ticket to global finals. We look at the EU teams heading to global finals. One team, though, we didn't have a chance to cover was Tony White. Man, 32 years old. He posted that. I'm not just saying that, right? He posted that. I could say it. I'm 31. I'm old myself, but the fact is, 32, going to the biggest Warzone tournament ever. That is incredible dream.
Yeah, I absolutely. Listen, y'all, you keep talking about age here, and I'm like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm older than you, Reflections.
I didn't say anything about you.
But for real, they made a roster change last minute, and that was that question, like, since picking up Dan the Man, will they be able to do it? And they did it with the roster change, and that chemistry just had them soaring.
Adam, hey, I keep talking about age. I mean, Dandro's 22. He can't relate to us, man. I got one foot in the grave over here at 31. I don't know if he's 22. He might be 23.
I'm a year younger than you, homie. Like, what?
Might be 23. I mean, he looks like got that baby face going on. Hey, we got a good interview, though, and I'm ready to bring him in. Let's talk to Nate Dogg after such an incredible day. Nate, what's going on, man? By the way, loved watching your perspective in that 1v1 versus Huskers. You were locked in, but you didn't seem frazzled whatsoever. It was all business at that point.
Yo, yeah, we knew it was like last game where we had to lock in. Like if we really wanted to go to London, like it was this last game that we had to lock in. So me and the boys, we locked in, and the game went perfect. We ended up winning it, 16 kills.
Perfect is what you needed, man, because you were going into game number 5 in 7th place. You had been so consistent throughout the day, but it was after that game 4 you kind of fell down a little bit, right, from top 4 down to 7th, and a lot of questions were raised. Would you all be able to make it in qual? And you managed to do it. So I got to ask you the simple question, right? You're going to global finals. What does that mean to you personally as a competitive Warzone player?
It means a lot. I told my mom about the tournament, and she believed in me. Like, she believed in me. I didn't have my passport yet. Like the day before last week, the qual is. I got my passport on Wednesday. It was devastating that we didn't qual, but we knew we had one more chance. So I'm glad that we could bring it out today. That I got my passport for a reason.
I love that. I mean, man, congratulations, of course, Nate. I was gonna say, like, with you personally, I usually love to hear about team dynamics, but I'm gonna switch it a little bit. With you personally, your game specifically has just increased every single time. I just feel like you keep getting better and better. Like, what are you doing that is just increasing your level of play?
Thank you. And I don't know, I just been grinding the game a lot, playing for this tournament ever since it was announced. I've been playing all day, grinding, and I'm glad that it paid off. Like in this last chance qualifiers, like I couldn't be more excited. I'm so hyped for going to London. I'm thankful.
Hell yeah. I love to hear that. I think I saw a clip from your teammate Raul on the team on the timeline, like freaking out, and his mom coming in and like him telling his mom that you guys are going to London. Obviously, like, you know, you're a little bit I would argue underdogs, right? I don't think a lot of people are very familiar with you if they haven't, you know, been watching the competitive scene a while. So talk to me about the squad. Talk to me about, like, why do you three work together so well? Like, what had to come together for you guys to be able to have the performance that you did today?
Raul was a last minute pickup. Like, we've only been playing with each other for like 3 days, and I'm glad it worked. And he wanted me to thank Mutex for dropping him to give us the opportunity to pick him up and qual. So I want to give Mutex a shout out.
Oh my God, I love it. I love it. Hey, congratulations though, man. I mean, it's really something special, I think, to see a team like you come through the LCQ and be able to obviously make London.
It's huge. It's huge. Nate, you mentioned your mom was a big supporter. Love that first and foremost. You know, for a lot of competitive gamers, it's imperative that their family supports them, and it just makes that route to be a competitive or a successful competitive gamer that much easier and more accepted. So did you tell your mom? Have you told her yet that you won? What was the reaction from her? And you know, what ended up happening in the household after you won?
She was excited. I told her as soon as we won the last game. Like, I had a feeling that we called for sure after that 18-kill win. I told her, and she was excited because she's the one I'm taking to London with me. So I'm glad I got to go travel with her.
That's awesome. So you're taking her too. That's great. We'll have a chance to see the both of you over there, and I know she's got to be incredibly proud. Nate Dogg, again, congratulations, brother. Is there anything you want to say? I'll give you the floor to the fans out there and to the people that have believed in you this entire time.
I just want to say thank you for the support and everyone that tuned into my stream and followed after that huge game. I appreciate everyone, and thank you.
Well, hey, thank you for giving us some star-studded plays today, Nate. Hey, can't wait to see you over at the Global Finals, and the best of luck, brother.
Thank you.
There you go, Nate Dogg, man. Hey, locked in the entire tournament.
I love it.
Very intense gameplay and clearly very passionate. Love the fact that his mom is so supportive of him, you know, being a competitive gamer. Again, I can't stress enough how important and how impactful that is to have your family backing you up. I didn't necessarily have that at first when I started my casting career, but I eventually got it. And once I did, it locks you in and just makes everything a little bit easier. So for Nate Dogg, can't wait to watch him compete whenever he goes to Global Finals along with his roster, and seems like a good kid. You always love to see that. Well, hey, it looks like we're going to take another quick break. Game number 6 is still, we're figuring it out right. We do appreciate your patience out there, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Game 6, hopefully coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone NA Last Chance Qualifiers, presented by Prime Gaming. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. It's been a great day. We're still waiting on lobby number 6, right? So you guys know we're just taking, well, we're going to get through it. And again, we appreciate your patience. But I want to bring in 2 people that we really haven't had a chance to talk with today. That's Spider, Tiff, and Ghost. I feel like all I'm doing is talking to you, and then you guys just take it over and we go into game. But now we have a chance to be on the same desk. So Spider, Tiff, hey, first off, well done today, calling the action. Loved it. Didn't hear Mountain Goat as much as I wanted to hear today, or Bush Wookie, but it's okay. I got enough of it yesterday. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm good. I feel like, you've just been like the dad character of the desk, just leading us through this. No jokes on your age or anything. You're the one that just was talking about it a lot. But I'm so excited, bro. While we wait, look, Dandro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you chuckle, but I'm so glad to be here with you guys.
Anytime he smiles, though, I get happy. Dandro, he's just got a smile that lights up the world, okay? I got to say that because he's 6'3" and he would pummel me. Gosh, you're 5'9", though, along grounded, more grounded like me. It's great to see you out there. You did a wonderful job today with Tiff, and key moments, man. What's your takeaway from yesterday and today? Because there was so many things that went down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key decision-making factor for me on whether or not I'm good at predictions was here at LCQ. Like, I thought I was fantastic at them. I've called some crazy tourneys. I thought I had all the intel, the insider scoop from all the scrims. Everything was flipped on its head. But that's LCQs. With only 4 spots to go, you have to be perfect. And both yesterday and today, it was proven not every team that on paper should win was able to string it together, whether it was the pressure or just the instance. If you have a 50% chance, sometimes it lands on tails when you guess heads. And that's exactly what happened today, especially for a team like Husker Squad that was just a point or so away from qualifying. So I had a lot of fun on the cast. I'm still coming down from that energy we had in the final circle because of how crucial that last fight was. Like, really, really fun day and such a great showcase of Warzone.
It was, man. Husker, like, right, Dream? Because you had Huskers, you had Nate Dogg, and that quite literally, because I still don't know. I haven't done the math, right? I don't know if Nate Dogg doesn't get the 2x multiplier. Does he break in the top 4? In my opinion, I'm going to set it. I Dream, I think that fight literally determined who went into top 4, whether it was Huskers or Nate Dogg's team.
Yeah, I mean, 0.2, 0.6, like literally it just comes down to one engagement. And throughout yesterday and today, I mean, throughout this whole entire World Series of Warzone tournament in every single stage, it comes down to those crucial engagements that a lot of these teams, either they choose to set up early, kind of coast throughout the tournament, or they essentially qualify through picking up a lot of eliminations, and those happen early game, right? But consistency, of course. How many times can we say it is the name of the game? But if you have a crazy banger game with a lot of eliminations, you can steal some of those spots.
That's right. Spider Tiff, let me ask you a question, right? Because your other half, right, Ghosh, and I don't know if I should call him your other half, but you guys are a great duo. He's bad at predictions. So I'm going to ask you maybe a little prediction. And look, there's no way you could predict this. If you do, you're just a wizard. 5-head gigabrain. But Spider Tiff, Solo YOLO is going to be a thing at the global finals. We're bringing it back, right? A lot of money on the line. You've got all these competitors to choose from who have qualified from EU, who have qualified from NA. Who do you think wins this Solo YOLO? We're ways out, but I just want to try and gauge your thought process here.
Oh my gosh, Reflections. I can barely pick where I want to eat for dinner. How am I going to choose between 150 players of who's going to win the Solo YOLO? I couldn't even put predictions on the timeline today because I, quite frankly, couldn't decide. I love that Goj was so aggressive with his predictions, and you're right. He's really bad at them. One day, maybe he'll be good, but until then, I'll wait.
Yeah.
If I have to think about it, come back to me in like 73 years,
look, here's
bro.
the thing.
Like,
we got to predict Wildcard first. We got to get through the next map. Like, we got to get through who's the top team going to London. This is spot 50 of 50. And Taylor, I got to say, if things are going to repeat themselves like they have today, NA looked a lot like EU. Who is the tactical Brit of North America? Like, there's so many content creators a part of this tournament that could fill that role. My eyes are on Iceman Isaac. Like, that's his style of content. He runs the academy. He has great strategy. He's a fantastic IGL. His worry today and what he put on the timeline was all about making sure they had enough kills, not getting to endgame. He knew he could get to endgame. They could do it right here, and it could be the back-to-back repeat of history of the tactical mind that is the YouTuber content creators.
Iceman Isaac. That's not a bad shout, Dandro. I actually like that pick. Will it be right? I don't know. Ghosh has been. I don't think he's got a prediction right.
Ghosh is just cursing people, bro. Let's be real. Ghosh is just the curse.
He is absolutely the curse. He keeps talking about this qualifier curse, which is a real thing. I give him credit for that. But he is like, if he's going to say you're going to win, automatically you might as well not even play. It's already done and dusted.
I think the thing that, like, to his point though, like another person that like immediately comes out to me is the OG of OG Rat Pack, and it's OP marked, baby. Like that guy knows what it means to drop 8 claymores in a room and not move for 20 minutes in a game. Okay, and I'm just saying that based off of like his own playstyle, right? That's the win grinder. That is the guy who, you know, when we had leaderboards in both Verdansk and Caldera, who was right at the top? OP marked, devious, shaded step. Like these are the guys who know how to play for wins. And well, that's the name of the game when it comes to this lobby, is like, how do we play for wins? Now, obviously Warzone 2 is a completely different beast than Warzone 1, but I got to imagine a lot of those same strats, you know, are going to be able to move over between games.
Taylor, I want to jump in because here's the thing. I like the shout from Dan. I'm still picking Ice over OP Mark because OP Mark is used to winning games when there's 5 teams left in the final circle. We're going to have 25 teams left in the final circle. OP Mark's Claymores can't stop 15 teams at once. That's all I'm saying.
She's raising her head. Go Spider Tiff.
You've got to get to the end game. You talk about him winning in the final 5, but you have to get there first, Goj. And I'm going to go with the fact that OP Mark just dropped a nuke on me in Warzone 2 in a public lobby. So, I mean, hey, you know, win grinder for a reason.
What about Boom Kid? Boom Kid's there, right? He might have a chance to make it happen. Okay, I'm just going through the list because look, Boom Kid can make it. Did we see him a lot today? No, but hey, he still has a chance to do it alongside that at Cole, Royal Eyes, right? There's a lot. But let me ask a question, and I'm not going to pass this to anybody. If anybody wants to take this, feel free, because it's a bit of a tough conversation. But I want to talk about Regain, right? Because Huskers, as we know, was so close to qualifying. Now, as a competitor, he's got to have short-term memory and put that aside going into game number 6. Totally changed the play style from what he's been used to doing throughout all the regional qualifiers and finals, and try and qualify in this last and final attempt. Who wants to take it? Who thinks Huskers can let that that tough loss go and come back into game 6 more solid than ever?
It's certainly possible. I think it's going to be really difficult. That team is really, really strong when it comes to, you know, the last several days of working together, but they don't have, you know, months and months and months of practice. I mean, I might be totally shooting out of left field here. Tactical Brit won with a random squad. Iceman Isaac, I was touting him, won with a random squad. I do think there's some level of chemistry that can give you an advantage. Will it give you the win? No. So another squad that comes to mind that's almost the exact opposite of that team is maybe that Desmond and Nico combo. They've been playing together throughout every single stage. They won the stage 1 qualifiers. They have a chance to reverse the curse. We saw what happened when Crowder stepped in with these clear comms. He knows the map, he knows the game, and he settles that team well. That's another team that I see really being up at the top of the podium. Could Huskers win it? Of course. Everyone has whatever the math is. I think it's like a 2% chance to make it, maybe a little bit less or a little bit more than that, given there's 46 teams or less here, with the top 4 making it all the way to London already. But even still, whatever that percentage is, maybe it's 2%, 3%. I think Desmond and Nico have like a 5 or 6% chance of winning it.
5 or 6%. We're quantifying that. Okay, so 5 or 6%. I like that. By the way, a little bit of an update. I do believe Game 6 lobby is starting to get loaded up. So that's good news for all the fans out there, including us. We want to see this Game 6 because it is just absolutely wild. Dream, what about you, though, right? We've thrown out a lot of names. Unrational, we've thrown out, of course, Iceman Isaac, Huskers, can he regain? Is there anybody that really stands out to you to win game number 6?
I want to see someone joining Smixy, and of course it's Chrissy. I want to see them make it. I mean, they took a drop. They have the ability to do so, and I mean, of course, with the signal, and Chrissy was just beaming everybody. But it's just going to be such a tough call, you guys. Like, honestly, I'm there with Tiff. It's just like, it's so hard to decide. But I really, really, really would love to see another female at that global final.
Taylor, I have an idea.
I would too, right? Because then you bring up the conversation, who's better, right? Then you got Smixy, Chrissy, who's going to be the one standing at the top. It's special to me that we do see Smixy already there in the global finals, because it was a long, hard run to get to that point. And doing so by getting top 15 is pretty special, in my opinion. Smixy, she's just a great person, right? So to be able to represent over there is going to be absolutely incredible. Dan, what you got, though?
I have an idea, okay? And I want to get everybody's opinion on this. And production can't make this happen, but metaphorically. I think we take everybody, all the teams, and we put them on a big old wheel. And then we spin the wheel. And that's about as good as any of our predictions are realistically going to be, right? I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, you know, it does come down to like a lot of RNG, but I feel like that's maybe at LAN, that's what we need. Some future ideas, right? We'll just go get everybody on a giant wheel, like a Price is Right wheel, and we'll just spin it. And that'll be our predictions for the solo YOLO when we get to LAN.
So, when I heard you say wheel, my immediate thought went to a hamster wheel. And then you're putting 46 trios on a hamster wheel, and you just have them run as quickly as they can. The last one who's standing on the hamster wheel,
the most
they move forward to the global finals. But you were being intelligent, and you were talking about like a Price is Right wheel or something that went like this with names. See, I was being dumb. That's just kind of who I am. I appear smart, right? Well, that's up to interpretation. But I think I appear smart whenever I'm talking, but I'm really dumb as a person, right? So, but that's it. It's just hamsters, all right? I love guinea pigs, favorite animals. Just throwing that out there, by the way. Hey, liking what I'm seeing, though, and I think we're going to take a quick break because, like I said, that game number 6 is getting started up, so hopefully we're going to be having that come your way shortly, but until then, we'll take a quick break. Hey, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to World Series Warzone in a last chance qualifier presented by Prime Gaming. Game 6 looks to be just about underway, where we will see who our 5th and final team is going to be from NA to enter into global finals. Just to recap one more time about how this 6th and final map is going to work. Dream, I'm going to have you walk through the audience.
All right, guys, last map. Hopefully it starts now. Wildcard those 46 trios. Rather, they advance to London if they stay alive. And you know what? You guys, it's going to be very hard to do so. Like Dandro said, it's going to be like the Price is Right. Spin a wheel and see. But you guys, it's just the last team standing. No points, no eliminations matter here. You just got to be able to stay alive.
That's it. Eliminations. That's not the name of the game here. The name of the game is to survive. Be the final trio or solo standing at the end of the game. If you end up doing that, you earn a spot into the global finals. That's what's at stake here. Tactical Brit did it yesterday with the team that he formed just 24 hours prior to the LCQ starting. But hey, without further ado, let's get it started. Spider Tiff Coach, get in here once again. Game number 6 to decide it all. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going. I'm so excited for all of our players. They've got to lock it in. Find that ice in your veins. One last chance to find yourself at the Copper Box Arena. And guys, it gets loud there. Let me just tell you, it's a sold out global finals. And this is your only ticket in.
Here we go, Tiff. It's been a long time coming. We've had a fantastic day of Warzone, but now the final map starts here. And I gotta say, if EU is gonna repeat itself, anything can happen. Any team can win. It's just about being in the right place at the right time. I did shout out several teams on broadcast, but my choice before this tournament started, you saw it down below. Saw a couple people shouting out Mirai. I was shouting out Leonard's squad with Sit Rep. Has some success in scrims, might have some success in the final map.
Nah, good shout on the Iceman Isaac, though. Really good at finding themselves in the final circle when it comes to the solo YOLO. Could find some success here. But for the teams that have to give it their all, this is going to get really interesting. You said it best earlier in that show. Tactical Brit only had been our team for less than 24 hours before they were able to take the win on the outskirts of Akdar Village, but we're locked in. The 150 screen, everyone's POV is here. It's the wild card game, Gosh. We're ready.
Everybody at home, take a collective big deep breath. We're gonna hang out, we're gonna watch this final map together, and there's gonna be little to no action for about half the lobby because everyone's gonna be hanging out. I will say though, comparatively to solo YOLO, this wildcard drop, it does get a little mixy. We see some people dropping immediately upon the gates being open. You saw Drakota, the first one out of the plane. Is that an ill omen or a good one? I guess only time will tell.
Yes, we're gonna have to wait and see. The plane line so far to the west, going over caves, on up. Man, that's gonna be really tough for the teams that like to land out towards the eastern side. Al Mazrah City, though, just have to float on into the air and kind of see where it's going to go. But the strat, right? You have to really hope that your macro is on point. Talking about rotations, the strategy of how you are going to predict where the zones are pulling. And I think a lot of those teams that are typically consistent with making it towards the end game will find success here. But Mirai, you shouted them out, Goj, and here they are kicking things off with a nice 3v3.
Yeah, this is so interesting because in this wildcard match, you don't really want to take fights unless you have to. But at the same time, it's like, well, if we can wipe a team from our POI, we're gonna have a free wrap, like a free rotate. We won't have to worry about a team behind us. This is the Regiment squad with Maxity, Sailor Kevy, of course Taj. Taj would love to head out with Regiment. Actually, Taj played with Army Gaming for several Warzone tournaments that I've been a part of, so an opportunity here, but it does look like it's gonna end up in a team fight. You see Mutex's squad being eliminated first, but no, Don Lucky's gonna get the better of his opponent, sneakily grabbing one, cleaning it up. See what they can do from here.
Hear me out. That was at the hands of Scummin and Unrational, taking out Mutex. Huskers, bro, if I'm a Huskers, I want to lock it in here. I realized very early on that they needed the win on that final map, and my heart was like breaking. But let's check in, see what's going on with Scummin and Unrational. They got Colony 2K and Watch Waldo over here. Looks like they've already lost out on Trey, who has found themselves in the gulag. So a nice 2v2.
All right. Watch Waldo had a great tournament today. Really put up a great fight, but he's going to try to take this contest and wins it. Immediately sending Unrational and Scummin to the gulag to fight for their lives. Talk about the pressure in that gulag right now. You lose that, you both lose it. Your whole team loses it. See you in the lobby. We will not be seeing you in London.
Mutex won his gulag. Jesus Jr. lost their gulag. Gonna have a tough route ahead for them.
Okay, Realize getting involved quickly, dropping one. Cleans it up. We've got a 3v1 here. It's so funny because the players and the teams are going to be thinking totally different in terms of strategy, right? Like you're playing the game so drastically different, but team fights don't necessarily change. Like when you're forced into a fight, you have to play it the same way you were playing it during the LCQs. You have to body stack, you play as a unit, you push when you have an advantage. You can't play timid just because you need to stay alive.
That's true. Speaking of playing timid, Asm looks like he's down and out, and Gunsy Cruz. Dark Savid under fire from a potential mortar strike, has to reposition. Can't necessarily get the full that they want, but they have access to the buy station and have won that portion of it.
Tiff, you know what I would love? I would love that once we get to London, the two wildcard teams that make it, they have to wear like a placard around their necks or like a medal or something, just saying like, hey, we're the wildcard team. Good luck. Make the odds be ever in your favor because we have fate on our side.
Fate, luck. I mean, aliens exist. That's confirmed. And here we are just looking for our last ticket. Astro Boy, though, on your screen. Barracks. We were talking a little bit about them before we jumped into our first map 5 series of the day, but none of that matters. There's only one more ticket to London on the line. You have to be flawless. Ripper on your screen with the reposition. Trying to take down little Mario.
All right, they're going to take the fight. Pushing up. Slight advantage here as they push the equation. Shots come through. No, Almighty goes down and wiped. What do you do if you're Ripper? You try to run out. You're going to continue to take the gunfight. Devera anxiously was awaiting this final map. Fairly solid strategist in his own right. Now the strategies have to come to a head. You push. It is a 2v2. Play patient. Do you have a jump spot? Okay. Playing around the outside. Do anything that you can to get an advantage. This is sketchy.
Yeah, but you hear the glass break. That will give it away. We've seen people break glass and reposition. Now Ripper just on the underneath.
Slowly but surely. Trying to find an angle, seeing who makes the first mistake. Spotted, little Mario running. Saw the loadout, Ripper chasing. Free fires come in. Little Mario goes big with the reach out. Absolutely horked on. That was a great gunfight win from Mario.
Mario hit the power up and then took him down.
All right, what a wrap out. Let's take a look at the map. Fairly central, kind of hanging outside of City. So you're not going to see 45 teams in the final circle that you could see in City, but still a ton of POIs in question. And off screen, by the way, and our camera on camera, DV does get wiped. So that squad will be headed to the gulag. But I don't know, Tiff, like taking a look at that map, what do you think? Any spots stand out to you as the place to be?
Depending on where this pools, I would really set myself up in Village, Aktar Village, and more specifically, not necessarily towards Observatory, unless it starts to allude that it's going to pull that way. Yes, but a lot of the rotations end up going through Aktar, and I think it would be really smart for teams to kind of go that route. Team Johnny, they're one of the further southernmost teams. That's going to be squad number 5 that you probably witnessed on the map, but time exact and Doug is raw. Nice little smoke and reset here. Squad 49 just to their south on the minimap.
Yeah, I gotta say, a team that had a lot of talking points around them, but really didn't make a move on main stage hardly at all. You know, would love to see them in London. They're storied Warzone players, specifically Doug is raw has been around the block for a very long time. Exact was a pretty solid competitor all the way through the life cycle of Warzone. Has been split and then rejoined and splitting with former teammates and former squads. Used to actually play with Brolic, who qualified today, and tried out a new team for stage 2 and now into LCQ. It didn't pay off, but maybe it'll pay off in the wild card.
Drakota, Furkel on your screen over here, just at the tallest portion. But here's the deal. We saw a couple teams in the EU Last Chance Qualifier wildcard map kind of enact this same playstyle when they took the further most height at Observatory and kind of just stayed up there for a bit. But as our zone continuously pulls, Team Johnny over there in Fortress is looking so good right now. You even have Team Prospect down at Sawa Village. They typically land there. And with this zone pool playing heavy, we will likely see a lot of teams that if their loadouts are in the water, pistols are coming out.
That's right. That's right. You got to have your
Water loadouts ready. Be prepared for anything. Danzo did a deep dive on what you need. Did you listen? That's the big question. Resource management is everything. We talked about it yesterday. The team that won had gas masks, but they played the zone perfectly at the end too. Like, they didn't just hang out in the gas with their durables. They actually played inside the zone and just kind of waited on the other teams to cycle to them. So maybe that's the key to success, or maybe it's just spin the wheel. Who knows? We will see.
The Price is Right wheel that Dandro was talking about, all I could think about was that global finals in London at the Copper Box is the real showcase that they want a ticket to.
Well, I'm telling you, certainly possible. Drifts grabbed a 3-piece with a precision airstrike, potentially? Was that what that was? Drift's going massive here. Pushing the equation, gonna get a team wipe by himself. Unreal. Drift's on 5 eliminations. Maybe this is their play style. Drift's legit ride, just gonna fly at every team they see. The other team's playing timid. Confidence is key. You're gonna win your gunfights.
I think a lot more teams are going to be way more timid now than they were ever. So it makes sense that Drifts is like, all right, I'm getting aggressive. JC Baby, Iceman Isaac, you were talking about Iceman Isaac. Very intelligent when it comes to just like rotation specifically. A lot in these solo YOLOs, just an absolute grinder. And I love the utilization of Claymores. We were talking about it. I think Dandro brought it up with OP Mark. He's like, I'm not ashamed to sit in a building with 5 Claymores. Look, it doesn't matter. This is for the last spot to London. Do what you have to do.
I'm telling you, this is a team that I think really has a good chance of winning it. They're going to be analyzing the zone. Ice is a great Warzone head. It's just a matter of putting it together for tourneys. And for a wildcard spot like this, I think they've got a good chance. Again, though, when you think of a good chance, let's even call it 10% chance. You go from like a 2 or 3% chance on paper to a 10% chance. That's a massive leap, and you have a massive advantage over other people on paper, but it's still a 10% chance. Like, anything can happen. Anybody can win. So although they have an advantage, may not take it. We'll see. Water strats apparently is a couple teams' favored response to the zone given. Corazite and water, Symphony and water.
Ooh, Huskers, Mutex, Jesus Jr. lost out on the top 4 by 1.8 points. Huskers does not want to feel that again and will likely try to play the best game of Warzone in his entire life right now. And they've had some really good macro rotations throughout our 5-map series, consistently rotating ahead of absolutely everyone. And Huskers' survivability towards those endgame top 5s specifically have been really impeccable. We saw them kind of try to get the drop on Chrissy's team when we had the quarry-ish ending, and unfortunately didn't make it through. But if you were to take a win, this would be the one that is definitely needed.
Yeah, it's so funny because you have to be totally unbiased in these circumstances, just thinking about players and their history in not only the Warzone space, but just generally in the Battle Royale space. I mean, Huskers is up there with the true veterans. I mean, there's no one, nearly anyone, probably not in this tournament at all, that has as much experience as Huskers in Battle Royales and in winning Battle Royales just on paper. But will that translate to a wildcard game? I don't know. Maybe, again, a couple percentage points in their favor, but they're going to have to execute when the time comes.
Slack, Duffy, Symphony, we last saw them in the water on the outskirts of airport, now making their way into the actual building. Want to maybe try to get some high ground and maybe hold teams out that are rotating a little bit late. But even then, they're riding right on that circle. You can see Team Royalize out to their right, kind of running straight towards Russ and Jerky and Hobu. This is going to be tough because all the teams are likelihood have already made it towards that most left-turn side, and I think a lot of these endgame rotations are going to be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially if there's a ton of water. It's going to be wacky. Hopefully teams are thinking about that like we talked about the loadout, but we'll see. Especially if it's even close to the water, you could have a moving circle that pushes everybody to the water. It's going to be chaos. I'm excited about it. It was chaos yesterday. It's going to be chaos today. We're already knowing that's going to happen. I'm just excited for that overhead view with all of the teams in that tiny little circle, wherever it is. Here we go. Sean J off into the corner. Fantastic content creator in the space. Been around for a while now, making great content on YouTube, streaming. Had an unfortunate turn of events today in the tourney, but still here, having a chance to go to London. Job's not done. One map.
You know, I love that you bring up Sean J as well, because that's the issue, right? She grinds out time and time again. We'll get back to that later, because Future as game is just full sending. Taj, the last member, Squad 47, will be wiped there, but back on over. She hit the timeline right after our Map 5 series and was like, dude, I give my all to this game every single day, and I just wish that I had a consistent roster to grind with and grow with. And I think that's half the battle of finding that consistent trio that you actually just mesh and have the cohesion with. And that's what we're looking for. And a lot of the teams that do have that chem are the teams that made it through early on.
That's a great shout. Chemistry is always on top when it comes to the Warzone competitive scene. You see it with TBE, and they're going to be awaiting their competition in London. Everybody's looking at that trio as a team that's going to take it all. They've proven it time and time again that when it comes down to the biggest moments in Warzone history, as one of the most storied trios of all time, they're likely in the equation every single time you run this London land back in the multiverse, if you will. 10 times over. How many times is TBE in the top 3? I think it's close to 10.
A lot of teams looking to prove themselves on LAN as well. There really haven't been that many Warzone LANs, maybe just at least 2, I think, throughout since the beginning of Verdansk. And to call yourself a winner of a massive Warzone tournament is one thing, but to prove it on LAN just sits that much better.
Well, Ripper got eliminated here sometime off screen, and Almighty and Devera have yet to pick him up, and they're in a pretty decent spot, but you're having to contest other squads. And if you start moving around too much, you're gonna run into some team that's all bunkered up with claymores and deployable covers, like this Trek squad. Like, I mean, sometimes you just kind of got to pick a spot, and then when the next circle comes, then you got to make a decision on what you want to do. If you're just constantly moving around, I mean, it's almost like a game of hide and seek, right? It's like sometimes you want to move to a more favorable position and maybe a better hiding spot or what have you, but sometimes it's kind of just, hey, bet on the fact that your spot right now is actually not that bad, and you don't want to get caught in transition.
Or just be like Watch Waldo and hold an angle with an RPG. You come around the corner, think you're gonna take about a nice fight, and you just get freaking blown up. But here's the deal, Goj. We're 15 plus minutes into this map. We only have 2 teams that have completely fallen here and are out of the race at 116 players. We saw the layer cake kind of go down inside of Village. I think that's where it actually ended up, in the wildcard map. And here we go. Scum and Unrational Jace making a play for Sean J, Tapify, and Kush.
Drill charges to ward off any advances, pushes Unrational down to the bottom floor, allows them to hop, skip, and a jump over on the rooftops like it's Aladdin. Run away from the people in charge. Run away from the team hunting you down. It looks like Unrational is going to say, that's fine, we're going to move on. They're going to go over towards Team 25. That's Team Juju. That could be an interesting fight should they elect to fight each other. 2 teams that were in contention in the top 10, a chance to make it to London, both missed out just by several points. Look at them. You can see them over on the right-hand side. Team 25 just on the upper story of Unrational, Scum, and Foreign Jace.
It's going to be tough. Meanwhile, Hobu Jerky going big, but not a lot of fighting if they don't have to yet. But yes, this coexisting will not last.
This is such a hard stairwell to push. I don't think you take this fight, and I think Unrational knows it. They're just going to be listening for footsteps. We're seeing interesting weapon choices. I mean, you're sticking to the meta for the most part, but there was a moment there we saw 3 RPGs on main stage, by the way, with Watch Waldo's team, I'm pretty sure. Likely you're going to see some other crazier things as well, because, well, anything goes that's inside of this ranked playlist. Anything goes that's inside of our World Series of Warzone rule set.
All right, Huskers, Mutex, Jesus Jr., they're making their rotation in. You've got Xenon, Emrius, and Blast nearby. Huskers tries to evade.
Oh, no.
Good smoke. You can see he possibly has Tempered there. Only needed 2 plates to fully heal back up. Tempered made such a world of a difference in that map number 5 for Nate Dogg, and Huskers here paying off for him.
Yeah, Huskers will never not have Tempered ever again in his entire life, right? Oh, man, so brutal. Such a close game, but still an opportunity. They're in it on this peninsula here on the edge. A couple teams floating around, swimming with the sharks. Some teams sticking to mainland. Where would the circle go? We talk about mitigating RNG, Tiff.
I mean, this is a constant calculation for all these teams. The last team standing makes London, period. In a sentence, 1 kill, 30 kills, doesn't matter.
Look, I'm not against playing in the water right here. The issue is once that circle starts to pull back to land, potentially on this peninsula, you are just going to get completely shot trying to get back onto land, and that's going to be really tough. Xenon, Blast, lost that on Emrius, bringing in the mortar. Trying to get the players off their roof, but they're inside on the second story, not holding the exact roof, so nothing big going to be there. But it does work out in their favor.
Nice win. I saw Drakota is hanging out like on the docks. I think he's kind of docked his pirate ship there, hanging out, waiting for any of the little swimmers to come up and try to shoot back. Otherwise, they're just going to hold that position until the next zone. Now, as you take a look at it, look at this Treasure Island in dead center. This is farmland here for us. It's farming time, gentlemen. Get your scopes ready. Try to scope out the fishies in the water. It's like shooting quite literally fish in a barrel as the zone continues to close in. This is nuts.
This is what I was worried about. Slacked able to get out with his life. Looks like a loadout or potential mobile buy being called in right there. Maybe for people that are looking to get a pistol weapon, they've probably got the loadout made and they can just go ahead and get in it. Meanwhile, Russ getting absolutely annihilated with incoming streaks, just trying to dive behind the palm trees and play the little Treasure Island Cove over here. But look at all the teams on the minimap that have to rotate in and likely will seek to kind of go towards that island. But on mainland, on the peninsula, things are breaking all out. B-Mark down, Grev and Casper both alive still.
I gotta say, of all the circles we could have gotten, this is going to be such an interesting one. So drastically different from the EU LCQ wildcard final circles that was so deep inside of mainland into the village with a lot of buildings around cover, and then it moved out into the open, and it was kind of a fight in this kind of open position. We got people swimming underneath the docks. Some water play is going to happen. A large section of mainland. This is almost like its own micro map that people are having to learn and navigate, because this is just a place that you don't play that often, especially not with this many teams. People dying everywhere. We can't commentate all of them, but the people hiding underneath the docks have been spotted, and it's Desmond, F-Tac Siege. I'm telling you, you gotta have your water loadout.
Look, the entire kill feed's going up with F-Tac Sieges. Almighty TJ Ripper trying to stay alive, but Desmond cutting them down. Not going to leave anything to chance. They already prepped for the entirety of this, and if they can just hang out by this dock, maintain these loadouts, and deny people from getting their pistols, they're only going to have to worry about, should this pull more into the peninsula, they might be okay.
Yeah, Nico Infinite, Desmond, Crowder, a team I shouted out, having fantastic comms. They've been working on their chemistry all week leading up to LCQs. It didn't pay off, but they had a great tournament. They could put it all together in the final map. They've gotten better every single map that I've seen them compete in. We're down to 31 teams, and they're still in it, fighting on edge of circle. And look who's next to them. Ryda, IQ, putting down some fire. That's going to be a tough fight. Nico versus Ryda, and Husker's team still hanging out inside the buildings. A couple smokes, and it looks like IQ, Ryda, and Booyah are going to back up.
The peninsula, we're pulling more mainland. This is scary. Nico, Crowder, Desmond on the lower right-hand side of your screen, encompassed inside that smoke, trying to hit the rotation straight into IQ and Ryda, but oh, they're able to grab the knock onto IQ and Booyah. One last standing.
Crazy fight. IQ last alive for his team, it looks like. And look who's all three up, all alive, with every piece of resource they need to win it all. They got to continue to wrap. They got to continue to rotate. It's going to be difficult, but it's still within reach for the team on your screen. Crowder likely with the clear comms, keeping them poised. Take a look at the overhead view. This is such a fun one. So different from EU. Certainly a ton of teams, but not nearly as many as we had in EU going into the 7th circle. This is exactly what we wanted to see, and all of a sudden, Crowder left all alone as more fights happening inside.
Ooh, this is going to be a big one for Blast, Emrius, and Xenon winning that fight, holding center zone, just maintaining every single angle while the entire peninsula explodes around them. Squad 4 is going to be wiped. That's Iceman Isaac. They're down and out, but Desmond, Crowder still alive. Lost out on Nico early on. We're going to take a big 2v2 against Dark, Savid, and co.
Wow.
Here comes the rotation. They're going to have to move just a little bit.
They got a buyback here on Dez. just huge. Mutex's team is fully healthy inside of a building, waiting patiently in zone. Watch out for Huskers, Mutex, and Jesus. They've got an opportunity. Still plenty of teams left on the board. 18 squads as we go into the 8 circle, and there's a team inside. Crowder in a little bit of trouble. Able to barely eke his way out with the gas mask. Just going to try to lay low. No. Does get Nico up into the air, though. An opportunity. Look at the moving circle. Everyone having to move dramatically besides Team 35. That's Delski's in the best position currently. But there's about to be an onslaught of 17 teams pushing his way.
My question is someone going to immediately jump into the water and try to rotate around Huskers and Co? They have the world stacked against them. One of the furthest most points, and they are sending it straight down the middle. Smoke and run. One smoke to Huskers' name. The survivability is going to have to be crazy. There are 31 players left in this lobby. Mutex going down.
You almost need to leave him at this point. Huskers trying to get to position. There's going to be some sneaky little bush Wookiees. There you go, Taylor. I said it. Bush Wookiees galore, especially these bushes near the edge of circle. Desmond's still floating right behind Huskers. Huskers going big to make sure Grev can't run in, but he overdoes it. Grev's out of here. Huskers, a massive effort to maintain position. Has one of the best spots on the map, but there's some swimmers right around him. Gotta be careful. And we've got a full team of 3 here with Blast, Riaz, and Xenon. They could go big here on edge of circle, trying to push in. They've got an Overwatch position. They've got some gas masks to play around with, but I don't think it's gonna be enough time.
Oh, Hobu making the wrap on Huskers, Mutex, and Jesus. Russ, though, going down from the air. This is going to be the gnarliest ending we have ever seen. And an airstrike coming in from Gooey. Let me just say that. That just took out the entirety of the squad.
I think Gooey knocked like 6 with that airstrike. Chrissy in a position to win it all. 6 teams remaining. Unbelievable saving of the precision to the final moments, and it's paying off. Look at all the teams eliminating each other, but it's a full team of 3. Crowder down below. Desmond, Nico, they're going for the res here on Nico. They're all 3 up. This is going to be a battle of a 3v3 potentially for a spot to London. Will the coach do it? The coaches of all coaches. Nico, Crowder, Desmond, Chrissy, Blast still alive. Colony still alive. Mireille off in the corner. Tiff, it could be anybody's game, but I'm looking at Desmond.
The numbers are in their advantage. We knew what they had to work on. It was the comms. I can imagine that Crowder is in there IGLing his entire life away, but not before Blast being a solo on 8 eliminations inside. As that circle starts closing, who will be the last one standing? Juju's even in it.
Desmond's got 9 kills, able to potentially res Nico. No, lets him be beat. Blast trying to find him in the water and finds Juju. 3 teams left. Tiff, this is the final moments. Blast is going big, finds one. Getting shot from behind. There's another player here. It's Clay in gas. Blast is down at Desmond, Crowder, Nico, somehow all 3 alive against Clay. Will the coach do it? Can Crowder finish it off? Yes, we will be seeing Crowder, Desmond, and Nico in London with the wild card victory. I'm not saying I called it. They performed, they executed, clear comms, all 3 alive in the final fight. They not only did it, they did it with flying colors.
Coach, if there was any time to be right, it is now. Your predictions?
Yep.
Let's run it back.
Behind. Yep. I have a mask.
I'm smoking and getting breath.
Okay.
I'm smoking and getting breath.
I have a mask. I'm coming back in.
They're gonna be on the dock. Right behind me.
Dead.
Nice. I'm good. Nice as.
I'm smoking.
Another one. You peeked over. Hit the res. Dead. Hit the res.
Watch out. I'm really weak. Here. Popping plates.
Play down.
Yep.
I am. Oh, dude, I'm coming. Nico, you might be able to get me. I don't even have
On top.
3v1.
Oh my god!
Let's go!
Oh my god!
Go!
Holy shit!
Oh my fucking!
Let's fucking go, guys!
God, that was fucking crazy!
Let's fucking go!
Holy shit! Dude, that was fucking madness!
Oh my god!
Oh!
Tiff, with everything on the line, they did it. The comms, even in the tensest of moments, were immaculate. Tiff, I gotta say, I've been DMing with Crowder all week leading up to LCQs, talking about their progress. Every single game we saw them play in scrims, they were getting better and better and better. and apparently their peak was the wildcard game. Nearly flawless execution in the final moments.
It's really impressive how they got towards that end game rotation, right? You think back to when they were kind of swimming up towards the peninsula, smoking, taking that engagement against IQ and Ryda, and then having to push Crowder to go for that mobile buyback, loses his life in the process. They get him back. It was just chaos.
Well, they've won 2 maps on the day, and well, apparently the second one was the most important. See you in London, gentlemen. What a phenomenal performance. I'm blown away. 3 people up in the final circle in a game like that is unheard of. Flawless execution. It's time to bring in the desk. They can break it all down because I'm nearly out of words.
Brother, we'll take it over for you. By the way, wonderful job casting that last final moment. We finally got a water ending, Goj, and we got it where it mattered most in the LCQ, and what an ending. I can't believe it. Nico, he was already smiling in the interview that we had with him earlier. I can't even imagine what his smile is going to look like as of now. Great celebration at the end. Dream. Crowder, right? A legend himself, once a competitive player, now there's still the coach of FaZe at the moment. Now he comes in as the IGL, big addition. Hey, comms, they're bad. We got to improve them. They improve them, and they make it to the global finals.
Listen, my face the whole time, you guys, was just like, like I literally just...
Same.
I could not believe the craziness that happened as that zone was polling, but that streak, I saw Gooey, like I really thought that Huskers, like they would look like they were in a position to possibly just take it all, right? And then, oh my gosh, the streak from Gooey just ruined like 5 teams. That was absolutely chaos, Dandro.
I don't know what to say. Like I'm a little like
It's like, there's job to talk, so talk.
Dude, it really is. I'm like, there's so many moments, but I'm just like in awe of that last and final moments. I mean, it just, everybody was so much more aggressive. And I think this whole water zone just allowed so many more teams to stay alive. I feel like, right? Like how many squads did we see just hanging out in the water and then slowly push their way on in? And it was our winners who are one of those teams that did that. Look at this. We see them. They were cleaning up people all the way in to ensure that they could get this nice clean rotation as the zone kind of pulled back towards land. Just insane, incredible stuff.
So I want to talk about it because we're getting closer and closer to the chaotic end zone, which was literally that pier dream. Like, that's all it was. There was a little sliver of land. You had Chrissy, you had Huskers, you had Blastides, I mean, who was just looking like an absolute unit, beaming everyone. You had Gooey right here with the PA that just wiped out half the lobby. This final moment gave you a little bit of everything, but I was looking at the 3 people on Crowder's team, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, that streak just ruined so many dreams. I believe that was De Niro too. And then, I mean, Blast, like, he was even in a position to be set up as well, but I mean, Clay from behind, and it was just a situation. Obviously, staying alive with all members increased your chances, but with these guys, I mean, just the fact that, again, from season 1 to now, and just taking this for them, how much it means to them, and yeah, just amazing stuff coming from them. That was just chaos all the way through, you guys. I can't believe it.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out from Crowder, and it meant so. I know it means a lot to them, and even the chat, like going off, you know, oh, the coach himself, you know, the GOAT coach, and it's a special moment. It really is. So in a way, a piece of the CDL did make it to the global finals. A beautiful thing, to say the least. We take a look at all of our qualifying teams. We now all know all 5 of them that are going to be obviously moving forward. And the NA teams heading to global finals, we take an overarching look, and you got a lot of them. You've got a lot of them, and a lot of them stand out to me. Let's go with you, Dandro, first. Go ahead and touch on them.
I mean, there's a lot, right? I mean, right at the top, we have TBE. Nobody's surprised there. Aiden, Hate Adrian, and Rated right before. Down a little bit further, we got Ebates, DJ Moss, and Z Smith. And finally, Brax, Empathy, and Finesse. And those are a couple of the teams that I just want to kind of look at, that I'm going to be looking forward to land. Because I think those are a lot of the teams that have been kind of, over the last 3 years, you know, they've had some success in Warzone, but when we get to the biggest of big stages, they have something to prove. They want to say that they are the best Warzone team, at least for this year.
That's right, Dream. I want to bring up team number 10, though, right? Swag, Super Evan, Z Colors, because that win, right? Remember game number 6 going back last week in the NA Finals? They got through, but they got through literally off of a heroic game number 6. Without that performance, they played in the LCQ today.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane from them, that game. Just to see their win reaction, too, right? It was crazy. But, you know, Dongi, Nofo, and Vombot, like, I look forward to seeing those guys as well. It's going to be exciting to see all this go down because everyone earned their spot for sure.
Saw a little bit of Crowder there.
Yeah.
I think we might be having him for an interview in just a little bit, which would be quite nice. Speaking of which, Crowder, go ahead and bring you in. What's up, man? The coach himself. IGL, you win it in game number 6. Talk to me about games 1 through 5 and your mindset going into game 6 where you had to put it all on the line.
Dude, our mindsets 1 through 5, you know, we were obviously like kind of living and learning. Like, I don't have too much Warzone tournament experience, and so many talented players that obviously play in these tournaments. Like, just the way you need to rotate and all that stuff, there's just so much to learn. So I feel like we've been trying to like learn with these LCQ scrims and like this LCQ like game by game, and then going into that game 6, it was just trying to use like vehicles or just make sure we're staying ahead of rotation but not getting like too antsy. We were making a lot of mistakes where like we were trying to like force rotations we didn't need to, and we could have kind of just played off our instincts. So that's kind of what we called to do, and just play really close together. And luckily we had some you know, pistol classes towards the end of that game to you know, save us in that water ending.
And it did save you, man, because that water ending was nasty. You know, that's always, I think, a competitor's like worst nightmare to have a water ending like that, but you got to be versatile. Talk to me about your addition to this roster, though, and what it meant to you to compete with your 2 other teammates and what it means to go to the global finals.
Honestly, I wasn't even expecting to fully play in this LCQ just because I don't have too much time, like I said earlier. But Nico's a really good friend of mine, and I've played with him a lot just in like regular pubs, ranked, and I've known him for a long time, and I've also known Dez for a while
Great
too.
Guy.
And I think they had a tough like qualifier in stage 2, and then they wanted someone to more like give them like an IGL and like kind of just work on some of the teamwork stuff. So they asked me if I would be down to like, you know, help them out within like literally like a 4 or 5 days notice, and I was like, you know, sure, like let's do it. You know, I told them if I do it though, like for like the 4 or 5 days, I want to go like all in and like try and get as good as possible so we can like say we gave it our all, and here we are now.
Amazing. 5 days warning, kind of like Tactical Brit, 24 hours warning going into it. He wins game 6. You only had, you know, several days, right? 5 days at least, which is a little bit more than he had, but wonderful job. Yeah. Very proud of you, and happy to see CDL represented in some way. Dream, what you got?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like all my questions are practically being answered. But, you know, congratulations, of course. I mean, this was a big win for you guys. Talk to me, I guess, a little bit, you know, about like what happened in that end zone there. Like, was that kind of your strategy was to set up in the water, but like if you were in a situation to where I guess it didn't happen that way, like did you guys already have like, were you, I guess, so to speak, what I'm asking is like, how were you always one step ahead of the game?
So funny enough, we saw like the water being just like around the Bay Area, and we all had our loadout in the water. We were talking about like whether or not we wanted to get pistols, and we were on the fence because we didn't know if it was going to end on land or not. So we were like kind of curious. It's like, you know, I don't want to pick up like an FTAC Siege, and then like it ends up going to like Lighthouse, and now, you know, we're kind of screwed. So at first we picked them up, and then I think we ended up swapping halfway through. But then when we saw like going back to the water, we immediately said like, pick up the Siege, go to the water, and go right back under, and like could play under the docks. And then like once we saw like the docks area was kind of where it was going to be, we just called to play under the docks and just make it as mixed as possible with Sieges under there. And that's, yeah. After that, I don't know what happened, because that was the craziest end zone I think I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, that's insane. And I mean, just to think about like just so quickly on the fly, just to be able to do a daft like that, man, that's insane. So congratulations, of course, again, and can't wait to see you guys play in London.
And one kind of thing I just want to ask real quick, like for those people who don't know, right, you obviously have this history of being an actual, you know, kind of Call of Duty multiplayer competitor. You've moved over to a coaching role. You still play a lot of Warzone. Do you find that you're bringing a lot of those like tendencies and mindset that, you know, you had when you were a competitor over to Warzone? And do you find there to be like a real like one-to-one between the two?
Yes and no. Warzone is like a totally separate game in the way it's played with like rotations and all that. But at the end of the day, like when you're competing in almost anything, like the teamwork aspect, how to get better, how to practice, like, you know, small talk communication, like that's all one-to-one. Even the best teams in Warzone, man, like those guys that consistently do well in these tournaments, like they have all of what I just said. So I think like focusing on that, and that's kind of what we tried to focus on for the few times we practice, is just getting better at those things. I do think those go to one to one, and then you're just going to keep improving, getting better, getting smarter, and just improving to the point where you can obviously compete with the best. So there's some similarities for sure, but at the same time, like the actual game of Warzone is like a test of your patience and how you want to play it in that way too. So there's definitely some differences as well.
Yeah, I definitely, over the last couple of days of watching you guys scrim, it's very apparent. Like every night, I feel like your comms just got like another level every single night. So it was super cool to then see you guys kind of hit your peak today a little bit. And I totally agree with you. But congratulations yet again. I'm super stoked to see you guys in London.
Yeah, I'm excited too, brother. I mean, I've been a big fan of you for quite some time, been casting a decade, so you've kind of always been a narrative at some point or another when I'm casting Call of Duty. Crowder, congratulations, man. You're going to the global finals, and you're going with your boys. Love the fact that you and Nika, you guys go back, you're friends. He's a great guy. Interviewed him earlier today. Love the smile. He seemed genuinely happy to be here, and he's going to be happier to be at global finals. Before you get out of here, what are your final words you want to say to your fans?
Dude, everyone that was watching in the chat, I know I wasn't able to talk too much to you guys, which is not normal, but seriously, everyone that was supporting my chat, myself, my teammates, and even just Warzone in general, watching the main Call of Duty chat too, you guys are awesome. You guys made it a really fun time. Even when it looked like we weren't qualifying towards the end, everyone was super positive, you know, like telling me to keep my head up, you know, you guys did great and all that stuff. So there's a lot of positivity going into that game 6, even after it looked like we were obviously having a slim chance of qualifying, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you, brother. I know I could speak for everybody out there. They're very happy to see you move forward, and I can't wait to see you at the global finals.
Thank you so much.
Man, that feels good to see that 10th place, right? I think in the standings, they ended up finishing in, so 10th place, and then they move up, obviously, as one of our top 5 teams to go to global finals. Incredible performance, a talented roster, and honestly, despite them placing 10th in LCQ, at least games 1 through 5. I genuinely think it's a team that can make big waves going into the LAN event in September. But hey, all good things must come to an end, and today has been absolutely incredible. Dandro, got to pass it to you first, brother, for your final words before we get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, today was, I think, everything I expected it to be. I think, you know, kind of between stage 1 and stage 2, we've just been watching this insanely kind of high tier, high caliber level of Warzone. Now, when it came into the LCQ, right, we're kind of missing a lot of, you know, some of the big hitter names because they've already qualified. So I think that was kind of like my biggest question was like, for some of these teams that were in here, how would they fare out? And I'm glad to see, like, you know, the teams that kind of made it are a lot of teams that have been making waves for a little bit. They have passion, and they're just here kind of frying out. So I'm super excited, obviously, of our 4 teams from our earlier game, and then just to see, of course, that last game and a team that yet again is so passionate about the game and is just going to be so excited to be there in London. I can't wait to see what all of these teams, including our stage 1 and stage 2 finals, can do when it comes to the global LAN.
Well said. Global LAN, it's going to be on everybody's mind right as we go into a little bit of downtime. Dream, it's always great working alongside you. Seriously, you always bring the energy, and you always have that knowledge that is, I think, incredibly valuable to the World Series of Warzone. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Listen, this has just been just from last week to this week, just the team changes and everything the last couple of days, just things that we expected to see. But I mean, I just really just I had a good time, guys. Like, it was awesome. I really loved the addition too of the trios. Solo, YOLO, and YOLO, right. Trio, YOLO. But still, honestly, it's everything that I expected it to be. I cannot wait for that global final. And it's been wonderful working alongside you guys. I think we need a separate box, though, for Dandro's chain, I might say. I tried to match up the bling a little bit today, but, you know, we try.
He's got that chain. He's got to watch out. Hold on tight to it, brother, because come London, I'm looking to snatch it away. It's been incredible. Seriously, whether it was yesterday for EU or today for NA, we thank you so much for being here. Hey, we got a little bit of a break, but September 16th, we're going to be back for the global finals happening at the Copper Box Arena in London. We would love to have you all there. For myself, Taylor Reflection, Snowboard, and talent team, our entire talent team and production crew, thank you for being here, and we'll see you during the global finals.